Okay, so welcome back, Urbans. Today we are, of course, talking about Pharrell Williams' latest Louis Vuitton collection, a Spring-Summer 25 Menswear show. This is really strange. I'm starting to feel like a full-time streamer with the consistency in which I stream. But how's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? I might as well just call myself a streamer at this point. I stream way too much. And I feel like I do prefer streaming anyway because like I've said in earlier streams, you have this kind of back and forth that doesn't happen in any other medium, like in real time. Did Micah make it to the barbecue? I have no idea. I have no idea. Literally no idea. Let's see what NYCBK says. I love the collection in the major cities in the USA as I travel, especially amongst black and brown successful men. This is what most of us want to dress like in presenting ourselves in social settings. Yeah, exactly. Which is why I did title the stream kind of why Pharrell Williams' Louis Vuitton is so desirable. And there was a point about this that I'm going to make in terms of like, what most men want to wear. Like, the kind of circles that Pharrell moves in, kind of just to talk about Pharrell and kind of like that customer. I have friends that like know Pharrell personally and have kind of worked with him in different capacities. And these are the kind of guys that they don't look at well, some of them are into fashion, but not a lot of them are. And they're more from like the music side of things. And they just want to wear something where they look good. It doesn't look overly basic, but at the same time, it's well made. It's also interesting. So that's kind of how a lot of men want to dress. And I don't necessarily think that, Pharrell is the most revolutionary designer. I don't think he ever will be. But in terms of like designing desirable products for, that kind of customer, especially to wear something exactly like Fee is saying, something practical, but also luxe and kind of cool for people to wear. I think that's where Pharrell has kind of tapped into that market perfectly. Yeah, Henry says it taps into fashion just the right amount to be regarded in that way, but it's not forward thinking or groundbreaking. Exactly that. Exactly that. I will say before we even start watching the show that the soundtrack was sensational. All the songs I love, like Falling Up, Adekunle Gold. You had Birds Don't Sing, like John Legend and Clips. You had, the band and the choir that was singing, oh yeah. And then you had playing keyboards and the violins. He definitely knows how to put on a show, and that's obviously because he comes from a music background. So he's very used to throwing concerts. A lot of his shows do feel like concerts. It's almost like you've gone to a live concert, just that it happens to be free for the people that are invited there. So it's really, really cool. Of course, like the set is always interesting. I just think that, Pharrell is not Virgil Abloh, and I think I'm just coming to accept that at this point. I think that he has a really hard time translating complex ideas into clothing to push fashion forward, which Virgil definitely did. And for better or worse, when we think of Virgil Abloh, he definitely shifted the course of where luxury fashion went and what we think of luxury right now. And kind of Demna is almost kind of extending that further into like couture and doing those things and asking those kind of questions, like what is couture? A lot of the time, Virgil Abloh is asking the question through his clothing: what is luxury fashion? What can be considered luxe? Why does this piece have to be considered luxe and then this isn't? How much should something cost just because of what it's associated with? Because this is, associated with streetwear, it can't cost a certain amount of money. So those are the questions that Virgil is asking. I don't think Pharrell, as a designer, will ever have the influence to, shift where fashion goes. I definitely think Pharrell as the personality does, though. I think that Pharrell is definitely one of the most stylish people I've known ever, not like personally, but just known of. When I was younger, he wore so many things and he did so many things that I just wanted to replicate because he looked so cool and like he looked so like even grills. At one point, I would like grills is so not my style, but there was one point I wanted to get VVS's just because of Pharrell Williams. And it's just one of those things where kind of I think Micah has made this point in an earlier stream like months ago, where he said that sometimes it seems like Pharrell Williams is designing from his own personal wardrobe. Like you look at some of his collections and you're like, oh, you know, this kind of stuff is stuff that I've seen Pharrell actually wear. So it's almost like recontextualizing his own personal wardrobe for the runway on LV. And of course, because so many people want to dress like him, so many people think he's really stylish, including me. So it kind of, I see how that can kind of work in that way. I see how that can work in that sense. People are saying, "Where's Micah?" The LV correspondent in the chat. I think I've come to understand / respect that his era of LV plus Pharrell is far more concerned with the composition of luxury ideas rather than Virgil's dissection of luxury. Exactly, that's the point where I'm at. I don't think that, you know, I've just come to understand now that every Pharrell LV collection will not be, you know, super revolutionary. It definitely won't be groundbreaking in terms of like pushing design forward, you know, asking those challenging questions. But I think that in terms of like making desirable products, I think that's where, you know, he's really strong. But anyway, we're going to get the runway show on the screen and then we can, you know, continue discussing the show amongst ourselves. Also, Micah, if you want to hop in the stream to share your thoughts, let me know and I'll send you the link. Let me just make sure it's muted. Because the kind of copyright that's on a lot of those songs, this stream would get shut down immediately. But yeah, one thing I will say about his shows as well, someone said that his personal wardrobe is desirable. I totally agree, which is why it works, right? Which is what makes his products at LV so desirable to, you know, that customer base. I do think that a lot can be said for the fact that I genuinely think that Pharrell Williams, his clothes could definitely, you know, improve the average style of a lot of rappers and celebrities, especially in hip hop. Because someone that comes to mind, for example, is someone like K-Trap, who I'm not sure how many people here watching this know. Did someone say there's a bit of a lag on the footage? Wait, let me see. That's weird because on my screen it's like fine. I wonder why it's lagging like that. I need to look into that because on my screen, yeah, it looks normal. But through the stream, it looks a bit laggy. Kind of strange. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so K-Trap is a rapper in London, from the UK, and he rants and raves about how he loves Louis Vuitton and how, you know, he's a big fan of the brand and how, you know, all he wears is LV and all that sort of stuff. But every time he boasts about wearing LV pieces, they're the most uninteresting LV pieces of all time. They're literally just a pink sweater with an LV logo somewhere. And I feel like with Pharrell, what Pharrell is helping to do is those kind of people, because I think he gets invited to LV shows. I know that he's even started doing a few things with LV now. You have people like that who will then be introduced to, you know, the runway shows and see things that go on the runway and be introduced to like an elevated level of fashion or just an elevated way of styling things. And that's also what Pharrell is good with, styling. And there are a lot of styling propositions on the runway that I think can also influence a lot of people. On the runway, for example. And he says, I think Pharrell's having fun. The way he's talking about, I think it's a Speedy he's carrying with the gold plated plate inside. He's hyped. Yeah. It's kind of funny because this collection, Pharrell, well, they said in the show notes anyway, that this collection celebrates the humans that inhabit the earth, which is such like a Pharrell thing to say, right? It's so like his skincare line is literally called Human Race. His whole MO is like, you know, we're all just one race. I just want to talk about humans in general, all that sort of stuff. That's kind of always been his MO, but I genuinely think that that could mean anything. Like when you say a collection celebrates the humans that inhabit the earth, that could be anything. Like, do you know how vast, how vast an inspiration point that is? So, literally, in an indirect way, he basically just said this collection celebrates everything, everywhere. He said the starting point of this collection was thinking about the fact that Paris is hosting the 2024 Olympics. Obviously, Louis Vuitton is a historical French brand. So it's very important in like French history to be hosting the Olympics this year. So that's why you have, a lot of the flags also tying into his idea of celebrating the human race, all that sort of stuff. And he kind of had, different themes going through the collection. One of the big themes, and you can read this in the show notes, by the way. I posted a link to the show notes in the chat before I hopped on the stream. But one of the themes in this collection is what he calls the global dandies. And with the global dandies, it's kind of like this idea of travel, which once again is an idea that Pharrell Williams has explored with his Louis Vuitton, because it's kind of a reference to the fact that Louis Vuitton is a storied luggage house. And so the idea of travel as a concept is very important to the brand. So he's always, finding different ways to explore this idea of travel. How he's done it here is he has all these different kinds of characters in the collection. So with his global dandies, you have codes of the flying dandy, which is what they call it in the show notes. So you have pilot uniforms, you have aviation dress kind of inspiration. So you have bombers, you have suits, which is a reference to, aviation staff. You have like flight attendants, these double-breasted coats that you normally see with airline uniforms. Even the sunglasses are aviator sunglasses. So that's kind of like an idea that Pharrell has explored a few times, and he's just exploring it again. Micah says, my mom told me if you have nothing good to say, don't say anything at all. Henny said, I love the aesthetic of the sort of cabin crew outfits. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I love the idea of LV embodying the idea of a traveler and their lifestyle. It makes the brand seem a lot more interesting. Yeah, and I mean, it's an idea that obviously he explores. It's why, you have all these, in a lot of his shows, you have someone like pushing wheelbarrows of luggage, right? That's very much like what he likes to do in the collection, kind of these references to all that sort of stuff. Leah says, but the broad sweeping nature of the lexicon Pharrell uses kind of ties into why he is more of a director of the brand than a designer per se. Yeah, I agree. Like I said, Pharrell Williams is not going to be the revolutionary designer. He's not going to design any interesting silhouettes. He's not changing our minds on silhouettes. You know what I mean? Like, what's different about Pharrell's work is maybe just like the way they've made it, and obviously specific inspirations. But a lot of the silhouette of Pharrell stuff you can find in a lot of different places. So once again, from a design, like, oh, the patterns are really complicated. That's not really what you're going to get from Pharrell. And I've just come to understand that. Something I will give Pharrell credit for, but it's not just him, it's the team at LV, is they are really coming through as some of the strongest accessories designers for men. The bag options for men with a lot of Pharrell Williams's LV shows are so strong. They are so strong. It's actually quite surprising how good a lot of the propositions are. Even this collection, which people thought was kind of gimmicky, was that one of the bags was shaped like a football. And I thought that was kind of cool because it's almost like a collector's item. Every season, there's always that special, whether it's a collaboration or, like the old things that we think about when we think of the Comme des Garçons collaborations with LV, or we think of different other collaborations. Those are kind of collector's items. It's like, oh, this is this bag that is clearly a signifier of this collection. So I thought that was kind of cool. Where I thought it got too gimmicky was when he had those football jackets that are obviously a reference to football being a very global sport. I think it is the most popular and most global sport in the world, and kind of in this theme of celebrating the human race and celebrating the world on a global scale. That's where that football reference ties into in this collection. Sarah B says the bag options for men are really impressive. I totally agree. I'm too broke to be watching this. The unstructured nature of those bags, they look almost pre-crumpled, but I'm a big fan. Yeah, I just don't have a lot of money. If I had a lot of money, those speedy bags that Pharrell makes in those like weird crayon colors, I'm such a big fan of them. I would totally buy one of them if I could like afford it. And I hate like monograms and logos and prints and patterns, and I barely wear color. But for those bags, yes, I would. Pharrell constantly says he's not a designer in the true sense of the word in fashion. Yeah, I mean, the good thing about Pharrell is that he's self-aware and he kind of knows the position that he's playing. And I think for in terms of like what he's doing, I think he's doing a good job. In terms of like making desirable clothing that will sell well, that's kind of why he's there. That's literally the job that he's there to do. And I guess with Pharrell, I don't really judge him on the same level as like, let's say, a Demna, because Demna comes from the school of thought that I come from. He went to fashion school, he worked at Margiela, he's worked at all the storied houses. So that's why I would hold someone like Demna to a higher standard. I mean, I'm not necessarily going to hold Pharrell to that kind of standard. I don't look to Pharrell to, completely push fashion forward the way I would a designer like J.W. Anderson or Demna. Dr. Jean says, does Pharrell get any grace due to LV's ready-to-wear history being so short, or are Marc Jacobs and Virgil's impacts too strong for him to be this mid? Well, what I can say is side by side with any other creative director, I don't think Pharrell is as good as any of them. If we think of all of them, like that have done menswear, even Kim Jones, Virgil Abloh, of course, Marc Jacobs was doing ready to wear as a whole. Obviously, Pharrell's not as good as Marc Jacobs as a designer. I think the reason why he gets grace is because I judge people based on like where they position themselves. And Pharrell doesn't position himself as like this groundbreaking designer that's going to change the way we view fashion, like a lot of designers do. So yeah, I just don't think I hold him to the same standard as a lot of other designers, to be fair. Little Speedy's 9K plus. Exactly why I can't afford it. I do not have the funds for that kind of stuff. Oh my god, you says sterile, lifeless, cultureless, and trash. Damn, that's harsh. What I will say is that damier print, I can't sorry, not the damier print, sorry, the damouflage print. I cannot stand that thing. I really don't like it. Oh yeah, this was the football jacket that people were saying was really gimmicky, and I totally agree with that. I think the bag, I'm a fan of it. The jacket, no. These men designers who are trained have not put out anything new or creative. It's stage name, stage same old from the men's collection. That's not true. That's not true. I definitely think that a lot of designers have pushed fashion forward in a way, in terms of like silhouette, in terms of like changing the guard of like how fashion looks. So many of them: Grace Wells Bonner, Martine Rose, Demna, Raf Simons. Like so many menswear designers have, changed the way we view fashion and brought something new and creative. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think loads of designers have actually put something, like even Craig Green, like his menswear did what? The archive boys go crazy. Scuba jackets, quilted jackets, references to workwear. No, I think loads of menswear designers have changed menswear. Yeah, even Rick Owens, exactly. So yeah, I don't agree that, a lot of the classically trained menswear designers haven't done something. The next man says his job is to create clothes people want to wear, and I think he's doing that. Yeah, I agree. There are so many other brands and designers you can give your cultural and academic nourishment if that's what you want. Oh, can give you your cultural and academic nourishment. Yeah, which is why once again, like I was saying earlier, I don't really hold Pharrell to that same standard that I would hold some other designers. Because also Pharrell doesn't try to over intellectualize his work the way some designers do, and then you dissect it and you're like, oh, this is a bit of bullshit. Pharrell is kind of like, that's why I said Pharrell kind of plays his position. He really does play his position. It's such a shame Craig Green doesn't make nearly as much money as these huge mid-tier brands. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, because A lot of people, I think, because sometimes if your fashion is too conceptual, it puts a lot of people off because they don't understand it and they just think it's like stuff they can't wear. So even though at the crux of what a lot of Craig Green does is very wearable workwear, I think the way sometimes he presents it just like alienates a lot of people. And I think that more could be done in the way sort of it's marketed to kind of bring about new customers. But yeah, it's sad because I think Craig Green is a gem in fashion. So it's kind of sad that, you know, he doesn't get more recognition, doesn't make more money, all that sort of stuff. We understand that nothing very impressive is coming from Pharrell's LV. Hopefully, people stop getting so surprised when his collections are so commercial at some point. Yeah, I think I'm at the point because I think his first collections, I kind of judged it really harshly, but I guess in that sense, I didn't really know what to expect from Pharrell as a designer at a luxury house. I think now I kind of get it. I see that what he does, I see that everything is kind of going to look like something from his wardrobe, which is desirable, and he's going to make desirable clothes that people want to wear. I mean, I've just said here that a lot of the accessories that he has designed, I would buy if I could afford it. I'm just too broke for that sort of stuff. But if I just had 9K lying around, I'll definitely pick up one of those speedies. So I can imagine a lot of people with a lot of money are, you know, out here just buying a lot of his stuff because it's desirable. Everyone here should like this video. We're only at 21 and there's 115 of y'all in here. Yeah, listen to Hell Shop. Please like the video if you're watching now. It's good for the algorithm. Joe says Pharrell does think his work is deep or meaningful. See the Yap session is interview with Margaret Zhang. It's just not believable at all. I don't think Pharrell, when I say over intellectualizes his work, I don't think Pharrell like over intellectualizes his work in the sense of what a designer that, you know, is like, oh, I was reading this book and I was inspired by the 18th century, like this and this subculture mixed with this. Virgil, I'm sorry, I said Virgil. Pharrell doesn't do that. Pharrell is very much like vague and obscure. Obviously, every designer is like takes himself seriously. I don't think Pharrell doesn't take it seriously or is not taking himself seriously, but I just think that he isn't trying to over intellectualize his work. That's why when that Vogue interview, when they asked him, you know, what's your inspiration? Why? And he's like answering the question with a question. And they're like, so what's your main inspiration? He's like, God. He's like, God. And it's like saying a lot, but not really saying anything that you can take anything from, which I found kind of funny. So that was kind of interesting. LALC says, but maybe he's trying to build an aesthetic language that comes with repetition after all. That's a good point. That's a good point. Dami says, a major part of fashion is desirability, and Pharrell has that in spades, 100%. God it. It is a cop-out answer. Pharrell does give a lot of cop-out answers in interviews. I don't know why. I have like a lot of running theories with it, right? I try to wonder if is it because he feels like if he says anything too intellectual, kind of like all the fashion journalists will hold on to it and start dissecting it, and he doesn't want to be over dissected in that way, or he just genuinely just kind of wants to be vague just for the sake of being obscure and vague. I don't get it because he knows like Pharrell is super intelligent. He knows saying God to every question. He's doing that deliberately. Obviously, it's intentional. Leah says, here's some money for a speedy or to add to the Get Out of the Hood fund. Thank you for donating to my speedy fund, Leo. one day. So one day my speedy fund will be big enough to where I can buy an LV speedy. But thank you very much. I appreciate that. We need a speedy fund tracker. Oh my god, Culture, thank you for joining as a member. You can also subscribe to the Patreon. Each one is kind of like the same thing. The reason why I recently added channel memberships is I realized that some people just do not like to go to another platform. So I just post whatever I post on Patreon, I post on my YouTube members page too. So it just depends. Depends what you prefer, but thank you very much for signing up. The New Zion says, I think he's playing both ends, not too controversial, not too sweet. Yeah, I think he's kind of doing that. I think he's kind of doing that. Those people are me. Exactly. I already know some people just don't like to go to a different platform. I understand it. I get it. Sometimes I get annoyed when people try to make me, sign up and like download new apps and all that stuff. I'm like, who do you think I am? So that's kind of why I did it. I always say representation isn't everything, but I will say it's quite nice to see so many Black and other men of color on the runway. Yeah, I totally agree. And I do like some of the people that Pharrell collaborated with. Actually, I think what we should do is go on Vogue Runway and look at some of the looks, because there is a lot to the collection that I haven't really talked about, because we're just talking about Pharrell Williams LV in a general sense. But there's so many like details of the collection that I think should definitely be pointed out. A major theme in this collection also is he said he wanted this kind of idea that you have to look close to understand. It's kind of like it's Demna coded in a way where you have to look closely to really understand the detail. So things that will appear as, monochromatic at first sight actually has a lot of really intricate details. And, you have to really look closely to look at the different things and different techniques and fabrics that they're using. So that was very much an inspiration in, a lot of the earlier looks, a lot of even the style, going back to the global dandies, the aviation inspiration, the travel. Once again, the shoes are also inspired by different themes in the collection. So one of the themes in the collection was this idea that Louis Vuitton has a diplomat. So what would a Louis Vuitton diplomat wear? And what would their clothing look like? So that's why you have kind of these interesting Chelsea boots, different shoes that were an inspiration to that. Even in the collection, actually, I don't know if we're going to see it in these sort of, close-ups, but one of the looks was actually a passport case, like a Louis Vuitton passport case, which was actually really cool as an accessory. So we've kind of got the Louis Vuitton diplomat going on. LV diplomat, so Mike. But yeah, here, like, even the beret detailing is exactly what he's talking about. You've got these kind of damier print, but they're in sequins. Kind of here too, you can see like the details. So it's kind of very much this, you have to look closer to really see what the details are. And that was something that he was playing with in this collection. Once again, just on the lapels, the detailing on the lapels, the detailing on the buttons. And this collection was kind of in blocks too. So the different ideas came to us in different blocks. Now that IS said he's by a Speedy, they're going to sell out. I would wear 90% of the collection proudly here in New York City streets. Man, this is a beautiful collection. Yeah, I definitely think it's desirable. My issue is just that, it's just not very revolutionary, but I just come not to expect that from Pharrell. So I get it. It's understandable. Do y'all know what was the collab with Air Afrique? I think that was lost in translation. Yes. So as we go through the looks, I'll eventually get to the collaborations with Air Afrique. Because that's actually as an interesting story to it. This coat has a very interesting lapel. I like how you kind of have the lapel here, and it kind of merges into kind of a smaller lapel. That's cool. That's a cool little detail in that piece. Something I do appreciate from Pharrell also is at the end of the show is when, his whole team comes out and he does a little bow to his team and stuff, because I do like it when fashion designers, they give their atelier props, because fashion designers they're not a one-man band at brands, especially at luxury houses, where a lot of fashion designers barely have a lot of input in a lot of footwear. For example, the footwear designers do damn near all the work. Some of them have accessories designers that do damn near all the work. So sometimes it can just be a bit designers when they're like, oh yeah, this is me, and this is, sometimes I even cringe like saying every aspect of the work is like, oh yeah, this designer did this, when really it could have just been someone in the team's idea. So I do love that, you know, he gives his team credit. Not a lot of designers do that, because a lot of designers are, their egos are sky high. I think, to be fair, to be a designer at the highest level, you do have to have a sense of an ego, but some designers, their egos through the roof, and so they genuinely start to believe in their own hype and think that everything is them and no one else. Okay, we even got these sleeveless vests. This is an idea that he's kind of played with, these kind of wraparound vest with the button. He's definitely played around that. We also see like some of the accessories and the detailing and the jewelry kind of going back to the global dandies and these aviation inspirations. We see that across the collection as well. Wait, what is he saying? He just got back from the barbecue. Might head back out though when this Captain Morgan wears off. Micah, you are not a serious person at all. You are not serious. And Christian says Pharrell is just the formula used by LVMH. Yeah, I do think, yeah, a lot of the way he designs is very formulaic. Um, but it's very desirable. So once again, the formula works, especially for LVMH. We just viewed both the Valentino and Balenciaga men's shows. There's absolutely nothing creative about those collaborations. How many blouses or baggy jeans can one buy? I mean, I wasn't the biggest fan of the Balenciaga collection, as everyone watching this knows at this point. The Valentino collection, kind of indifferent. But I wouldn't say there was nothing creative about those, though. I think that's a stretch. I think that what Demna does is very creative. I just question kind of the the intellectual merit of what he's trying to do, but I don't think it's not creative what he's doing. I do think that he's asking the right questions, kind of changing our idea of what we think haute couture is. I do actually quite enjoy that. Because I don't think any other haute couture designer is asking those kind of questions. So that's kind of what I enjoy about it. 100 days, Micah, since you sniffed the upload button. I know Micah is just allergic to uploading. Really, really allergic to uploading. Just okay. This is the commercial piece that's going to be the permanent collection. The button up with the LV badge there. This LV badge just doesn't need to be there though. This shirt would be so much better if this just wasn't there. Like, it's not every day people have to know you're wearing Louis Vuitton. Okay, these sheer pieces, these sheer, some of them were sheer and some of them were kind of like slightly sheer, but kind of, this was an idea that they said in the show notes, is this idea of a second skin. And he played with this idea of having a second skin in multiple ways. That's why there are also a lot of like ways that they use fabrics, different textures, different like fake furs made to look like an actual animal fur, and all those sort of things, kind of like playing with this idea of like, yeah, people having a second skin. He also said that even the color palette in the collection was a reference to the human race. So the colors filter from black to brown to beige to white to like cream. And he said he wanted all those colors in the collection to kind of be a reference to this human race idea. Um, so that was also really cool. Deb Shops, thank you so much for becoming a member. Oh my god, I'm getting so many members today. It must be something in the air. Must be something about Pharrell Williams. It's not LV if you don't see a logo, to be honest. That's funny. It doesn't matter if you're black or white, head ass collection. That's funny. Okay, let's speed past, because some of the looks, like a lot of collections, they weren't that interesting. I didn't find them that interesting. Once again, the accessories though are really cool. Kind of these chains, Vuitton lovers logo that he's kind of pushing, Louis Vuitton watch, all very interesting. I genuinely think that Pharrell Williams and his team, his menswear team, they make some of the best accessories for men across, like, especially luxury brands. I definitely think they're on top. Once again, you have a beret. It's kind of like buckled shoes that he's done in past collections. Even his debut collection, I remember he did something similar. Someone sent me the join link before my eyelids get heavy. I'll send you the link, Micah. Give me 1 second. He said he's high on Captain Morgan. Sheer Tops is a nod to Miami Summers. Pharrell Williams' second home. It's about the only thing you can wear Miami Summers from this collection. Aya question: what black or brown men are excited about men's Valentino or Balenciaga who don't already own a pair of jeans and sneakers? New York City, Chicago, DC, Cali are going to eat up this collection. Yeah, NYC, BK. Like, so the thing about me, what makes me extremely different from a lot of fashion critics is that I come from so many different perspectives. So I'm someone that grew up in a more working class area of London, like Lewisham. And when I was younger, very involved in like hip hop, especially in the UK. And I used to also skate. So I can see things from many different perspectives, because I know like a lot of fashion critics always come from the perspective of, if it's not the most intellectual high fashion thing, then it's not relevant and it's not great. And that kind of pisses me off sometimes, because I think that it means some people kind of don't understand how culture influences fashion. Like Vanessa Friedman, love her so much, respect her, but she's a perfect example of what I'm talking about, with people that just sometimes don't get it. But at the same time, fashion is not just about black men, right? So there can be a designer that designs for a different demographic. So with this collection, I definitely, and I was talking about this earlier where I was saying that the customer base, I know who they are that would love Pharrell's LV. Hello there, Micah.
Yeah. Where are we at? What's going on? Have you given your overall thoughts yet? I haven't been following the stream, just got here.
Yeah, I'm kind of still going through the looks. Just like kind of seeing, I've kind of talked about the general ideas in the collection anyway. Kind of like this idea of like, oh, at the glance it might look monochromatic, but you look closer and there's these like embroidered details and, you know, close detailing and damier prints and all that sort of stuff. Even like the aviation inspiration. Once again, we can see those on the hats, the airplane detailing, the little badges and medals and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. Not sure.
Go on, give your overall thoughts.
No, I'll let you get through the looks, innit? But
they're roasting you for throwing the hat on top of the headphones.
Bro, I had to hop on the stream, guys. You guys were I was getting Henry was in the chat. Oh, why isn't Henry on here as well? Henry was moving, he was texting me like he was on here, bro. He was calling me.
Yeah, Henry can hop on if he wants.
Well, Henry,
also, once again, we kind of have an LV belt that's kind of with this kind of globe detailing. Once again, Pharrell, we're all one human race type thing. He really loves that idea, like weaving that idea into collections. I don't think Vanessa's pretty fair at all, Rob. And I'm a huge fan of Vanessa. I've seen Vanessa talk about streetwear and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I've genuinely read articles that she's written about streetwear and I'm like, good lord, this sounds like someone that has never even been around like what like the true essence of streetwear is. And it's probably because like she's quite far removed and disconnected.
You know what though? I think that's actually
is.
very easy for that to happen, you know, because really and truly, I think not to say I wouldn't understand streetwear if I wasn't from London, but I feel like my perspective on streetwear would be very different if I wasn't in a major city. Very different.
I don't even think it's just about being from a major city, because rich kids in London that just grow up in Chelsea don't really have the strongest idea of like, they're not, because in let's say
No,
UK,
bro, they're
for
buying
example,
Cortez, bro. What do you mean? They're running up Cortez.
they're buying it, but they're buying it because it's cool, not because they really understand like the essence of streetwear. Like for me, okay, let's say UK, because I'm not from the US, but like in the UK, streetwear would be kind of things like grime and how the style of grime affected the way we dress in the UK. For example, like the way we wear Nike tracksuits, or the shoes that we wear, the reason why we started wearing like Air Maxes, or the reason why, you know, we started wearing that's actually the reason why Air Max 95s are so big in the UK.
110s.
That stuff,
shout out 110s.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like, even like most people, for example, the Air Max 95 collaboration, rich kids, you know, posh kids, they don't know, they just think it's cool because it's cool. They don't know that we wear Air Max 95s. They don't know about the 110s. They don't know about, because they're rich kids. Why do they know about 110s? Because the reason why we call them 110s, because they were so expensive back then. Like, we're like, what? 110?
They were 110 quid, but they were also an all-rounder shoe. Man said you can wear them to school. I can play football in them. I can play basketball in them. I can wear them at home. I can wear them in PE. Nah, bro.
Like 110.
You had to break the bank. But do you know how hard you were?
You literally had to be like rich to buy the shoe. Like that was a flex. If you had Air Max,
for context. No, bro, let's give these men context. When Air Max 95s were 110, I think Air Force Ones were 60 quid. I'm pretty sure. Or 50, it might even be 50 quid. They were 50 or 60
Air Force Ones were I remember a time when Air Force Ones were literally like £40, bro, like 45. No joke.
So we were paying, for the price of 110s, I could have two, maybe 2.5 Air Force Ones.
Yeah. But I'm saying all of this just to say that, like, in the US, obviously, I have a deep understanding of like street culture and streetwear in the US too, but I wasn't there. But so a lot of people in fashion, a lot of them are like really upper class. A lot of them didn't really mix with, you know, streetwear or like street culture in any sense of the word. They weren't really going to these like hip hop dances. They weren't really, you know, going to skating. Like I literally used to skate in Ladywell. So that's why there's a massive disconnect. So going back to the person saying that Vanessa Friedman is fair, she's fair in kind of as a fashion critic in general, and that's why I'm a fan of her. I think she's very intelligent and more knowledgeable about fashion generally than me. But when it comes to certain things, like I'm only using Vanessa Friedman as like one person. I'm just saying in general, people do this, right? And I was saying that what makes me different to most people in the industry is that I come from a perspective that I don't think many critics come from, because many critics always come from this like fashion purist perspective and anything else is not relevant. Whereas I can kind of, in my head, weave how that street culture can influence high fashion and how there's that interplay between those things. And not just street culture, things like sports, which I'm also into, that a lot of fashion critics don't even watch sports or play sports. Like I watch every sport under the sun and I play loads of sports too. So that's what I mean. So that's why I can always, like, I can look at Pharrell's collection and really like, I'll be like, oh, I really, really, truly understand the customer that this is for. Because I like, those are my friends.
So do you feel like he cooked? Did he cook this collection?
I think it depends what you mean by cooking. Is it revolutionary? No. Is it clothing I've seen before? Yes. Is he bringing anything new to the table? No. Is it desirable? Yes. Does he make some of the best accessories for men? Yes. I think it just depends from what perspective you're coming from. Okay, Rob says, I understand your comment better. Yeah, maybe I should have kind of expanded on what I meant in terms of when I say that a lot of like journalists, like, because like sometimes they talk about streetwear and I'm like, fucking hell, you do not have any understanding of it, do you? I think a lot of journalists, once again, because they only come from a fashion perspective, they think of streetwear as hoodies and t-shirts. They don't even know about the whole culture woven into it. That's why a lot of like Cortez, a lot of people don't even get it at all. Like they don't even know why is it relevant, why is it big, why do people care? They just don't get it. So that's why sometimes I'm just like, fuck, these guys just don't like. Because like once again, going back to the posh kid, for example, that you said is wearing Cortez, these guys don't know about 110s because they're so rich that something costing 110 would not be a talking point for those kind of people. You know what I mean? You're not around that. Hella says, but you don't necessarily have to be submerged in streetwear to talk about it. Otherwise, you need to be a haute couture client to actually get it.
No, that's not. It's not the same.
It's not the same.
What we mean is, you have to at least have like an inherent understanding of streetwear to be able to critique it at any kind of level. Because obviously, when you're looking at streetwear, it's not traditionally like the tailoring you're going to be commenting on. Often it's to do with the community and the way it's influenced the culture and things like that. So when you're looking at it from purely like a very industry perspective, and like you normally write about couture and things like that, often your view on streetwear is quite a strange one because you're looking at it for something that it's not aiming to do. It's like looking at a hammer to try and screw something in. That's not what a hammer does. A hammer is to hit things. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, and I think the biggest difference between couture and like something like streetwear is that, like, if you're a fashion journalist, like someone like me, I've been to resees of couture collections. I've seen couture collections up close. You're involved with it. If you're a journalist, almost every critic, I guess, especially like the big journalists that talk about couture, that write about it, read about it, they've been to the couture shows, they've been to the resees, they've seen the collections up close, they've interviewed the designers. I've done the same thing. The difference with streetwear is that, first of all, when you come from that perspective of fashion, you already have this most people that I talk to from fashion kind of have this thing where they see haute couture is like up here and streetwear is down here. So they always will view, like, their understanding of fashion is always viewed through that lens of like, haute couture is just superior to anything that streetwear is, which I don't agree with, because a lot of haute couture designers, they are inspired by streetwear and all this sort of stuff, right? But they still see, like, they don't really see the merit in streetwear. It's kind of like, it's from elitism, right? And so that's why, personally, I think it's completely different, kind of like not being involved with haute couture and being able to critique it, and then, streetwear is completely different.
Almost to summarize, I think, I forgot where I first heard it, but that thing of like, art should be judged by what the art is trying to achieve rather than what you want from it. And often when people try and critique streetwear, they're critiquing it on something that it's not even trying to achieve. Whereas when they're critiquing haute couture, let's say, they have a better understanding of what it's trying to achieve, so they're able to critique it a lot better.
Yeah. I got to love the commercialization of subcultures. I know, right? I talked about this, I talked about this when I was talking about the Demna Vesalia Balenciaga couture collection, but I genuinely, and maybe I should make a video about this. If you guys want me to make a video, I'll make it, but you have to comment down below on like subcultures and why I think it's stupid to kind of reference a subculture. Like you can't authentically reference a subculture in fashion, because most subcultures like hip hop, like even like streetwear, or grunge, or what other, like most of punk, all of those subcultures are so like anti-establishment and anti what luxury brands stand for. So there's always like a disconnect, and it's almost always going to be a contradiction when a luxury brand kind of packages all this sort of stuff into the context of a luxury brand. And I've talked about this so many times in like live streams in the past, but maybe I should make a video. Oh, Dolce Jeans says I made a video about that. Okay, that's cool. Everyone, check out Dolce Jeans' channel and check out that video. But people want me to make the video, so I'll definitely make the video. But Dolce Jeans, if you said you made a video about that, everyone go and check out Dolce Jeans' video. But yeah, I think it's an interesting topic.
I have a hot take
I'm really
that I will not
interested
explain.
in this subculture and fashion. It's so rare for anything authentically from subculture, and appropriation can be so awful. I totally agree. Micah, continue. What's your hot take?
No, you know what? I'll explain it, but in after hours. I don't believe in the term streetwear, but I've probably discussed this on stream before because it's actually something I'm quite passionate about. But yeah, I just don't believe in the term. But
Yeah,
I'll explain it in after hours if I make it that far.
Cries in Dapper Dan. I know, right? Because a lot of luxury brands copy Dapper Dan. But then it's funny because once again,
at least a few of them brought him on board.
I know, but this goes back to the designer, because this is the issue that I have sometimes with exactly what I'm talking about with the haute couture and like streetwear conversation. People that come from that perspective of haute couture superior to streetwear, if Alessandro Michele does something, it's cool because Alessandro Michele does it. If Dapper Dan does it, it's not cool because it's streetwear and what's that? And that's why I said it. It's like there's an air of elitism sometimes when people have those conversations too, because you literally see designers doing the exact same things and no one cares, but then a luxury brand does it and all of a sudden it's like really revolutionary. It's kind of strange sometimes.
Let's continue with LV, boss man.
Dr. Jean said most authentic subcultures are direct contradictions to things like runway fashion. I totally agree, which is once again why I said like it's luxury brands like packaging a subculture to kind of sell it commercially is odd. Like they genuinely think that they understand what the subculture stands for, yet they're doing that. It's kind of like, I don't think you know what the subculture stands for. You say that you did research on the subculture, you clearly didn't.
But I guess that's where like certain designers excel a lot, when instead of trying to research other subcultures, they just tap into the one that they're from and expand a lot of their work on that one. That normally works a lot far better.
Right. I read an interview with Lotta from 2016 yesterday where she mentions that subcultures are dead, commenting on the flattening of aesthetics. Hierarchies is the point in referencing subcultures. I don't think designers think that deeply about it, though. I don't think it's a commentary on how aesthetics and hierarchies of subcultures are dead. I genuinely think when designers kind of take from a subculture, that they think they're just like, oh, it's like a reference to this subculture that I find interesting. But if like they dig deeper, they would know that if you're really a purist of the subculture, or you really wanted to like bring through the essence of the subculture, then you wouldn't pre-package it for a luxury brand, because that's like the antithesis of what it stands for in a way. So yeah, someone said I'm loving this conversation. They just see something trending and steal it. Exactly. But aren't we in an age where more people are buying into subcultures to fit into them instead of really trying to understand the subculture, which alters it? Does that alter the subculture? Does it? Dr. Hugh says Demna tapping into punk/metal subculture are making a 30,000 euro shirt. It is quite funny when you think about it, though. It is quite hilarious. Micah, also, I was making the point earlier about the fact that Pharrell Williams and his team, these are some of the aviator sunglasses. Pharrell Williams and his team make some of the most desirable men's accessories in fashion. What do you think about that?
I don't know if I agree.
Who do you think makes desirable accessories for menswear?
No, I didn't say they're not desirable. They're definitely very
Let me do it this way. More desirable.
desirable.
More desirable.
I think the concept of the LV accessories are very interesting, but I feel like a lot of them are rehashings of other accessories they've done, which is fine. But
yeah, of course.
I think there's like how do I word this?
What about the turtle?
Come back to me on this. Yeah, but it's like, okay, for example, I need to reply actually. One of you lot, one of the urbans, sent me on Instagram 4 more turtles they're bringing out in like red, blue, green, yellow, and it's like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, I'll word it. Come back to me on this one. I'll word it real nice in like a couple minutes.
Okay, no worries. Dr. Jean says, yes, that alters subculture because now it will be remembered more for the clothes instead of the core ideology, which is backwards evolution, moving backwards. Okay, yeah, I definitely agree with that in terms of like backwards evolution, because it just waters down a subculture and what it stands for in a way. Goth and punk subcultures do have an element of fashion, but even so, fashion evolves out of the music, club life, and social political reality of the people involved. 100%. Most subcultures come from, like, the fashion. It's not a fashion first thing. Like, the fashion is almost like a kind of like a byproduct of the subculture itself. It's kind of like some subcultures in the US, for example, the reason why you get jazz and like zoot suits comes from the fact that people in working class areas couldn't afford to buy suits that were tailored to them. So they would wear their dad suits and then the trousers would be too big and they would wear them on like their stomach area. And then that kind of influences fashion and style and it becomes fashionable to do that. And then that's the subculture. So you see what I mean? Like it's almost out of necessity that people do that. And it's almost out of like the fashion is almost like as a result of what's just going on at the time and within that place. Which is why I think it's so disingenuous, once again, when you're referencing a subculture to just hone in on like a specific style signifier and package that as the subculture. Because the subculture is always more than the clothes, right?
Facts. And like the thing about this streetwear conversation, man, is like this is one of the few conversations I think I could talk about for about 10 hours. But one of the reasons I don't believe in the term, because I've seen some people saying like just discussing what it is or what it isn't, is like it just when you kind of break the term, it doesn't really make sense. Like I can in my wardrobe, I'm capable of going out in head to toe Louis Vuitton. Is that streetwear or not? It's Louis Vuitton, like Virgil Louis Vuitton. On paper, baggy jeans is streetwear. This then that is streetwear, but it's from a high fashion brand. So is it high fashion or is it streetwear? That's why I feel like the way we use the term is very reductive a lot of the time, because like even some of these looks on paper they're streetwear looks, but because it's come out of a high fashion house, is it no longer streetwear? When I buy the oversized Alessandro Michele Gucci hoodie, is that streetwear or not? I don't know. The fact that there's no answer to that indicates.
I think it
to me
just depends on. It's kind of like what people have been saying earlier, where it's like kind of language changes. And I don't know if it's like a good or a bad thing, because when I was younger, when you say streetwear, you're talking about clothes, but you're also talking about like cultural things. I think now when people say streetwear, you're genuinely just talking about like a hoodie or a jacket that's easily to be worn, that you can easily wear, or like, you know, just like casual clothing, right?
I believe streetwear is about styling. I believe streetwear is what people wear on the streets. If you wear a suit every day on the street, and that's what you wear on the street, to you, that suit is streetwear. And then obviously the cultural, we add in the cultural element as well. But to me, it doesn't make sense to label individual items as such streetwear, because a high fashion brand could just make that same item, and then what are we just no longer calling it streetwear? That's why I just don't really, I really don't like the term. But another day.
That's why I said that. Like, I think just the way the language has changed, because if we're talking about like the initial what we call streetwear, it's hip hop culture, surf culture, skate culture mixed into one, and what those people wear. That's like what streetwear is.
And the thing
at
is,
the
as well,
true
like,
essence of what it is. Now people say what people wear on the street. So like someone can wear a suit on the street and we'll say that's streetwear, but that's not really streetwear in the true essence of what we call streetwear, right? Because it's not part of the subculture to wear, you know, prim and proper sharp suits in like as a skater or like.
So Finn said, yeah, but if I wear my full runway dress, does that mean it's streetwear? To me, it really does, because what about the people who wear their runway dress with their hoodie and their sneakers? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, I wear runway pieces just out on the street. is it not streetwear? I don't know. I don't know. I really
get
don't
it,
like.
though. I get it.
I hate how reductionist.
It's confusing.
And, like, the term has become like so racially loaded as well, and I don't like that. But
it's very racially loaded.
I understand context. Essentially, context matters. But I agree with what you're saying as well, Finn. Like, you're right. It's a runway com dress, but you know, if I put my runway com dress with Martine Rose sneakers and I throw in a Stussy tee on top, like, what is it now?
Yeah.
Is it streetwear or is it high fashion? Which one is it?
Yeah.
And that's my point. The fact that, like, yeah, that's all. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. Elle says it's like using slang without knowing the origins and actual meaning, and then the meaning of the word gradually shifts to mean something else. Not a synonym, but the antonym of the original. Yeah, that's kind of true.
Marc
Say
Jacobs
swear, my G. Say swear, my G. Wagwan, my G. Oh my god, that's funny. Culture says you're twisting the semantic meaning. Yeah, streetwear has always been racially. Micah, do you remember? This was definitely when like Virgil Abloh was starting to become big. What they would do in the industry.
Yeah.
And once again, Vanessa Friedman. Once again, I feel like she's become like my scapegoat. But unfortunately, she just does this stuff. There's many times I've seen a lot of journalists who kind of, if you're a black designer, they reduce what you're doing to streetwear. They did it to Samuel Ross at Cold War.
No, and then I think that's when. Remember when Virgil got into his bag of like, okay, fine. If I slap 10 wedding dresses on the runway, are you guys going to call it streetwear now? And stuff like that. Which I thought, I agree, culture. It's always been a racially loaded term to an extent. But I think it's just, we're in a weird position now where there was a time where streetwear was like inherently cool during that come up of like 2016, 17, 18, 19. And now, as culture changes, obviously the term and the meaning of the word changes as well. And I just feel like, in my opinion, people like kind of misuse it and misunderstand it. I just think it's like streetwear is more of like a mindset and a culture thing. So someone, oddly enough, which is something I agree with, someone said Marc Jacobs is streetwear. And I agree with that through and through. I think that Marc Jacobs is very streetwear. Very streetwear. And I don't mean the brand, I mean the person.
Yeah. I love so hard when you said, say swear, my G.
Say
I love
swear,
making fun of
my guy. My guy.
I love making fun of like posh Brits who try to use slang. It's so funny.
Let's link up at the yard.
I was rolling around with the mandem and they came over to man's yard. Oh my god. Micah and I are guys. I have a question. If this collection was presented by Marc Jacobs, would anyone ever say this is streetwear? Absolutely not.
To be fair, did anyone call this streetwear? I obviously there's a couple like streetwear.
Yeah, we're not calling it streetwear. I think we're just.
I don't think anyone.
We're just having a more general conversation about like kind of what streetwear means, because we started talking about. We're not even talking about the collection per se being streetwear. We started talking about subcultures because I was saying that I want to make a video showing why, you know, luxury brands referencing subcultures is kind of like a contradiction in and of itself. And that's why we started talking about streetwear, because streetwear is something that we don't know how it's used anymore. Is it used as a subculture anymore? Do we use the word streetwear to reference kind of just specific style cues like a hoodie or a jacket? You know, all those kind of things. So that's the conversation we're having. Well, once again, depends on what your meaning of streetwear is, but I don't think that what Pharrell is making is streetwear in the reductionist sense of like how a lot of people used to be like, this is a black man designing clothes, so it's streetwear type of thing. That a lot of designers did, a lot of journalists did, especially to Virgil Abloh. Like he had to bear the brunt of a lot of that sort of wording around things.
And I think anyway, like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna quickly call my friend, but then when I hop back on, I'll explain why I don't like this collection.
Okay,
I'm curious as well. I'm curious as well about your closing thoughts on the collection. But yeah, I did think the accessories were cool. I wasn't as allured by the bags as everyone else as well. I saw a lot of people being like, "Oh, the bags are heaters, this, that," and I was like, I mean,
No,
they're
some of the
cool, but
bags
like
I did like.
no, they're cool. But is it any better than last season or the season before?
I mean, it's the same
Well,
ideas, it's different colors. Like, you know, these kind of like the speedies with the soft leather and all that stuff. It's like the non-structured. It's the same thing in every season. He just does different colors. He's got like the backpacks with different compartments, the little, you know, passport holders. There's like just loads of options. Finn said, "Can I jump in the meantime
yeah,
to keep the
Finn,
seat
hop
warm?"
in.
Yeah, Finn, you
It's not.
can, you can
It's not
hop
even
in.
keep the seat warm. Finn, stay in. Even if I come back, stay in, bro.
Substitution.
Substitution jutsu.
Substitution jutsu. Yeah, the leather is very supple. It's very, very supple. Hi, Finn.
Hi, token white person here.
Lovely.
Token white
Love a good
person.
token white person. Keeps everything diverse. We've got a nice diverse stream going on.
I thought this collection looked really like what Kim Jones used to do at Louis Vuitton.
That's a good point.
Like
yeah, but I think Kim
not at
Jones
the
did it
end,
better.
but like there was a couple of jackets, like the crocodile jackets. I was like, that's very Kim Jones.
Yeah.
I didn't like the collection.
Nepo baby chic. That's funny. What made you not like it? Like, what did you not like? Obviously, I've said that it's not revolutionary in any way, or like he's not necessarily presenting anything new, but I also don't expect him to, or I don't really hold him to that standard.
But then I think it's a bit. Look, I'm not always looking for. I actually liked his collection in Hong Kong.
Yep.
And there was some like you were saying about the accessories, like there was some really cool accessories. Women are buying it. And I find that quite interesting because women didn't really buy previous men's stuff from Louis Vuitton. And I find that really interesting. But this collection, it just felt really lazy. And what it felt like is this felt more like a pre-collection than some of his big cruise collections he's done. And I wonder if that's just because he set the bar so dramatically high. As I said, I don't love the clothes, but in terms of, you know, the theatre and the cowboys or going over the Seine and things like that, where I just didn't look at the clothes in the same way.
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying.
I also think this is really giving austerity clothing.
Austerity is crazy. He's like, let me give you guys a wearable wardrobe because with austerity comes more commercial clothing. That's
like
crazy.
Phoebe Philo.
Yeah, that's literally the Phoebe Philo MO.
But no, it's not my favorite collection in the world. And I thought it's actually, I was listening to what you guys are saying about like streetwear and stuff. I think it's just like looking at this, I don't think there's sort of whiffs of what would be considered American streetwear and, you know, the culture and in it, but I think like when you get down to it, the brass tacks, like actually it's trench coats and tailoring and stuff, and I think that's when it becomes a bit removed. I actually sometimes wish Pharrell would lean more into it, because I think that's what Virgil did so well. Is look, I didn't always like what Virgil did, but I actually respected it, if you know what I mean.
But I don't think Pharrell is the kind of designer that, once again, can really translate really complex ideas into clothing the way that Virgil did. Because Pharrell's references are so like blasé in the sense that he'll be like, okay, this is a sailor collection. Okay, this is a Western collection. Okay, this collection is
it's surface level.
It's about, yeah, it's like, oh, this is like football because, you know, we're having the Paris Olympics. It's very like blasé. You know what I mean? Like he's not a deep designer like Virgil Abloh.
Do you know, I was thinking about, you know, when they appointed him and there was the whole sort of craze around why he got appointed and everything.
Mhm.
And what he's done with the bags, because I actually do think his bag is really good. But that he's coming from it from a consumer perspective.
Mhm.
He buy like his echelon of consumer. He is the buyer.
That's why I said that he designs like he's designing from his personal wardrobe.
But like even down to the bags coming in leather rather than the canvas, like a luxury client that can afford a £6,000 bag and still wants the logo, I'm not even going to blink at that.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's really hard because I don't like it, but I do really respect it. Like I respect I don't even know, because actually if Pharrell wasn't there, those bags would still get made.
Mm.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Because I really liked the Kid Super collection that they did before Pharrell started. I thought that was quite
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
And I hate Kid Super.
I did like the Kid Super LV collection, but I did think a lot of it was very Margiela coded. That's
Yeah,
a conversation for another day. It was very, 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 very Margiela. But yeah, I did like it though. I did like it.
But also I think we're talking about a client because do you remember when they were talking about Martine Rose possibly getting it, and she did interview for it a number of times.
Uh-huh.
And it's like, when I look back, yeah, she would have done amazing things, but I don't necessarily the client would have got it.
That's what I'm saying. So apparently, I don't know if this is like 100% true, but I heard from a source that the reason why, well, one of the reasons why Martine Rose wasn't hired as a creative director at Louis Vuitton was because in her interviews, basically she didn't, compared to the other designers, hence why Kid Super ended up going with Kid Super and then like Pharrell in the end, is Martine Rose didn't have a good enough idea of like the world that her LV customer would sit in.
Yeah.
So she had many conceptual ideas in terms of like techniques she would use, how she would design the clothes, but in terms of like, okay, what kind of culture are you trying to create around your, or what kind of messaging, like overall, or story are you trying to create, like the customers, like what does that look like? There was less of that and
Yeah.
more of just like the purest design stuff, which is like, oh, I'm going to use like this technique and all that sort of stuff. And that was one of the big reasons why they didn't go with her. Whereas like someone like Kid Super had a better understanding of kind of like the world of LV that he wanted to create. Same as
Totally.
Pharrell. So that's
But then
what I heard from a good source.
But actually, I think if we look back on sort of the trajectory of LV menswear, if Martine Rose had been given the job before Virgil, which, by the way, you know, didn't happen. I don't think it would ever happen. But I think it would make more of sense, because the one thing that Kim Jones did very well is, you know, he shouted about what he now says at Dior, the Savoir Faire, but you know, he was always about technique and about craft, and then his sort of way of doing it was embellishment and through collaboration.
Right.
And I think she could have taken it to the next place before Virgil took it. But once Virgil got there and it became a different beast, and it was sort of, you know, the trajectory completely changed in many ways.
Yeah.
I don't think they could have gone back to what Martine would have done, because I think hers would have been a bit more small knit, and you know, and it wouldn't have had the fanfare because she wouldn't have wanted it.
Yeah.
You know?
Talking about everything with the collection speaks volumes. Yeah, because once again, because of the way Pharrell designs, and it's not really, there's not layers to it like a Virgil Abloh collection. Like I've said earlier, he's not that kind of designer. So for someone like me, there's not a lot to talk about because you've seen it all. Like it's very, very on the nose ideas, you know, this, like, for example, a global print, but with Africa centered at the front. Like it's all very, there's like cool references, I guess, in terms of like the collaboration with Air Afrique was really cool. Even this color is kind of like a reference to that, because I'm not sure how many of you know, but Air Afrique was kind of like this airline that ran between the 1960s and 2002, and the planes used to have like these green lines and like black text on it. So he did a few like kind of prints and like pieces that was kind of a reference to that. Even the camouflage print was a reference to that. There's actually a collective of creatives who are actually called Air Afrique because they wanted to bring the name back, and it's kind of this collective that, you know, talks about the diaspora experience and perspective and creativity in kind of like the Francophone community. So that's like really cool that he collaborated with the Air Afrique collective and did that sort of stuff. That's cool. Like, yeah, like this print, for example, even like the colors of it. Once again, we see like Africa in a camouflage print. I really don't like the camouflage print though. It's just not for me at all.
And why was Virgil's for you?
So what'd you say?
And why was Virgil's Louis Vuitton for you? I'm not like arguing, I just genuinely want to know.
Why was it what?
Why was Virgil's Louis Vuitton more for you?
Oh, more for me. So many reasons. I mean, I think he's a deeper thinker. I mean, just first difference, Pharrell Williams show notes versus Virgil Abloh show notes. Pharrell Williams show notes reads like a press release that some like head of press at Louis Vuitton wrote.
Yeah.
Virgil Abloh's show notes are like a creative who is kind of showing a very deep creative process, hence why it's like 100 pages long sometimes.
They were like books, weren't they?
Yeah, like literally. And he just had better idea. Like Virgil was doing kind of what Demna's trying to do, I guess, which is kind of like asking really deep questions in the industry, like kind of what does streetwear even mean? What is allowed? Who is allowed to copy what? And I thought those are very valid questions, because Virgil Abloh would take something and then change it slightly, and everyone would say he's copying. But then certain designers, even Demna at some points, would like just completely copy Margiela, and like no one cares. So I did think that.
Oh, I think about the boots all the time.
Yeah, so
boots.
I think sometimes in fashion there isn't like a consistency in like how sometimes we critique people. I would hold my hands up and be the first to say that sometimes I can be guilty of this as well. But I think going back to Virgil Abloh, those are some of the questions that he was posing through his work. So that's what makes it like intellectual and really interesting. I don't think that Pharrell is really posing anything new or interesting conceptually or through aesthetic or, you know, concept of clothes through his work. So that's like the biggest difference between Virgil Abloh and Pharrell. Versus like all the other things too. Like Virgil actually comes from a design background first, like a design first background. Pharrell doesn't.
Yeah.
Which probably is what allows Virgil to think in that way.
He thinks in the 360. I think it's very spatially aware as well.
Mm.
Do you know what? Did I ever tell you I met him just before he died?
No, you didn't.
So I was at Warehouse Project in Manchester, and my friend got me backstage passes, and he did a set, and I was like, great set, but I want to talk about your clothes. And you could tell he was really ill, but we only spoke for like 30 minutes. But you could tell he was really ill at the time, and it was before he'd announced anything, like him being ill. I remember it was just like, wow, because he died quite quickly after, didn't he?
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, it was just like one of those moments. Like I actually met that guy.
Yeah, that was really unexpected, because I don't think I've told the story before, but I actually planned to meet up with Virgil Abloh before he died. So like no, seriously. So when he died, it was so like, because I didn't know he was sick. Like I actually didn't. And the reason why I met so the first time I met Virgil was I went to Paris with one of my friends who's like a buyer for a big store. And so every because he was actually personal friends with Virgil Abloh. So every time he was in Paris, he would go for dinner with Virgil Abloh.
Mad.
So I went with this friend. He was like, yeah, you can come along. I was like, oh, thank you so much. So anyway, I went to dinner. It was like me, him. It was Virgil Abloh. It was like Damir Doma. It was, oh, what's this guy again that does that really chavvy brand? Who's the designer for D Squared again? Remind me.
The brothers.
Yeah. What are their names?
Dan and something.
Yeah, but anyway, it's just a whole bunch of designers anyway. So when I met Virgil...
Really chavvy brand, you're so funny.
D Squared is chavvy. So when I met him, we kind of discussed, and I kind of discussed like some ideas that I thought were like interesting, like fashion-wise, like design-wise, because like I had just about started consulting for brands then. So I was like, oh, here's my chance. And he was like, you know what? Those ideas are actually interesting. We should like meet at a later date. And so we were in the process of planning it. And then I see in the news that like he died. I'm like, what the fuck?
That's mad.
Like it was the most unexpected thing ever. Because once again, like I said, I didn't know he was sick like, at all. He didn't even seem sick to me. He seemed like perfect. And because he used to like travel everywhere, and he used to like that jet that he always used to use was like the mileage was insane. Like he would be, I remember there was one time when he was in Paris for a show, then he was in Chicago for like this event, and then he was in London for like Skepta's birthday or something insane.
That's mad.
So he just, yeah, it's sometimes when I think about it, it's like crazy. Like, life is just too short. Can't even take anything for granted.
I think it's weird because I saw him in the October, or maybe it was the September. It was around. It was the autumn, and we were sort of like, you know, it was like this. Obviously, have you ever been to warehouse? I don't think you've ever been to warehouse projects, but
no,
it is, in my opinion, the seventh gate of hell. It's horrible, and it's just a bunch of people in genuine warehouse, like 25,000 people. So I got this backstage thing, and I was just sat on this sofa, and he was like chatting away, and he was talking about music to different DJs, and then with me I spoke about fashion, and you know, he was still as sharp as anything and wanted to have conversations with people, wanted to get to know people, but there was he looked really ill, and I sort of put it down at the time. I was like, he's probably just fucking knackered, because like, why are you in Manchester when you're
like his traveling was insane though. He could be in like 3 countries in one day.
mad? Yeah, well, who else does that? That makes it's like the Kardashians. They do that now.
Yeah. Like I said, I think you have actually got a video to me because I'm mad passionate about that streetwear convo. Micah, seeing is believing. Post the video first, and then we'll believe you.
I smell alcohol-induced cap. Also, guys, I got the job.
Oh, congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. Very
That's
happy.
Amazing.
Very, very happy.
Lies. You and you is funny. Please make it so I can leave a nasty comment underneath. Micah, the people don't believe in you. No one believes in you.
Anything for engagement, guys.
Also, to read a quote from Pharrell Williams about the collection, kind of what his intentions were. He did an interview with Luke Leach for Vogue, and he said, the intention here is to not be so loud, but to be very intentional in the details. We live in a culture that zooms in and zooms out. So I wanted it to be that when you zoom into the stitch and fabric, it's unlike anything you've ever seen or felt before. And when you zoom out, you understand that we love the world. That last bit is such like Pharrell being vague, kind of like we are the world, we love the world kind of comments.
It's giving the Coldplay of fashion brands.
Damn, the Coldplay.
You know, they're
Your
very much
analogies
like
are insane.
Yeah, but I've just watched them at Glastonbury because my mum was like, "Watch them with me," and I was like, "Jesus Christ, this is so music for bedwetters."
Music. You literally have such good one-liners. Like if someone clipped what you said, we could get so many TikToks out of you.
See, the thing is though, I couldn't. If somebody said, "Right, start being funny online," I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? There's no. I always think about this. Like, I made one TikTok once, and I got like 2,000 views, and I thought I was famous. Do you know what I mean?
People saying brutal because you said it's music for bedwetters.
It fucking is.
By the way, unrelated but not sure, Eddie is leaving Celine. He was at the Bond Street store on Wednesday and told staff to make changes to the window. Then went to Sotheby's allegedly. I hope he doesn't leave. Like I said in my videos when I covered the whole situation, I think he's good for Celine. I think he's found his spot. I think he does what he does. I don't know why they get rid of him because they're just not going to find anyone that's going to make as much money. Personally, I don't
Yeah, but
think
also
so.
he makes a lot of money off them, and I think that's part of the problem.
Yeah, but it's kind of like some companies. I guess this is indicative of kind of what I've been saying for years now. Is that these companies are so greedy that they stab themselves in the foot. It's kind of like the Alessandro Michele thing. Like
Yeah.
Alessandro Michele leaves Gucci because their growth slows down. Now with Sabato, and obviously it's left to be seen because not a lot of his stuff is sold. But since Alessandro left, it's just gone from bad to worse. So like sometimes you get too greedy. Yes, does Eddie Simon get royalties from Celine? Yes. But you might get another designer that doesn't even make enough money to where you're better off with Eddie Simon getting like royalties. You get what I mean? So,
and also as a person who was like a through and through Phoebe file, like there's enough separation now where I'm like, yeah, keep the brand.
Yeah. Finn, NYCBK wants to know if you like the Valentino collection by Alessandro Michele.
I like Alessandro. Does that make sense?
So you like Alessandro. So wherever he goes and does the same thing, then you're just like, oh, okay, whatever.
The thing is, right? So my opinion on Alessandro is a bit lofty and a bit annoying, in the sense that he makes so much product, and that pre-collection was a real sort of testament to that. It's a bit gross how much product he makes, but he makes so much product that hits every single fucking market. And that is his genius. He knows exactly how to tap into streetwear, you know, the luxury fashion approach to streetwear when it was like logo t-shirts, you know, and that became a thing. And he knows that it's sometimes playing against the brand, like he did with This Is a Fake and Coco Capitan and things like that. Like, he's very good as a merchandiser and reinventing it in his own image.
Right.
So I really respect it. I think that the Valentino does look like his Gucci, but so does Eddie's Celine look like his YSL. So I am at this point over people being like, it looks too much like his old brand. No, it's the same fucking designer, guys. And also, I don't know if it's you or it was, I watched quite a lot of videos on the Valentino thing. Like, he did do his research and there was loads of references to the archive. It just is in his style.
Yeah, I said it in my live stream when I reviewed the show. I was like, to be fair, it's quite easy for any designer to reference a house and just curate it into their own aesthetic. So a good example of someone who's done that, and I said this in the initial live stream, is Ludovic de Saint-Saëns. When he did his collection at Anzu Minimista, people were saying, oh my God, this is not Andy. And I was like, it is. It's just through the Ludovic lens, because he basically found every single sexy kind of piece that Anzu Minimista has ever designed and put all of it into one collection so that it's like through his vision. So I think most designers can do that. You can kind of look through the archives and kind of tailor the archives of a brand to your aesthetic, which is what I said that Alessandro Michele did with Valentino. Because it is convenient to be like, okay, the 80s Valentino was maximalist, so let me just only reference this for the most part so that it fits into my aesthetic. Like, you can do that.
Yeah, and I also think, like, when you look at Gucci, pre-90s, there wasn't really ready-to-wear. So he was openly referencing Italian sort of culture and aristocracy, which probably would have worn Valentino.
Right.
And I think actually he was probably referencing Valentino back at Gucci, and now he's referencing the original source, you know?
And I mean, isn't he from Rome?
Yeah, he's right.
Like Alessandro. Exactly. And like Valentino is like based in Rome, and it's like, so I can imagine as someone that was really into fashion, he would have been very into the whole Valentino like archives and just the story of it.
You know, that's why he didn't take Givenchy.
What? Because he wanted to go to Valentino?
No, it's because he refused to leave Rome.
Oh wow!
So he
That's
either
crazy.
wanted a Valentino or Fendi, and the Fendi family were not going to be. He wanted full control, and the Fendi family wouldn't give him full control. Allegedly.
Damn.
People are talking about. I've actually got some really good. Well, not really good anecdotal stuff.
Go on.
People talk about Chavi, right? And like, I grew up not in a city. I grew up in the countryside, and when I originally used to think about streetwear, I associated streetwear as being Chavi. And that's what my family associated it with. Well, not even me, it's what my family associated with. Like, I put in the chat earlier, I wasn't allowed to wear sneakers. I wasn't allowed to wear white shoes. Like, my dad refused to let me wear white shoes.
Right.
And the only time I was allowed to wear white shoes was, are you ready? Cricket. And
but that goes back to like why we were saying sometimes it's racially coded, because it's like a lot of the way people view streetwear, and this is why when someone was saying haute couture and the stuff is the same, it's not, because it's like a class thing, and part of it is also racially coded in terms of like people are like, we're above, we don't want to be like chavs or like those streetwear kids, so we're not going to dress like them, which is probably why like people didn't want to wear trainers, because they just associate it with being.
Well, the thing is, it was
associated with that.
A lot of people I went to school with did wear trainers, but it was like my dad in particular. I think because he grew up on a council estate in Ireland, like he was like, "You're not going to dress like that," you know. And then it wasn't actually until Phoebe Philo wore Stan Smiths was I allowed to wear Stan Smiths, which then broke.
That's crazy.
But he didn't know who it was. But I had to explain to him. I was like, you know, one of the biggest designers right now is wearing Stan Smiths. And he was like, okay. And he sort of gave like, and I remember he was working in America at the time, and the first pair of sneakers he bought me was Converse, and you couldn't buy them in the UK. Do you remember when, like, years ago you couldn't buy Converse? And yeah, he went to America and got me his pair of Converse. And I was like, thank you. I was like kissing his feet.
Oh my god. Leo says a white woman saved Finn's feet for the better.
Real.
Phoebe Philo saved your feet. That's so funny. Chav is mainly used to refer to working class white people, yes.
Yeah.
I guess some black people can be called chavs, but I think when people say chav, I don't think anyone thinks of like anything but a working class white person.
Yeah, I don't think of a black person.
So you're definitely right, Al. But it's kind of race and class coded, because like streetwear is kind of like some chav culture. Well, in the UK, once again, it depends on what country you're talking about, but it's like chav culture interwoven with like working class culture of like black people in the UK, which obviously like grime is a big part of that, and like all of that all like bunched into one. So like streetwear in terms of a subculture, I'm not talking about it in terms of like the modern way we use streetwear, but streetwear in terms of the subculture for chavs would be like Stone Island jackets and like CP Company, with goggles
Yeah.
and like Burberry check and like Adidas Specials and like all the all the signifiers.
Basically what Riccardo Tisci tapped into when he was at Burberry.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I did not say that. You said it, not me.
It was so blatantly obvious though, wasn't it? Anyway, he had a type.
Yeah.
Also, talking about Riccardo Tisci and a type, have you seen him being editor of a magazine that's dedicated to the African diaspora?
Doesn't surprise me at all. Doesn't he only exclusively date, like, well, not exclusively, but most of the men he dates are like black men?
No,
Or
it's
most of them
exclusive.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, I've heard that about him. So, like, yeah.
Have you
He
heard about
has
his
ju-
trip
He has a
He
bit
had-
of jungle fever. What, when he went to Nigeria?
with Kim Jones?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Uh-huh.
I hear these things, Finn.
Yeah. He came back talking like an uncle, I tell you. Tisci is urban.
Yes,
Riccardo Tisci.
he says that's suspicious.
Yeah.
Yes. They want us to spill the tea. I'm certainly not doing it. Finn, if you want to do it, you want to do the honors?
Like, I actually will hold my breath on this one because LVMH is backing that shit. And they've sued people for less.
Yeah.
You women, I can't even repeat that, but that's hilarious. Right, true. Only white women.
NYCBK really isn't a fan of like Alessandro. He's like, he really every stream. It's like anything to do with Alessandro Michele is not feeling it at
Are you
all.
kidding? So when I used to work in Selfridges, I used to see more black people. And this is very generalized. I used to see more black people buy Gucci by him than I saw white people.
Yeah.
And it was actually, I think, this is going to sound wild, but I think he even referenced that in an interview back in the day where he said, like, I really tapped into the black market.
Wait, what?
When he was at Gucci.
I really tapped into the black market.
Yeah, no, like, I'm pretty sure there is something.
Oh my god.
Well, obviously he's Italian as well, so it's definitely fucking racist, do you know what I mean? But
yeah.
No, there is definitely. I need to find it because there was a whole thing about him saying, like, maybe it was Show Studio actually, and somebody fucking said it.
Uh-huh.
But there was a whole conversation about him basically saying that he tapped into that sort of, yeah. Yeah, it was around the Dapper Dan time.
No way. I really tapped into the black market.
Really?
That's insane to say that. And sometimes when people say that, I wonder if like he just obviously isn't around enough black people to understand how that comes across when you say something like that, or like he's just genuinely just so oblivious to it.
They don't know, especially Italians, man.
Damn.
I've never met such a racist breed of people, and I love Italy. But the Italians do take the biscuit.
No, Italians are horrible. I mean, to be fair, I have an exceptionally good experience with Italians. I have loads of Italian friends, but I will say that the main reason for that is because all my Italian friends work in fashion, and I can imagine if you're an Italian guy that works in fashion, you're probably more open-minded than like, and not even all the Italians, because there's a side of Italian fashion that, they're racist. But my Italian friends, obviously, they're more like, they're just creatives and like creative people and like, they're cool. But the average Italian, my experiences with like some Italians is like, wow.
Actually, when me and Dami went to Milan last year and we got off at Bergamo and I got videoed with a flash on at the airport by
is it because of your outfit?
Yeah.
That's what? He started videoing you with his flash on.
A literal nonna. It was insane.
Wait, who tells you black women to go to Italy to find a husband? What is it? Those New York Italians? That's not a good. That's not a good. That's not a good representation of Italians in Italy.
I don't know how you're going in Italy, babe.
I don't know about black women going to find husbands in Italy. I don't. The New York Italians are leading black women in America astray. Definitely.
Real.
Let me tell you about Italians and black women, right? So just this is some more stream law. So I had an ex that was half Italian, and so her mum's side was the African side, and her mum got so much racial abuse from Italians, and she's always around Italians because obviously her husband was Italian. And it got so bad that one time she was on the street and her mum was like waiting for her dad somewhere. And some Italian men started like, as they were driving, they would pull up in front of her because they thought she was a prostitute just because she's a black woman. They just assumed black woman must be a prostitute. Meanwhile, this woman is literally just on the road waiting for her husband to come.
Mad.
Like anyone that just waits for something to come. So yeah, I don't know about these people telling black women to find their husbands in Italy. I don't know about all of that. I don't know about all of that. I don't know about all of that.
Is Dammy in the chat right now?
They're leading my black woman astray.
Dammy, are you here before I say anything? No. Okay. I remember we went to Milan and this is how like there isn't a lot of diversity, especially in the north of Italy, right? So Dammy was like, where do I get my Nigerian food in Milan? And I was like, you ain't going to get Nigerian food in Milan. And he was like, no, it's a city. Of course you will. And I'm like, right. I genuinely don't know, from the times I've been to Milan, I could count on one hand how many black people I'd seen who weren't part of press. Do you know what I mean? Maybe that's just my experience, but press or models. Also, we need to talk about. Somebody needs to do an expose about how the Italian fashion weeks really exploit black models, and then never like.
Oof. Do you want some more tea? So.
Go on.
Do you want some more tea? Do you want some more tea? So, how many was it? 2 or 3 seasons ago, I was with Tokyo James in Milan for like his runway show, and so Tokyo James had done like the casting before, and like all the casting was ready, had all the models, and then an article came out that was about the fact that like there's no diversity in Italy and it's the least diverse fashion week amongst all the fashion week, like London, Milan, like all of them. And so when that article came out, bigger brands poached all the black models that were available at the time, including like Tokyo James's models that he had casted. So the day before the show, he had to recast models because his models got poached by, I think, Montclair, and it was literally a day that like the same day that the article came out, all of a sudden all the brands have started like taking other people's models and poaching them and offering them more money. And obviously the models are going to go to the bigger brands because they're bigger brands, it's their portfolio or whatever.
It's more than that. They take on exclusivity.
Yeah,
like
so like took their models, offered them more money, and then made them exclusive.
Prada is the worst at it. I don't care if I get sued. Prada is the worst at it. We will confirm. Well, when I was at Jordan Luca, we were on the Saturday. They're on the Sunday. Yeah. We would confirm models, and our casting director, God bless her, she would say to the guys, Jordan Luca, right, this might be your final selection, but just so you know, half these black models, and that's how they would say it, half these black models won't be available tomorrow. because there's the Prada casting later, and they will be taken on exclusivity. And somebody said that it's like human trafficking. It is human trafficking because they are literally used for one season, and then they're flown back to different parts of Africa, and they never get paid.
Yeah. There was even a documentary that came out about an Indian model who was kind of exploited that way.
It's wild. It is wild.
Yeah, I mean, we have this conversation over and over again. It frustrates me how unethical the industry is. Like, there's just so many people in this industry that are just completely heartless. Like, they just don't care about people, like, at all.
Yeah. I'm Edie. I didn't say there isn't any African cultures, like you're saying. There's Nigerian and Somali, Senegalese, things like that. It's just like not as prominent as London or Manchester, or
I think it also depends where in Italy. Like, I know, like, places like, let's say, like Napoli, there are quite a few Nigerians there.
But also that's
like,
south, isn't it? So
yeah, like if you go to Napoli, you can actually find Nigerian restaurants for sure.
Really?
Yeah, for sure.
Ooh. Not like
So
I'm going
it
for
just
fufu,
depends. If you want to have your fufu and jollof rice and stew and all of that, you can go to Napoli.
Do you know what? That's the one thing I'm going to miss So I used to live next to a Nigerian restaurant in Manchester, and I miss that all the time. They used to be like, "You're the only white person I've ever seen come into this restaurant." I was like, I know.
Nigerians are funny because, like, if you're a white person and you order like something spicy, they're probably just gonna watch you to see if like you're okay.
Oh yeah,
because
me walking in the skirt.
they just assume if you're white, you might eat their food and die, and now they're liable for for
it's
something like.
It's the way they look at you without blinking.
Yeah, because they want to make sure you're okay. They're like, "Are you okay? Are you okay? Is it too much? Is the pepper too much? We can reduce it."
And they'll be like, "Don't worry, auntie, I'm all good." They used to know.
He says, "I went to the Italian Grand Prix with my brother and dad. We stayed in Milan. We tried to go to a restaurant after the race, and they didn't seem to want to seat us." Yeah, once again, because I go to Italy with groups of Italian people, and when I go out to eat, I go with other Italian people. I'm yet to experience something like this, but what I can say is I have other Black friends who say that, like, for some weird reason, every time they go to restaurants in Italy, they get seated either near the toilet, nearest to the toilet, or they get seated like out of view of like people walking past the restaurant. So I need to test that theory. So next time I'm in Italy, I might just go alone to a few restaurants and see where I'm seated as like a social experiment.
I'm going to Turin in November, actually. I've just booked it today. Torino. But by the way, it isn't just like a racist thing. It's also a completely homophobic thing as well. Well, it's not even homophobic. I think it's just the fact that I wear skirts and look odd. Like, people would be hesitant to serve me, or I remember I went to a cafe and I was like, can I get obviously in Italian, can I get a coffee? And I had to ask them 6 times before they served me, and I was like, it's not that busy.
I mean, if Italy, the society in Italy is way more conservative than the UK, so of course it's very different, extremely different.
Mussolini, big up.
No comment. But so yeah, it's just different. Italy is a beautiful country though. Geez, like I want to like do like a road trip and just go through the whole of Italy. The only issue that I need to remember is that I'm not white, so like I do still have to be careful when I'm doing my excursions through the mountains of Italy to not end up in some random place.
You'd get shot.
I'd literally disappear.
I'll give you a really good example. Like Luca, who's from Bolzano in the north of Italy.
Yeah.
And when he was working for Westwood, he had this tiger print faux fur coat from the 90s that he had stolen from the archive of Westwood, right? And he was wearing it on a factory visit.
Did you just put him on blast?
Nah, everybody did it, don't worry.
Okay.
It's actually one of the biggest problems at Westwood. They now have hardly any archive because everybody stole it.
That's crazy.
And he wore it in Florence, and he was at a factory visit, and he was going back to Milan to go to the showroom or something, and the police stopped him on the fuck, I forgot the word.
Yeah.
Also at the station anyway, and they were like, only somebody that's on drugs can wear that coat, and they searched him. And he was like, yeah, no, it was even worse. It was like, you're either on drugs or you're black. That's actually what he said.
Whoa.
And they completely searched him, took him into a back room. And he was like, this was like early 2000s. And then obviously he was sober and he was trying to explain that to people. And then they were like, yeah, but in Italy, everybody drinks as well. And he was like, I haven't drank in 5 years, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Woo.
Yeah, so conservatism's another level.
He says, I want to drive to Texas to see my friend in my car, but I think I need an ally friend to go with me before I pull that stunt. Yeah, that's my thing about Italy. Like, once again, beautiful landscapes in Italy, amazing. And what I love about Italy is a lot of the places are really culturally different. Like, Sicily is very different to Florence, is very different to Milan. So it's kind of like, you're almost like going to these little mini cities with their own different history and culture. It's so cool. But yeah, I just need to be careful because I know there's some parts of Italy where if you look like me, I'll probably chase my car. I mean, there's parts like that in the UK. Like, I didn't know this, by the way, because once again, I guess when I was younger, I was like, oh my God, like the UK is so tolerant, blah, blah, blah. But that's because I grew up in London. And then the second I went to school in Kent, and I found out about places like Dover, where they're literally throwing bricks. They're throwing bricks into like black people's homes and like shitting in front of their like doorsteps. And there's a place in Kent, I think it's called Nonnington. And there was a gypsy camp there that was notorious for being like really racist. And like they shot a guy once. So it was like a no-go area for a black person. I was like, oh, like, I guess the UK is like every other country. UK is not a country, but I guess England is like every other country. I can't speak for other, like Scotland and stuff, like Wales. Probably similar.
It's just as bad.
Probably similar. So yeah, there's parts of England that I definitely wouldn't step foot in at all.
I mean, there's parts of Wales that will literally burn the houses of English people,
Yeah, that's true.
So, but on the whole, countryside Britain is incredibly racist and still is.
Yeah. I think it's kind of fucked up that I have to do this, but anytime I'm in a more like rural area, especially in the UK, I'm so on high alert. I don't know why. I just do it naturally. I'm on such high alert. Like, I'm listening out. I hear the branches. I'm going for a walk. I hear the branches creak. I'm ready for war. Like,
you're like, I'm ready to reinforce any stereotype right now for my life.
I think it depends where in Europe, saying aren't they discriminated against? I think it depends, I think in parts of the UK, we're scared of gypsies. Like, I'm scared of gypsies. I would never mess with a gypsy or make fun of a gypsy ever. In general, I don't see anyone as less than, but I remember when I was in school, like, because gypsies, they're kind of connected all across like Europe. So if you have an issue with one gypsy, it could very much turn into an issue with a lot of different gypsies, and that's how you get killed. I've seen a guy that I went to school with I think, what did he do again? I think he got into a fight with a gypsy close to our area, and then the next thing we found out he was in like the hospital because a bunch of gypsies just like rushed him and beat him up into like a critical state. I would never mess with a gypsy ever. Hell no. Hell no.
I've been quite lucky with gypsies because I've got an Irish last name. And so I think they think I'm one of them. And I obviously grown up in rural Britain as well. I know quite a lot of them. But I would say at school, they were fucking hard work. But the problem is, like, they would go to school until they were 13 and then they would just never go back to school again. They would disappear from disappear from school. And it was like all they did was fight. They couldn't read or write. They couldn't do maths. Like, but yeah, they are discriminated against. I would say, especially in rural England. Like, and we've got, like, in my town, there's a gypsy camp outside of town, and they're very respectful. That, like, they don't. Nothing goes wrong, if you know what I mean, and nobody associates it with the gypsies. But then, actually,
Yeah,
we
the
get more
politically
trouble.
correct term for gypsies is traveler, but I don't like. I know people that are like travelers, gypsies. They don't mind what you call it. It just depends on how you're using it. Like, I'm using it to refer to travelers. I'm not using it as like a slur. Like, you can tell by the way people. It just depends on how you use it. To be fair,
And it depends if you're like a Romany gypsy or an Irish traveller. Like, it really depends. Anyway, could talk about that forever. But
no, that's true.
funny thing is, Italian people were not known as white. I mean, this is another conversation that working for an Italian company, I've had this fucking conversation a million times, and it actually boils my piss. It boils my piss.
That's funny.
Are you from Torino or Torino? Because I want some recommendations. I was looking at food yesterday, and I'm like, when I'm not going to parties, I'm just gonna eat all their very nice food. So I need you to let me
enjoy
know.
their food.
No, there's this like club and culture festival there called Club to Club, and they have like Arcas performing, and different clubs around the city. So I'm really excited. Oh, you're from Bologna, okay?
Bologna. I've never been there. I've heard it's really good though. It's really nice.
Yeah, it's really lovely. I'm actually just excited to see some other architecture other than Milanese architecture.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's the great thing about Italy. Like, everywhere is just so like different. It's just so, and also the best thing about Italy also is the food, because it's so regional. Every single area has their own regional kind of food thing. Like, I went to Trieste and they have this like regional like lentil soup thing. It's kind of like so good.
Because as I said, I was making a list. Well, I didn't say, but I was making a list of different foods that you can get in different parts of Torino. And there's anolotti, which is basically like what's the parcel filled pasta?
The parcel filled pasta. What?
They're like little parcels, like orichetti or.
Oh, this man said parcel. I was like, oh my god.
But it's lamb, and they only really do it in that area, lamb filled pasta.
Do you mean like a ravioli?
That's the word, thank you.
He said parcel filled. I was like, what?
Yeah, but I'm excited to eat lamb filled ravioli, basically. But it's not, it's small.
Okay.
They're little small. They're very small.
Yeah.
Or frito misto.
People in the chat are saying ravioli, yeah.
That's it, like square pasta. Yeah. You got it.
Food transportation devices.
Oh, babes. It's a vessel for flavour. Yeah, it looks like a postage stamp. Yeah. We all think about the same thing.
Say parcel filled out there, see what happens.
Nah, I am quite all right with my Italian, actually. Thank you.
So since we're talking about shit places in Europe, how bad is Belgium?
You like Belgium, don't you?
So it depends, because I've heard really, really bad things about Belgium, but I always have to preface my experience in Europe as like, it's not really realistic for me to just say, oh, I've had a great experience and everyone else is going to have a great experience, because at the end of the day, last time I went to Belgium, I went there with the tourism board. Everyone kind of knew I was going to be there. Kind of like all the designers were expecting me. I had an interview with Walter van Beirendonck. Kind of like, it's a bit different. I was kind of hanging out with the fashion crowd in Antwerp, so I had loads of fun and it was really good. I don't know what it's like if like you don't know anyone, then you're like going there for holiday, how you'll be treated. It's a bit different if I go for dinner with someone who is big in the fashion scene in like Antwerp and everyone knows them. So I literally go to their favorite cafe with them and like the owner knows them and I'm their guest. So they're like, oh, you're the great guest. Oh, nice to meet you. It's a different experience, which is why some of these places that I've had great experiences, I want to go back and just go as me and see what the difference is. Like I need to go to a lot of trips in Italy as just me and go to restaurants alone and see what the experience is like.
Do you ever experience any racism in Paris?
Paris? Have I experienced racism in Paris? I've experienced like microaggressions. I guess that could be racially coded, but no like overt like racism.
Yeah.
But I know Paris is like really like, geez, I have so many Black French friends who like left Paris and moved to London because they couldn't deal with the racism. Like they were tired of it.
Yeah. The reason why I bring it up is because my ex-boss, he's Black. He's originally from Brooklyn. And he was one of the top clients at Celine. But he doesn't speak a word of French, and I luckily do. And we were at their favorite hotel, and it was like 5-star hotel, and they're like, "There's no racism in Paris. It's so fabulous." I'm like, "Yeah, because you're paying £1,000 for 2 bottles of champagne. They're not going to be like racist towards you." Do you know what I mean? Like.
That's why I don't like minimizing people's experiences by being like, oh, just because I haven't experienced something. Because I can understand the nuance in going with a company and a group. Like, even like when I'm in a hotel, for example, like some hotels, because like in Paris, sometimes I stay at like super fancy hotels, like super expensive hotels, like hotels that are like €900 a night. But I'm obviously not paying for it. It's probably like some company like Kering or something that's paying for it. And like, because they can see in the booking that I'm a guest of Kering and Kering is probably one of their biggest clients, they treat me so like, oh my God, are you okay? Is everything good? Do you need anything? Do you need extra water? Do you need extra this? Do you need extra that? I think that if I went as myself, it would be so different. It'd just
Soft
be like,
urban.
this black boy, get the fuck out of my face. Which is why I can't minimize other people's experiences. Like I said, you use this calm little flex. It's not on my dime though. I couldn't afford these hotels, but if companies want to pay for me to cover Paris Fashion Week, who am I to tell them no? Put me in a shitty hotel instead.
Yeah, it's like when my boss was like, "Yeah, we'll stay at the Raffles Hotel," you know, the what's it called, Royal Monsieur, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm not going to say fucking no."
Yeah.
Everybody's saying that Paris is like low-key ghetto.
Definite percentage of French are probably racist, but the French people are great. Once again, I think my experience is very limited because I have a sensational experience with Italian people and French people. But once again, majority of my friends who are French or Italian are from the fashion industry, and they are, you know, some of them are queer and so they're more open-minded. They're not like the typical like ultra conservative right-wing Italian, or like, you know what I mean? So it's a very different experience dealing with someone like that.
Yeah. It's like I've never
Which is
been.
why, yeah, I can't say my experience is indicative of like the average everyday experience that you would experience being in these places.
Yeah. It's like I've never really had any issues with being super feminine when I've been with fashion people, because it's like, especially in different countries, because I'm rolling with a group of people that are paying for me to be there. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, is there any other collections?
You should have. No, I think it was just the LV collection. I think it's just never have high expectations. Yeah, I go to every country with my guard up. I mean, geez, when I was in Turkey, from the second I landed, it was shenanigans, absolute shenanigans. Like I was in the Turkish airport, and they just told me to stand aside, and they didn't give me any reason why. Like, this is like at immigration, and I was like, you do know I have a British passport, so like, there's no like. I can get here easily. I don't even need a visa. Like, my passport, I don't need a visa to go into Turkey. And then they just didn't respond. They just stared at me and didn't say a word. And then they started speaking like Turkish between each other. And then they asked me for my ID. Then I gave them my ID. Then they took my passport. And I was like, what are these guys doing? And then I was just stood there for like 40 minutes. And they like made loads of phone calls. And then I guess when they had verified my passport or something, or that I'm a real person, or I'm not some war criminal or some terrorist, they were like, oh, okay, you can go. And then I gave them a mouthful. I was like, so you're not going to tell me what the issue is? And then they were just staring at me and didn't say a word. And I was like, you know, this is bullshit. All of you are racist. You're racist as fuck. You're racist shit. You're all looking at me confused as fuck. Like, you're profiling me. Everyone else is just walking past with no issue. And I gave them a mouthful before I took my leave. I just had to give them a mouthful first.
As you should.
Yeah, this reminds me of, oh my God, this happened to me in Kenya and I was shook. Like, oh my God, I was in a queue in Kenya. I was coming back from Kenya to London. I was in a queue, an airport queue in Kenya, and I swear to God, I was the only black person in this queue. And this like soldier guy picked me out, and I was literally bang in the middle of the queue. He told me to come out of the queue so that he can check my suitcase for drugs. And I was like, "Are you sure you're not just?" Because obviously I'm cheeky, so I was like, are you sure this is not racially coded? Are you sure that you didn't pick me out because I'm the only black person in the whole queue and you didn't pick anyone else? And they're like, no, it's a random check. I was like, I just find it interesting that your random check is the one black person in the queue. And I was just giving them a mouthful as they were checking my suitcase for drugs. And I was like, I find it very interesting that you think I'd have drugs. Do I look like a drug dealer? Because every time people do that shit to me, like the profiling thing, I have to make their life a living hell, just so that they feel bad for doing it. So that's why I had to give that security guard. And imagine I had been queuing up for like 30 minutes. They pulled me out of this queue to check my suitcase for drugs, and then after they checked my suitcase, obviously I had to join the queue again from the back. So like literally they wasted my time and profiled me and were racist all in one. Like all in fucking one.
The only time I have been, no, I have problems at airports. It's just because I got a fuck passport. But I got stopped in New York.
Yeah.
And before I got on the plane in London, they were like, you're going to have problems with this passport. Good luck. Yeah. And I was like, no, I won't. And they were like, no, trust us. You're going to have problems. I get to security. I was in that queue in JFK for literally an hour and a half. And I was like, right, here we go. It's nearly midnight. I go through security and they're like looking at me and they were like, this isn't you. And I'm like, well, it is me. And I literally get fucking detained. And there was like, people from different parts of the UAE or the different parts of Asia. And I'm like, and there's like kids crying and families getting literally put in handcuffs. And I'm like, I'm just a white guy from Oxford. What's going on? And they were like, "Where are you staying? Who are you staying with? How long are you staying for?" And because my friend is has an Indian name, they questioned me for longer. And they were like, "Oh, is there anybody else that can vouch for your stay?" And I was like, "Yeah, this person." They were like, and they literally called them up, and then they were like, "Yeah, this is my friend. He's only staying for 4 days."
Yeah. You know, the amount of people I've had to give them up, like, oh my God, the last time I went to Denmark, this same shit, different day. I went to Denmark and I was at immigration, and this woman damn near was interviewing me. This like woman who was the immigration officer. She was like, "Why are you here? What for? Where are you staying? What
Yeah.
parts? Who do you know? Who's your contact?" And she just kept going on and on. So at one point, I just had to stop it and I said, "Look, I live in the UK. I'm from the UK. I don't need to be here. I don't even need a visa to come to your stinking country. I'm here because I'm here on a work trip and I need to do my work. I'm going to get the fuck out tomorrow. I don't need you here interviewing me. And there's nothing you can really do to deny my entry because one, I don't need a visa. Two, there's nothing legally that I've done that doesn't allow me to enter this country. So it's either you're going to let me go through or you're just going to create an issue for yourself." And then she just let me go through. And that was the end of the interview. But sometimes you have to do that because they're going to waste your time. They're
Nah, but
literally going to waste your time.
Denmark, right, I've got one more story about passport control. It's the only place in Europe where I've been stopped. They have put a block on my current passport until I get a new one.
Why?
Right, my passport. So I've got a British passport, guys. I know you guys are asking in the comments. I've got a British passport. I've also got an Irish one. So I flew on my British passport, which I don't really do anymore if I go to Europe. And I landed, and they were like, "Your passport has rips in it," because I've literally got rips on pages. And they were like, "It's not valid. You don't realize." And then Interpol fucking picks me up, and I got questioned for an hour. And I was like, "I'm literally here for a day to see my friend who's from over from the States."
Damn.
And I was like, the flight cost me 39 quid. And I'm staying in a hotel that was like 100 quid. I was like, I'm literally seeing my friend for a day. I come here quite a lot because I like Copenhagen.
Interpol is crazy.
No,
Like,
literally Interpol. They were like,
is insane.
and they were like, "You can't come back in the country. Once you leave tomorrow, you can't come back into the country until you get a new fucking passport." And they were like, "Oh, by the way, it's
What
going to
the
be
hell?
highlighted. It's going to be highlighted on your file. So if you go to any other European country."
Interpol is just insane. I mean, he says most European countries have issues with Nigerians. Yeah, I know, which is why I only ever travel with my British passport unless I'm going to Nigeria for that exact reason. I just always go with my British passport because I try to avoid these issues. I don't even think they know I'm Nigerian unless like they can recognize Nigerian names. And it's not like they know your name, they just see you and start interrogating you until they've opened your passport, which is a British passport, at the point at which I give it to them. So I don't think it has anything to do with Nigerians, to be fair, because they get my British passport and they're looking at me. I think it's more to do with racism than it is to do with like a Nigerian thing or like anything.
But a Nigerian passport is the worst passport to
No,
fly on.
a Nigerian passport is a horrible passport to fly on because everyone just thinks you're a war criminal and you're a scammer and you're a fraudster.
No, that's funny. Not a war criminal.
No, like literally, the way they treat Nigerians is insane.
Also, Leo was saying that German airport security were the worst. I have the best time with German airport security.
Yeah, I don't think
they're
I've
the
had
nicest.
a bad experience in Germany.
Because they're very matter of fact. They're just like, for instance, I went to Denmark, flew back, and then I was going to Berlin, ironically, a week later. So I flew out, and they were like, "Oh, your passport, did you wash it in your trousers?" And I was just like, "Yeah." And they were like, "You need to get a new one, but I'm not going to stop you."
Deb, it could also be Deb Shops. It could also be because like I'm a tall black man. Like if you look like me, you're seen as a threat by society. So I get profiled a lot just because of the way I look and like my size and like I don't think people see black women as a threat as much as like black men. So that's why like I'll get stopped by the police, I'll get stopped by immigration, I get stopped by loads of people. So it's just a different experience. So yeah, that's probably why like you won't have as many terrible experiences.
Blonde hair, blue eyes. Yeah, I am Aryan as fuck. I literally bleached my brows today as well, so even more Aryan.
Finn's an edgelord.
Excuse me? I ain't edging for no one.
They can't catch you if you moonwalk. That's funny. Yeah, they see a black male solo traveler and they just assume you're a criminal or some kind of drug dealer. Yeah, but once again, Deb, if your brother is with you, I think a man with a woman doesn't look as shady to them. I'm just trying to see it from their perspective. A black man and a black woman doesn't look as shady as just a black man alone. It's sad that I have to think about these things and people still think this way, but it's just the reality of how it is.
It's true. Also, what does an edgelord mean?
An edgelord, well, it depends on like it's just like streetwear. What does that mean?
Finn and edgelord like mower.
Yeah, and to be fair, on the internet, when people say edgelord, it's like people that like discussing controversial and offensive things just for the sake of like,
That's me.
starting an argument or like creating chaos type of thing. That's
I
like
love chaos.
edgelord. Don't claim it, Finn. It's a bad word. I was joking.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. I do like being the devil's advocate.
Yeah.
It's easy.
You're saying it depends on how a black man is dressed when he travels. I do not dress like I wear Aunt Willemista waistcoats and sailor hats, and they're still like, nope, criminal. Like I wear flared trousers with like loafer. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Hello, Michael.
What's been going on? I've had my
Talking
audio
about
off.
travel.
I ended up
Talking about
I'm caught in some drama. I'll save it for the after hours, but I got caught in the crosshairs of some drama.
We're already in after hours, bro. We're talking about me getting stopped by immigration.
Wait. So what was the conclusion on the collection?
It's shit.
I want to hear it out of Ayo's mouth. Pause.
No, I've said it constantly. Like I don't think Pharrell is necessarily producing anything new or necessarily interesting in any sense of like innovation or anything, to be fair. It's just product. But I get why the bigger conversation I wanted to have, because Pharrell is never going to interest me in terms of like pushing fashion forward, I don't think, as a designer. From a cultural standpoint, yes. As a designer, no. I just don't think he has that range as a designer. So I think the more interesting conversation to have around his work for me is always around like the customers and like how is it being received by his customer base and what is it about it that's desirable to that customer base. But if we're talking about like, do I love the collection? Yeah, I mean, it feels like I've seen every single thing on this runway before.
Where would you rank this collection amongst all of the Pharrell collections thus far?
The bottom.
Okay, I wouldn't rate it.
Good answer, Finn. Good answer, Finn.
I think second to the bottom. There was one of the cruise collections that I think was way worse.
Bro, you know how does cruise count?
We will be cruising.
He's like, it's just filler. It's filler.
A whole lot of filler, mate. Those are the episodes of Naruto that you skip. But yeah, okay, fairs. No, I think I don't really have much to say. Nothing constructive, nothing helpful. The accessories were cool. I think I don't know why people liked them a lot more this season than I did, but maybe I wasn't feeling it. I didn't.
You really keyed in.
I feel like the styling and the styling for the previous collections was a whole lot stronger in my opinion as well.
Right.
I think a lot of it was more playful and more interesting.
Right.
I don't think the styling, and I feel like that is also where the strengths of some of the previous collections, like that's where a lot of the strength was to me. That even if I didn't think it was like the best fashion collection ever, I did enjoy, like, it had that Pharrell playful feel in the styling, and I didn't really
Yeah.
come through for me, at least.
I'm just reminding myself of some of the collections. I mean, like this
There's only
pre-fall
four,
one.
isn't there?
Yeah, there's only like three. I think there's three.
This one, I wasn't the biggest fan of this one. The Western one I prefer to most of the other ones, like
You're
424. No, I'm not.
The best one is the first one. The best one is the first one.
It's not.
Yeah,
I
I
like
agree.
I like the Western one. I like the first one, and that's it. I wasn't the pre-fall, the resort. You know, the dog one, the dog collection.
Was boring.
This one here.
I don't even mentally. I don't count these. It's like
the dog collection, and then obviously this collection now, the Spring 25 Menswear.
I feel like the first collection sold me dreams when I compare it to this one.
Yeah, because they literally had a fucking choir.
Yeah, I feel like I just got.
But
sold
they had a
dreams.
choir
But
with this
maybe
collection
it's-
too, though.
Did they?
Yeah,
they
they
did.
had a
They
choir
did.
with
They
this
did.
collection.
Oh.
But like, I don't know, when I have this collection and the first collection side by side, it feels.
Let me put the first.
I thought that
collection up on
okay. I
screen.
thought there would be more evolution between the collections thus far.
Are we
And
just
that's
already
why-
used to his signatures?
Yeah, and that was a bit quick as well.
Lack of depth, I guess.
But I don't know. We'll see what happens next collection anyway.
I actually really
Vogue
liked
Runway
that Tyler
went full
collaboration.
screen. Shitty ass website.
I didn't even like Camouflage, and I like this collection the most out of all of them by a long way.
I really
Obviously,
liked
the only thing in the collection was not Camouflage, but yes.
some of the tailoring in the first collection. I really liked. It felt very much like, I don't know. It felt very Pharrell's wardrobe, which I enjoyed.
Yeah. And I thought that was gonna be a running theme across all the collections, like a variance of Pharrell's wardrobes and eras that he was trying to translate through Louis Vuitton codes. That's what I thought he was going for, but then I didn't really get that in this last one. So I don't know. We'll see. I mean, you guys have already completed the conversation on it, so I doubt there's much for me to add.
We didn't really go. We ended up talking about more the production side of things, and then how I mentioned that he's the consumer, basically.
I think as well, at the end of the day, like, he's doing what they want him to do. I think he's positioned a lot more he understands what modern day luxury is, which is selling accessories, and they've positioned him really well to do that. Whereas there was a lot more focus on the ready to wear and the clothing and garments themselves, in my opinion, previously under like Virgil and Kim Jones.
But this is why I say his stuff is desirable, though, because like that first collection, I finally got to see a lot of the pieces up close.
Oh yeah, they're insane.
Bro,
a lot of them are insane.
Bro, the details are insane.
No, it is, but it's also but the pricing is also like reflective of that.
Yeah, of course.
Pharrell is
luxury fashion pricing now is actually scary.
It's gonna burst.
Like, it concerns me.
Because I was watching one of these like fashion girlies on.
Drink of the day, by the way, guys. We got the strawberry and banana smoothie.
Grim.
To balance out. But I had to balance out my. Actually, can you show alcohol on YouTube and like not be demonetized? I don't know.
Are we all over 25?
Nah, I don't think you'll get demonetized. My thing is not for kids anyway. So
okay, well, we're balancing out the Captain Morgan from the barbecue with a smoothie to regen.
Not Captain Morgan's.
Captain Morgan is smooth, bro. What do you mean?
I don't really drink.
Captain
Neither do I. I don't drink.
That's cap.
Yes, it's like 2:30. It's like 2:30 a.m. in London. Like Micah's on a bender, literally.
And I am a bender.
Micah's quite literally on a fucking bender, mate.
No, mate, I'm not on a bender. I'm on the smoothie, mate.
Micah,
Yo.
I think I'm getting a 3 years worth of Soho House.
Oh, for the mentorship thing? Is it that?
No. I had an incident in Greek Street this week, and I reported it, and they were like, "How would we make it better?" And I was like,
"Oh, put it in private. Put it in private. What the incident was in the private."
Oh
No
no. I had
you already said it.
No, it's fine. I had a medical thing, where I started on the Ozempic, and I had a hypoglycemic episode, which is basically I collapsed and threw up and stuff. Yeah. And I was in the toilet whilst I was doing it, and I said to
in Greek Street.
Yeah, and I said to my guest, you know, when you go past reception, you go straight up the stairs.
Yeah.
There.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. So I was in the toilet, which is next to the bar.
Yeah.
Right. And I was like to my ex, I was like, "Can you go to the bar and be like, I'm having a fucking hypoglycemic attack. I need Coke, like a can of Coke, to like get my blood sugars back up." And they were like, "No, he's gonna have to come out himself and do it." And I was like, I literally can't move. Like, my whole body was covered in sweat, like whatever. They refused to help me, and I was like, "Nah, I can't be doing this." So I put in this, because like the worst part is they know me there.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Well,
like,
you active at Greek Street. I feel like that's where everyone's active, to be fair.
I love Greek Street. Like, the people at the reception know me.
Greek Street, bro. I don't like Greek Street. But that's bad. Hopefully they come through then and pattern you.
Yeah, I want
When will you know?
Yeah, Tuesday.
Damn. So how do you even report that kind of stuff?
There's a on the app you can go to contact, and then you go general inquiry complaint. Yeah. Even if they just pay until the end of my current year, I don't mind.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I find it insane they left you though. That's insane.
No, that's crazy.
And do you know what? So then they called me and were like, "Oh, can we get like a full detailed description?" I was like, yeah, sure. And they were like, "You could have got a manager." And I was like, surely if I'm having a fucking medical condition, I'm not going to go, "Can I find a manager first, please?"
Yeah.
Like, you're dying, but you could have asked for a manager though.
We haven't entered the Soho House talk. No, I just knew he had a membership.
In hindsight, someone said they really like this first collection, and in hindsight, I like it a lot more as well with time.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one too.
But
I think the first collection
you know what's a fun point to touch on as well? So I think what a lot of people like about this collection is like, a lot of the luxury is in the details. That's what I feel like Pharrell brought back to LV, like that feeling of luxury in all these little details. You like zoom in on a picture and you see stuff that you didn't even think was there. You see it in real life. The quality's a lot better than you thought. But is that not just a reflection of how downhill luxury's gone, as opposed to
100% it is, because that, like, I don't think it, and it's even because I did it kind of indirectly when I was like, "Oh, the details are insane." But to be fair, we shouldn't give luxury brands props for doing what they should do, especially at the price points they charge.
No, literally. I
don't think they deserve any extra credit for having good craftsmanship when the fucking jackets cost 10K.
Nah, bro, no cap. I told you, right? The LV Tims are 2.5K.
Nah.
Yeah.
For Timberland boots with a different sole and some different eyelets and details.
I don't even think the sole's different. I
think the sole it's the same sole, but it's shaped in like LV instead.
Maybe, but it's 2.5K. And the ones that are like the boots, because you know how there were like 10 different Tims? I don't know if you guys remember. But like the more interesting ones are all like 3K, 4K.
And is it a collaboration or is it a complete?
No, it's a collaboration.
No, it's a collaboration.
Oh, it actually
It's the
is a
same
collaboration.
silhouette of Tim. Like
No,
it's the same silhouette and
it's
everything.
literally a Timberland boot. It's literally a Timberland boot.
That's
So like
wild.
it's not like it costs a lot because they spent a lot of money developing a new shoe or a new shape. No, it's like a Timberland boot.
No, it's literally a Timberland boot.
That's why I said like luxury pricing is out of control.
It's tough though.
When it really hit me was the Gucci and Adidas collab, because before the Gucci and Adidas collab, every time a brand collaborates with a sportswear brand, the prices are
sportswear
affordable.
pricing.
So I was like, okay, cool. I might be able to hit up I saw some Gucci Adidas pieces that I really like. These are cool. Then I'm seeing Gucci Adidas Specials for 850 quid. I was like, yeah, no.
I do like some of the Gucci Adidas stuff.
No, it was a lot of it was quite cool.
The prices just didn't make any fucking sense. They're basically Gucci prices for Adidas pieces made in Adidas.
I mean, even
factory.
go back. This hat was 4K, if I remember correctly. This hat was 4K. This beanie even, sorry.
No, that's ridiculous.
It's so hard though.
Which one is it? I can't see it.
It's the Damier
I love that
beanie with the pearls.
Yeah.
So did you say 4K?
The Damier,
yeah, it was 4K. Actually, it might be 5. I think it was 5, if I'm honest.
Jeez. 5K is insane.
That billionaire allegations ain't going anywhere.
Stuff like this though was bonkers. To be fair, I don't think they actually produced this, but bonkers. The whole Damier.
This is some Demna type shit. No,
I actually think it's cool though. You know, the leather bag. I actually think it's cool.
Leather bag. But the Damier stuff. But he's done that in all the even in this collection that I just reviewed today. He had like different materials to make a Damier print. He always plays with that. But this is cool though. The pearls.
But the pearls specifically because of how many there are on each square. Yeah.
I wonder how much that would cost though. Oof.
I probably have it in my phone, bro. It was probably like 70K. But I could probably
that wouldn't surprise me.
Why do you think he's playing on the Damier check?
Because he said that people haven't tapped into it enough. That's what he said for the first collection. He just said it's a code that he feels LV haven't explored enough, which I agree. To be fair,
yeah,
and it's just another way to is what he did as well. At least from an economics perspective of the first one, what he did is he positioned the Speedies with the traditional Louis monogram at that high pricing, and the Damier were at the regular pricing. So if you wanted, economically, it's like a pricing ladder for consumers, because it's like, if you just want anything, fine, I'll just get the Damier, and the Damier one isn't leather, it doesn't slouch, it doesn't, it's just regular old canvas. But then if you want to level up and get the proper one, you have to drop the 10K.
Yeah,
so they can do stuff like that a lot.
In my AP economics class, we had a lesson on learning how to continuously make people buy, and some of it was to lower quality of products to reinvent a fix for an artificial problem. Yo, that's insane, because that's basically what luxury brands are doing now. That's insane. But I didn't know that was actually part of economics. Like that was actually taught as like an economic strategy. That's crazy. I had no idea about that.
When did Keeples become 2K?
A while back.
Yeah,
they never. No, it's like things are getting up there. Things are really getting up there.
Because that's pretty much the only bag I'd buy from LV. I do like them.
Keeples, but you can only get it in Damier.
No, you can get it in.
Oh, looking
here.
The older ones. Yeah. I know what you mean.
Oh, yeah. I don't want the like.
Yeah.
If I wanted the Speedy, I want the leather one, and I will pay the money. But just looking at the Keeples, like the travel one, like it's so
honestly
expensive
though,
now.
I don't know. At that point, I think Bottega do the best bags in the game right now. But I always say that.
I love Bottega bags.
I'd always pick a Bottega bag over like any other luxury house.
The thing about me, I don't look at Bottega much because it's so out of my tax bracket that like I can't even consider it.
You should go into in fact, next time you're active, let's go into the store. Bro, when you see a lot of it in person, it's like, oh, stuff that I didn't like. I would see it in person. I was like, oh, I didn't realize you guys were putting like this much effort into the quality, and then you end up liking it.
The take quality is insane.
No, so good.
And I only say that from being in
What
dope shit
in the
markets.
Demna Vesalia?
I like it, this piece. But I like stuff like this.
Imagine you just leave it somewhere and someone throws it away like, oh, I thought...
Bro, imagine, bro. But then why are you leaving your bag around anyway, to be honest?
I thought you were done with the bag. Like,
Wait, let me see what allegation these lots are throwing at me.
That packaging was done by Nicolas Gasquet, wasn't it?
I think it was,
yeah, it was.
Do you think they introduced that color? This is me just thinking. Do you think they introduced that color of orange to compete with Hermes?
Ooh, that's a good take. I never actually thought about that.
So every time I see it, sometimes I'd be like, is that an Hermes bag? And then I'll look again and be like, oh, it's the wrong tone. It's LV.
Yeah.
I wonder if they've done that
I think
subliminally.
Maybe. I don't know. I feel like the Hermes orange is deeper. But maybe
No, it is. It is.
It definitely is. But just like as a
on a
low-key
passerby
signifier.
thing. Yeah, potentially.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, I'm gonna pull up the Timberland prices and tell these lot. This jacket was nice.
Also, if you're watching this stream, Canuck Catwalk has been posting timestamps on all my old live streams. So thank you very much. I've been pinning your comments.
Damn, that's good. Wait, MYCBK, which collection are you talking about? Because if it's this one on the screen, I've seen all of this in person. I saw it early, in fact.
You said I'm VIP.
Yeah, to be honest. No, I just went to a showroom.
Yeah, but this, when I do look back at the first collection, it
feels
really
a lot stronger.
strong. Yeah.
It's not for me though. I mean, as a brand, so I don't.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Other than that little crab.
Oh, has your crab come in?
Yeah, it's downstairs.
Can you show us?
I'm not getting out of bed. I'll show it on the next live.
Say less. Okay, this is the one that. Am I allowed to show this? I think I am. This is the one that's 2.5K. This one. So the monogram is literally on the tongue, and I think it's a little bit embossed towards the heel, but it's like basically impossible to see. And this one's 2.5K.
Let me put it on the screen 1 sec. Because these brands are...
BKB hating on that Valentino show.
Yeah.
Oh no, he does not like when it comes out of Sandra Michele, he doesn't like.
He has not taken his foot off the gas.
This is fair enough. We like what we like.
I've actually been so good at not spending money. I feel very proud of myself.
Do you know something I did want to talk about actually?
Streetwear.
Recently, Pharrell Williams. No, not streetwear.
trolling.
We had that convo. Recently, Pharrell Williams launched like his first fragrance.
Oh, I haven't smelled it yet.
For Louis Vuitton. It's called LV Lovers, of course. I wonder if it comes with like all these like interesting accessories and stuff that it's like in the campaign.
No, it doesn't.
Like in terms of like you can buy it, not that it comes in a cost. It obviously won't come in a cost. LV will charge you an arm and a leg for it, but
You can buy it as accessories.
Yeah, as like a set. Yeah, not just like a marketing campaign thing. But I'm just interested to know what it smells like and kind of what his idea was.
I think it's citrusy.
Fragrance. Let's see if he has any the scent of light, the radiant intensity of luminous woods. Fucking hell. The scent of the sun is a sensation. Born from a creative dialogue between Pharrell Williams and Jacques Cavalier Bellitude, LV Lovers captures the light, which is the essence of the LV Lovers community, echoing this philosophy of sunlight as a metaphor for love and a source of life. Louis Vuitton master perfumer conveys in perfume the scent of the sun illuming the skin. Transcribing the vitalizing power of light in nature, LV Lovers reveals vibrant green notes of galbanum, energized by the clean crispiness of ginger and grounded in the woody intensity of cedarwood. It is an elixir of well-being distilled in a bottle refracting light.
Sound like that to get a workout.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ. They said SEO.
The scent of the sun. That's crazy. So I'm just guessing it's a summary kind of, what do they say? There's like ginger in it. So
Yeah.
ginger, cedarwood. Yeah, that's cool. It's kind of like a woody fresh, it seems. Woody green fresh kind of. That's my kind of fragrance. I like fresh fragrances. So I need to try it. Next time
I'll check
in
it out
Central
tomorrow and
somewhere.
report back.
So,
Okay, cool. Check it out. Let me know.
if you get the email, so I got the email for this new fragrance, right? And
You get emails.
for the fragrance drop, yeah.
They've never emailed me in my life, but fair, continue.
And when I opened it up, on the literally, you have like you get an email from a brand new, like 4 products that you can click on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
On the bottle, it had my fucking initials on it. So the picture was AI generated with my initials on it.
That's kind of cool, right?
No, it was insane. I loved it. Like, it blew my mind.
Okay. Just checking.
Because, like, imagine just sitting there and be like, when I opened it, I didn't notice it. And then I was like, oh, I'll click on it. It already had my initials on it. I was like, what the fuck? Like, that's a level of that's like modern luxury marketing. It's really clever.
I want that keychain, to be fair. The one with the dice.
No, I like these kind of accessories that they've put with it.
And we can play dice on the street corner. I can win all your money.
This guy is not serious.
In fact, we can stand outside the LV store and play dice. Bet some cash.
The way they're gonna call the police to move us away.
They won't if I've just bought the dice.
We've got two urban fellows, playing with dice outside of the store. Could you come and wrap them up, please?
Wagwan, my G.
Wagwan, my G. Good morning, Bibi. How are you?
Good morning, bro. It's 2:43 a.m. What time zone are you in?
Shooting dice near a bunch of rich white kids. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think I can't see who said it, but whoever mentioned that the revenue numbers, waiting for the revenue numbers to come out, I think that will be the real tell for what's going to happen with LV, Pharrell, and what kind of direction they'll continue to go in.
PMJ26, good point in terms of obviously the people that grew up on Pharrell, or a lot of them are in positions of buying power. Like most of the people that, grew up on Pharrell are like in their 30s and 40s and 50s. Because like, a lot of Pharrell's career was before my time, but obviously I know all about it because he's iconic and legendary. So you just learn about it. But like all that, you think I was listening to hip hop when clips and grinding and all that stuff? Like hell no.
No, it's also as all these brands, literally all these brands, are trying to tap into that Asian market. That's also part of why they tapped him in, I imagine, because he's very, very popular in those markets.
Right. Massive in Japan.
Yeah, like Japan, China, like.
But that's because they're obsessed with Pharrell and like Nico and like.
So it's a double whammy.
Yeah.
Amex, here I come. Fair enough.
MyCBK Amex, here I come. That's funny.
Pharrell is basically using LV as a memory lane to reminisce the old times. Yeah, I kind of get what you mean.
I no longer agree. I think for the first collection, I agreed. After that, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think he's going to be there for a long time?
I don't know.
I think he will. I think he will be. So long as it's financially successful, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's like Nicolas Casquet looks like he's never going to fucking leave.
Isn't Pharrell part Asian anyway? I swear he's like Filipino or something. I might be
Is it?
misspeaking on
I
that
have
one.
no clue.
I think so, but I could be wrong.
Knowing
I
his
swear
ethnicity
there's-
is mad federal. You're a Fed.
I've just heard it somewhere. Like he's like got
What a
Native
federal thing.
American ancestry and like Filipino. I think people would say.
He's Virginia born and raised.
Wait, did someone say he's all black? No, I don't think Pharrell's all black.
All right. Racist.
Yeah, there is a new set of LV millionaires. They're 550 quid. I'm gonna
Jeez.
The sunglasses, you mean? I don't know why they said 3K.
Better to be a Fed than be scared of a red upload button.
Guys, I'm not scared. Basically, now when I boot up my YouTube app for some reason, like the button isn't there. Like the upload button isn't there. So until it comes back, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I've got like 15 videos edited and everything, but while the button's gone.
That's the most Micah thing to say. The upload button just disappeared from my app, guys.
It's gone, guys.
Don't worry, you can use my laptop to upload. I have the upload.
Oh, word.
You said no excuses.
Now, to be fair, you guys. No, I think these guys actually managed to get a video out of me because they got me riled up with the streetwear stuff. I want to actually structure my thoughts in like a coherent manner, and so that will probably result in a video.
At least it's not going to be about 2002 and designers after 2002.
Bro, the thing is, I'm actually going to do that as well out of spite because, like, the thing is, I was actually cooking, and I stand by everything I said. I was actually cooking, like.
Literally. Oh my gosh!
You should have seen the messages that I got from Hanan after.
Well, what did he say?
Not repeatable on this live. I'm trying to be horrible to people that are not here. Out of spite, literally.
Micah, I'll write a Substack essay about why you're wrong if you upload it. Wait, did you actually not agree? I'm confused though. I'm genuinely confused because I feel like I was cooking, and the fact that we could only come up with Glenn Martin. Anyway, I'll hold off for now.
I don't disagree with you. Actually,
okay. Also, all I'm saying is I went to a talk from Priya Ahluwalia literally like 2 days ago, and she said the same shit I did. Just saying. She said the same.
What did she say?
Verbatim. She was like, well, verbatim-ish. She was like, she's really fond and impressed by J.W. Anderson. She really loves the way he's been able to transform Loewe while maintaining his own brand at a high standard, blah, 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 blah. And she was talking specifically about J.W. Anderson.
That's good.
Just saying. I recorded some of it, actually.
He's like, I got my validation, guys.
Yeah. No. As she said it, I was like, okay, cool. Case closed.
Did you get it from a better designer?
One source. Yeah, case closed. That's hilarious.
Do you like Priya's work?
Yeah, I do. You know,
I think I've made
it's underrated.
I've made a whole video on it anyway. So if you guys are not too familiar with Priya Ahluwalia's work, I literally have a video deep diving into her work.
I will watch it. Buy and want study. I don't know what that fucking thing is. I heard J.W. Anderson uses AI. Is that true? Yeah, he has used it in a collection for Loewe. I think it was 2021, which is the one with lights coming out of the jackets and stuff.
Is this how you wear your crab then?
No, babe.
How do you wear your crab?
I'm literally putting AirPods in it, and then I'm putting it in my bag.
Yeah, I put my wired headphones in my toe. Oh wait, you're putting it in your bag. Oh, okay, yeah, you're built different.
Yeah, I mean it was a gift, so I'm not really like
flexing it. Ooh,
big flex.
Yeah. Anyway,
I want friends that can buy me LV turtles.
Oh, it wasn't a friend; it was a family member.
Oh, okay.
God, I don't have friends.
Still, I want a family member that's gonna buy me.
Micah, imagine I asked my mom to buy me
impossible. Bro, it's impossible, bro. I wouldn't even utter the words to my mom, bro. She'd probably slap me. I wouldn't even bother uttering the words.
My mom faints every time I tell her the price of like anything.
Oh, I tell my parents the 10% of the price of what I pay.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, I do that. Sometimes just out of bant, I actually said the actual price, and like my mum is just like, "What? You know what you can do with that money?"
Nah, I'd be capping hard to my mum.
Kids of nowadays, so wasteful.
I'd be capping hard to my mum. She'll think my jeans were like 30 quid.
Babes, they're from Portobello Market, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, literally.
Just distressed the jeans myself, mate.
Got a bit of sandpaper.
You woman, tell me more about streetwear. I'm trying to understand.
Mike is just trying to fish for someone to validate him even more.
No, she said my opinions on streetwear were whack as fuck. So I want to know what point she's talking about, because I said a lot of stuff.
I agree with everything you said about streetwear.
NYC, I'm yet to do the Tom Brown collection. It's actually not on my list, but if people want me to do it, then I can soon.
Controversial. I didn't like it.
I'm still behind, guys. I'm still catching up. I only looked at what collections did I look at today? I ticked 3 off my checklist. It was like Kiko. I only got to Kiko today. No, I haven't done Scaparelli yet. Was it any good?
I really enjoyed it.
Let's go.
Yeah, I haven't seen Scaparelli show yet.
Scaparelli boys are up.
Yeah, I'm going to review it. So before I review it, I'm going to obviously have to do a deep dive. But yeah, where's Leo when you need him to be like, Scaparelli was shit?
Yeah, no cap. Where's this guy at today?
I actually, because I don't necessarily like Daniel Roseberry's Scap, but really liked that one. It felt like there was a lot of references that I would say look like Lee McQueen.
Okay.
I think that's why I liked it.
Can we look at a different brand on the screen?
Go on, what brand?
Any?
I'm gonna say Bottega. Okay, I thought
no, any.
Prada.
I just like going on websites because I barely know what these brands are charging these days. Like $550 for a cotton cap is brazy. $550 for the most plain cotton cap you've ever seen in your life. Luke graduated this week, so he's been doing graduate things. That's true, actually.
Oh,
that's true.
That 21-year-old
Cambridge graduate. Graduated from Cambridge. He's going to go and like run the world and lead us into our demise. No, I'm joking.
Leader of the opposition. Everybody in the UK vote on Thursday. Thank you very much.
1 minute prayer for people dropping thousands on logo t-shirts.
No, I've never understood the logo t-shirt thing, man, because they're like 500 quid, 600 quid.
It's insane.
I'd rather just get like a keychain, fam. I'd literally rather have a keychain than a logo tee.
Or you could just go to like, go like for 600, I could buy a train ticket to Antwerp, go to Labels Inc. and get some absolute steals at like 50 euros a piece, and then come out with like 5 Andy pieces and like 2 Dries pieces. And I'll probably have money left.
This guy said him and the Antwerp Swix are like this. We get it, bro. We get it, bro. You're trying to turn the Antwerp 6 into the Antwerp 7 when you join, bro. We get it.
Nah, he can replace Dries.
I'm dead.
Bro, at this rate, they're all gonna need to be replaced. How many even left? Isn't it just Walter, or am I tweaking?
Marina Yee kind of makes collections ish
Here and there.
She like comes and goes. You can buy a lot of
Yeah.
Marina Yee on like Essence and like different places right now. I feel like
Are they part of the Antwerp
Like,
6?
Marina Yee, yeah.
Oh,
Let's
I didn't.
see, Marina Yee.
I wouldn't have considered
Yeah,
that.
like Essence.
So who's the 6th
Marina
member
Yee.
then?
Let's see what Marina Yee is doing on IG. Yeah, like June 16th. She's active. She's active as fuck.
I like her clothes
But-
actually. I didn't know she was.
But
part
I
of the
don't
Antwerp
think she counts, because I remember in the past video I said Walter Van Burendonk is the only active member left, and the person said, "What about Marina Yee?" And I was like, she kind of does exhibitions here and there. She does workshops here and there. Sometimes she sells collections. Sometimes just a bit random. I don't know if you can say she's like active in the sense of like creating collection after collection, like Dries or Walter. Same thing with, I think, Dirk Bickenberg. You can still buy like Dirk Bickenberg stuff, but like, you know.
Those boots are so good.
Yeah, Leah says Marina Yee does a lot of upcycling now. Yeah. Take me with you. Do you mean when I go to Antwerp?
Get the special treatment.
Pack you in my suitcase.
Did you like the Walter collection?
Yeah, I did actually. I did.
I'm excited to see the prices of the G-Star raw stuff.
I've loved a lot of Walter collections recently. Like even that Daolitu collection that I reviewed, that collection, the tailoring in it, I would like to buy some of those like blazers.
His tailoring's got better recently, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
And yeah, I loved the most recent one. It was one of my favorites in a long time. Genuinely, I think, I don't know, maybe I'm just in my Walter phase as well, because I've just bought a top from a couple of seasons ago. But yeah, I'm obsessed at the moment.
Yeah, Micah, what's the verdict with you, woman, you, and your conversation about streetwear?
We're exploring it right now,
Okay.
but it's gonna develop into the video. Let's try.
What's this Marina Yee bomber? I feel like there's some. No, I don't want to join your list.
NYC BK, you were saying about Wells Bonner in store. I am always underwhelmed by when I see what gets put into stores by Wells Bonner.
Yeah, but it's one of those brands. I've just accepted that. There's
Yeah,
quite
I
a lot
agree.
of brands like that.
Yeah, Craig Green.
Yeah, facts.
There's so many brands I love, but like their buyers are always so dry. And I just wouldn't buy any of the stuff that they buy. And I'm like, where's all the sick stuff that I saw on the runway that season?
Yeah, I
But
don't
everyone
need to
just
see another
ends
Wells
up
Bonner
buying the
tracksuit.
fucking. Yeah, everyone just keeps buying the Wells Bonner tracksuit and shit. I want to see like the drapey blazers and stuff.
Totally. I think Dove Street are one of the worst culprits for it at the moment.
Yeah. I think Dover Street's buying has gone a bit downhill. Like they're
So
less
commercial.
experimental. Yeah. They're less experimental. That's what I used to love Dover Street Market for. Like all the crazy shit, you know you're gonna find it in Dover Street.
The staff are complaining about it as well, by the way.
Oh really?
Oh, is it?
Oh.
Yeah, they're like, especially with non-com brands, they're like, can we just pick stuff that's interesting? Like, you know, the brand Doublet?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Dublé.
yeah.
They were like, why is this season so boring when the season before they had like bunny face bags in store, and then this season it was just like jackets, like parkers and stuff like that were like so boring.
Yeah.
I don't know. I even think. What did you think of Kiko, Micah?
I thought it was good. I think it was overhyped, but I thought it was good. But it's always good. So yeah. I did the last
So
one
it
was
was
a bit weaker.
overhyped. In what sense?
Well, it's maybe I'm biased, but I have my friend Henry. He's like Kiko's his favorite designer, so he was just
Okay.
in my DMs like, "Bro, it's sick, da, 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 da. Like it's insane." I looked at it and it was like it was like another good Kiko collection. You know what I mean? But I didn't think it was like
Yeah.
significantly better than other Kiko collections to me. What did you guys think?
I met Henry on Thursday.
Oh, nice. Did you dap each other up?
Oh.
No, we.
Why?
It was at the
Did you hug?
yeah, we did have a little hug. The JW party.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
he told
nice.
me he told me he went to that.
Yeah, he was very drunk.
See, connecting the
Was he
urban.
cooked? Was he cooked?
Yeah,
Damn.
very.
Damn. You caught him lacking.
Why are you saying damn like
You caught him lacking.
Why are you putting your friend on blast, Micah?
You caught him lacking. No, because last time when we were going out, he was doing 75 hard, and while he was doing that, he wasn't drinking.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Like he was really strict with it.
He was like, the Guinness got to me.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, it was
But
free.
Was it a good event?
I mean, it was free booze. It was free booze in the sun with music. I mean,
First.
in the middle of
Oh yeah, I
Soho.
saw it. It was giving what's the word? Geezer call.
Pride
I'm not
party.
gonna lie. No, I thought it was giving a lot of geezer call.
Geezer
I was
call
seeing
is
that was
crazy.
like loud music as well, right? I was seeing people just with bevs in the hand, like
Yeah, everybody was drinking like either a bottle
oh.
or a Guinness. So yeah. I liked Kiko actually.
Yeah.
And I don't always like Kiko.
No, the thing about Kiko with me is that I really love his clothes. And if I could fit in it, I would buy a lot of it. But because I can't fit in it, I just don't really.
Expensive. It's not cheap.
I just don't check for it. Yeah, of course it's expensive.
Do you
The
think it's
trousers
not?
especially.
I think they're pretty well priced.
Nah, bro. It always hits sale. Every single season it hits sale.
That's probably why I think it's okay priced.
Oh, Sean, thank you for the $9.99. Curious on what you guys' thoughts on Tom Brown and his recent collection. So thoughts on Tom Brown generally, and then we'll talk about the collection. Do you guys have any general thoughts on Tom Brown?
Like it. Great that Zegna invested in them. That's it.
Yeah,
I miss his Moncler stuff.
Same. I've always been a fan of Tom Brown. I think he definitely was the life of the party, and I don't know where he shows now, but in New York at least, I feel like he was the life of the party at New York Fashion Week and basically like holding it up. And I remember the season he left where everyone was like up in arms that Tom Brown left to go to Paris. But no, just a big fan. I did like the couture collection. I haven't really had much time to take it in though. So I need to revisit it. At the moment I don't have a deep opinion on his couture collection.
From what I know, he does obviously couture in Paris, and he's gone back to New York to do his ready-to-wear. I thought the couture was okay, but I think the problem with Tom Brown that I've got is that I can't really differentiate between when he does his elaborate ready-to-wear and his couture. So I would like to see the pieces up close to get a better idea.
We get an eye out the hood, guys. These super chats will get eye into Windsor Palace in no time. Hey, if the royal family want to make way. Wait, I feel like we have overwhelming small brands and big. Charles, what do you mean by overwhelming small brands and big brands? Like a big number? Like an overwhelming number, or Yeah, I'm a
Robert Warner's great.
Robert Wiener's great.
Is it?
What do you say? Never saw his work before. I'm intrigued. Yeah, Robert Wiener is more of like a red carpet designer, more so than a ready to wear, which is maybe why you might not have seen a lot of his work. But he dresses a lot of celebrities for red carpet events.
That's true. He is more red carpet.
Yeah.
I find his stuff a bit too theatrical.
Okay, Ray Am is talking about the buys. I think it might be because people are not happy. Fashion, if good, or even unconsciously society, and the collections look dead because looking rich is not in.
Oh, that's the rich.
I guess
people.
it depends though, because also even if, let's say I was to buy expensive clothes, I don't think I necessarily look rich because it's not like there's any logo on what I'm wearing or there's any. I just look weird, which I enjoy looking weird, but it's. So I guess it depends, because my thing is that I think that buyers are buying boring shit. The kind of stuff that I buy, I don't think anyone's going to look at me on the street and think, oh my God, this person's so rich. I doubt it.
Yeah.
That's going to be like, interesting way of dressing, sir. I've seen, Micah, you know Alec Augustine, the Canadian guy? Yeah, so I was with him in London.
What, recently?
And no, not that recently. A while back. I was with him in London and he was like dripped out to the nines. He wore like this cray green jacket with these like Yang Li boots. He was looking amazing.
Ooh.
And then we hopped on a train and I saw just like this group of guys and they started talking about him, but I was closer to their side. So I could hear what they were saying about him. He was on the other side, so he couldn't hear them. And they were just like talking about his outfit. They're like, bro, like the way he dresses, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird drip, but it works, bro. It kind of works in a weird way, bro. And they're like, they're really dissecting his outfit. It was hilarious, bro. So that's what I think people think about me when I wear clothes. They're not thinking, oh, this person's rich. They're probably thinking, oh, his drip is weird, bro. It kind of works, bro, but it's strange.
No, what I will say that I do like about London is I feel like even a lot of these like guys who are not at all into fashion and are about their Nike techs and that's it, they respect the swag, which is what I like. And like if you look good, they'll be like, oh, fair enough. Like even if they know it's so far removed from anything they'd ever wear in their life, they're like, oh, fair enough. Like,
yeah, that's
I just get called a tranny.
I shouldn't even be laughing.
No, I actually don't.
It's Finn's delivery is fucking.
No, to be honest though, as well, I literally said this to Henry today. Let me find exactly what I said. I said something like, "Where's our text? Where's our text?" Let me find it. Oh yeah, if you subvert gender stereotypes, then you're probably doing something right. That's how I feel about a lot of fashion related stuff, to be honest. Because normally if you're ahead of the curve or like you're really comfortable in what you're wearing and stuff, you're gonna get those people who are like, you're gay, you're a tranny or whatever, blah 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 blah. But it means you're probably on swag.
Real.
I mean, I got called a gay slur the other day. It was actually the first time.
What, recently?
So weird.
It's been to be fair, it's been a hot minute for me. It's been a hot minute for me.
Wait, someone has called you gay slurs? I didn't even know that,
bro. A long time ago, bro. It's like, it's been a while.
Bro, I was walking on the street, yeah. I was wearing this like, you know those Rick Owens like skirts, but I layered it, so I wore like trousers under the Rick Owens skirt, and just like a Rick Owens bomber and Ramones, and I was just walking on the street, and this guy was on a bicycle, and he was riding his bicycle past, and he just shouted, "Batty boy!" And I was like,
yeah, that's
like,
crazy.
oh my god,
that's crazy.
I was like, oh shit. You know, that's the first time that's ever happened to me.
No, I think back in the day, people used to be like, you know, before fashion was cool, people used to be like, what are you wearing? Like, that's gay. What are you wearing? Like, but I haven't, but it's been a while since I heard stuff like that.
Do you reckon in general, people are more tapped in?
I think, yeah, because of TikTok and stuff, people are more tapped in. Yeah, for sure.
That's true.
For sure.
I find that younger people, like under the age of 20, will say something positive towards me, and women in general say very nice things to me.
The thing is, Finn, you've got that avant-garde swag, but it suits you and it looks good. So I'm surprised that people say things, to be honest. Because I think people are more likely to say stuff if, like, I think some people will wear something out there, but like low-key, it don't look good, and that's more likely to get people to say stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really get it that often, to be honest. I mean, where I used to work with like in West London, I used to get loads of shit, but that was just because it was full of roadmen.
But the roadmen are peak. They're gonna like boy it because they're just gonna. Like,
it's funny though. It's hard not to laugh. Like
they are funny because they're just
bro.
clowning you. Yeah, they're just turning it into a fucking joke.
Oh yeah, it's funny. Like, and especially me. Like, I love having a laugh. So, and also like I'm self-aware enough to be like, I know this isn't normal.
Yeah, exactly. That's important as well.
And I'd be like, I'll see you on Grindr later, babes.
This guy, man.
They would faint if you tell them, I'll see you on Grindr, babes. They'll feel like their masculinity has been shattered.
Yeah, me riding through fucking Holden.
It'd be like, bro, he wasn't talking to me, he was talking to you, bro. It's you, bro.
Literally. I'd be like, you in the Sports Direct jacket? Nah, bro, it's flannels.
Someone said, I can't, Sarah said, I don't like to judge people for how they dress. I mean, it just depends who it is. Like, I'm so deep into fashion. I can look at you and then think based on the way you dress certain things about you, but I don't judge you in the sense of like you're weird for wearing a certain thing. Like, I would never judge someone from that perspective. Like, whatever you wear, I'm going to appreciate it. If you wear weird, wacky things, it's cool. Like, if you wear just different aesthetics, I like seeing people dress in a different way. That's one thing I did love about being at CSM. It was just like fucking Attack of the Fashion Titans every day. Like, everyone's just wearing crazy shit.
No, I like stuff like that. The Fashion Olympics. That's what we call it.
Facts.
I love looking at what people wear, especially on the bus. It's my favorite thing to do.
No, I fuck with that. Especially today, because today was Pride and I was out in I was just shopping and stuff.
Are you gonna announce anything?
No, I was just shopping and stuff. But obviously the parade goes all the way through Central, like all the way through Mayfair.
Does it?
Yeah. It's organized too. It's very organized. Like the security. Really?
Yeah, I'm not about that life.
It's not your swag.
No, I don't like gays.
Fairs. So so yeah, seeing what people were wearing today was actually quite interesting. Like, because literally anything and everything, I was like, everyone had all sorts of swag today. It was quite interesting.
Yeah, batty shorts and a fucking bandana around their neck.
Yeah, but then I saw people in like full yoji as well, and then they'd have their little pride flag like tucked into, because obviously it's Soho.
Hard.
So like, yeah, and they have their pride flag like tucked into their hood. I was like, oh damn, 22 degrees, and you got this on all black. Say less, bro.
Mood. No, it's not that I don't like pride. It's just that I don't like big groups.
First, I mean, it's a very big group. Is an understatement.
Is it just hectic, or like what is it about it?
I just don't like huge crowds. So like I'm not very. I don't like festivals, for instance.
Yeah,
I've done it. I don't need to do it again, and like I just get anxiety around it. And I had a bad experience when I was at a club once, and it hasn't stopped me going to clubs because I love going to the club. But I think it's partly to do with that. It was like there was an acid attack when I was at a club, and I was like, "Ooh, don't love that."
Oof.
One of my first like rave experiences as well. So I think that was probably.
Yo,
Probably
do you
one.
remember that? Do you remember that period in the UK when acid attacks were like kind of frequent?
Yeah.
That was a weird time.
That was a crazy time.
Weird time.
And some of the reasoning, like the motives for acid attacks, are twisted.
Bro,
they'll just
some
see
of them
like
were insane. No, some of them were insane.
bro, they'll just see a woman that's like attractive on the street, and
they'll
like,
just acid attack her face so she's not attractive anymore. Yeah, bro, it was tapped.
They'll just acid attack their face.
It was tapped.
Like, why are people so evil? You just see a woman and just like, I'm gonna mess up your life. Here's acid on your face. Like, why? No motive. They didn't do anything to you. Like,
I
remember that time in London was insane.
It was a weird time.
And also,
where you had to like carry water. Remember they were saying you had to like carry water so that you can dilute the acid.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the worst part about it is just kill me at that point. Just shoot me. Like, I'm all right.
Finn. Finn.
What?
Just shoot me.
Yo.
Nah, I just, no. Acid attacks, they were wild. And there was like it was about a 2-year period where it was like one a week, it felt like.
No, it was weird.
Really
it was
bad.
weird. It was really
and it was
weird.
everywhere too. Like if you're driving, they'll like put your window up. There's people that had their windows down and their stuff got like messed up.
Yeah, just shoot me.
I remember I saw like you know what, I can't remember what I was gonna say.
You probably want to try it.
No, the acid attacks are scary. I'm so happy that's not happening anymore.
Someone said, "What did I just join?"
Welcome to After Hours, Lil_C.
Oh, and just to wrap up the whole crowd thing, specifically about Pride, I believe in Pride being every day rather than Pride being a day, and I get really annoyed about the rainbow washing of corporations during Pride Month. And so I would rather just be, in the way I dress and who I am, very vocal about.
We stand with the quiz. We stand with the quiz. Here's a rainbow color on the Coke can for a month, and then after we don't give a fuck about you guys anymore.
Literally,
that's the energy of every single company.
I actually said to this company that hired me this week, I was like, "Is it because it's Pride Month?"
Finn, are you going to tell us your salary? I'm moving federal like the Urbans. Is it it's no, you can just say high, low, or medium. That's all you have to say.
But then what's the classification of high, low, medium?
Exactly, that's the fun. That's the fun part.
Let's just say above 60.
Woo! Sorry, high roller. Sorry, big baller. Finn, have you ever been to the casino before? I've never lost in the casino.
Micah, do not introduce him. Do not introduce him to degenerate behavior. This man said, "Have you been to the casino?" About to gamble away his salary.
That's, to be fair, that's including bonus, so it's not like.
No, that's the calm little paycheck.
I was very happy. And do you know what though? The company was like, "Oh, at Christmas we give you like gift cards." And because I've had companies that like give you bonus and gift cards because at one point it wasn't taxed and now it is. And they were like, "Yeah, at Christmas we give you like £1,000 to £2,000 in gift cards to help with Christmas." And I was like, "Babes, you've paid for all my gifts."
Wait, it's fashion, right? Because I remember at one point you were talking about tech.
No,
I can't remember if you were talking about old.
It's tech.
Oh yeah, okay. You're talking about a current thing. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's calm.
It's an industry I used to work in. Like, it's exactly the same role as I used to do, but a senior position.
So you're gonna boss man around.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Nice. Are you gonna throw fits to the office as well? Like,
I'm
what's
never
the
going to the
dressing
office.
policy? Wow. Are you gonna stay in London? Or are you leaving?
Well, I'm in Oxford at the moment, but yeah, I'm going to move back to London. I've just got to find a gas.
Fair enough.
It's just expensive. Like, I know
It
this
is
is going to sound,
expensive.
but like, I was looking in Hackney, and I don't even know if I want to live in Hackney, right? And it's over £1,000 to live in a room.
Hackney fell off. Hackney was popping a couple of years back.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to live. If I live at home, then I can just not pay any rent.
Fairs.
Somebody saying full jealousy office. I have done this. I've always done that. But like,
it's a lifestyle, guys. Guys, we really live this shit, guys. It's really real life.
The office though is in Baker Street.
Obviously, those of us that can only afford COS and Arquette.
Oh, bro, why are you lying, bro? I know, you know what? I'm so sick of this.
This man makes more money in AdSense than us. Do you know what I mean?
Bro, this guy's lying, bro.
Oh my god, that's funny.
We got Captain Morgan.
I love antagonizing Micah as like, bro, he's the rich person.
Bro, he's a fraudster, bro. This guy, yeah.
Typical Nigerian man.
Innit? Doing up 419.
He said 419. That's hilarious.
This guy's always lying to the earth.
No, but everyone knows I'm capping. Everyone knows I talk about me having Rick Owens pieces and Andy pieces. Like, it's just a joke. Because obviously not all of us can just cop an LV turtle on something light for stream law.
Bro, that's heavy stream law though. I had to do it for the urban, bro. It wasn't even for me, it was for the urbans.
The turtle ain't even the most impressive part, it's the fucking bag.
Which one?
The new one.
No, it's because I have two.
Oh, Micah, I told you that you know Thingy Isoka made that video where he did like a bit of a
yeah.
And then, bro, some of the comments were like, "Oh my god, I didn't know Io was like rich," and that's
yeah, bro.
I was like,
bro, you got clothes, bro. You got clothes.
I was like, bro, having cool clothes doesn't mean you're rich. It means you find.
I don't know. No, to be fair, I agree because I think what a misconception is that and one of my favorite parts about fashion is the fact that you build up a wardrobe over time. So like, even if you buy, let's say you buy 3 pieces a year, guys. 4 years pass, you've got 12 calm statement pieces. So to someone else who's looking at you in that moment, it's like, oh damn, this guy's got 12 pieces. He must have balled out this year. But it's like, no, you get to just build it up over time at your own pace. And if you actually invest in pieces, things that are like borderline timeless or will always have cultural relevance and things like that, if it no longer suits your wardrobe, you can sell it or swap it with someone else and get something that does suit your wardrobe. So that's what I like as well.
I think that's what people forget because like I've been collecting clothes since I was 18. Yeah, and I'm about to turn 27. So like we're pushing 10 years.
Oh no, I'm not 27. I'm not 27.
No, that's
I've been collecting clothes since I was 18.
Yeah. So like people I think they forget how much time that is. And if you're just getting like 2-3 pieces a year for that long.
Exactly.
Yeah, so people just forget. Even when he says bro has 2 Speedies and Bottega, either selling bussy or he got money.
That's not all my bags. What affairs? What's in my closet? That's a vague question.
There's no shame in the hustle.
Oh god.
I mean, to be fair, if it's for pieces, I respect all hustle. Even there used to be loads of. I used to be in like when Facebook groups for fashion used to be popping. There used to be so many stories about like Bloody Osiris robbing people's clothes and stuff like that. Like they'll have like rare Supreme pieces, and they'll be sitting in a park and they'll take that jacket off because it's hot. Then they'll just see some black guy with braids grab the jacket and like run away. Like, what if it's for swag, guys? Do whatever.
Somebody's asking what Bottega do you have?
You've gone into debt for fashion. I would never get into debt for fashion. It's not that deep.
I did.
Did you go on? Tell us
Yeah.
your story of how you got into depth of fashion. This
Nah,
could be very educational for people.
I just was at uni and I was like,
Oh, at uni doesn't count.
no, wait. I was at uni and I was working full time whilst at uni, so I wasn't paying any tax. And I got
And paper.
approved. I got approved for a very big credit card, and I racked it all up, and then I still haven't paid it back.
Oh man, okay. For me, I've gone broke for fashion, but I've not been in
I
debt.
used to love going back broke for fashion.
We
When I had
used to
less
do that all the time
responsibilities.
though. We
Yeah,
used
that
to
was-
do that all the time.
I used to
We would
love
like make money and just spend all of it on clothes and have nothing left.
it was a flex. In fact, being able to do that was a flex as well. Going broke for the vision. I miss it so much.
Do you know? Okay, let me tell you guys a funny story, right? So this is actually funny when I
I don't know what this guy's about to say.
because Micah, you're involved. So
Okay.
imagine Micah and I would always just like we'll say it's for the game. We're doing it for the game. We'll just like make money and then spend all of it on clothes. And then there was one time we went to like Tesco, and I think you wanted to buy. Like, he knows what I'm gonna say. We went to Tesco, and he tried to buy a croissant for like £1. His card declined. So I was like, bro, it's cool, bro. I'll just pay for it.
Fucking hell.
I remember exactly what Tesco it was as well. It was the one in Shoreditch. I remember exactly.
Oh my
what
god,
Tesco it
bro.
was
I
as
was
well.
fucking dying.
I'm finished.
But that's how
Yes.
much we used to risk it for the biscuit.
Right.
Risk it for a chocolate biscuit.
I've had a similar experience though.
No,
But bro,
literally.
that day fucking killed me because, bro, Micah's card declined. He was like, nah, bro. He was like, nah, bro, it's my card. I was like, don't worry.
It's calm, bro. Guys, times have changed. I'm chilling in the Balenciaga joggers now, guys. Times have changed. We're up now. We're up now. We're up now.
What do you do for
Oh
work,
my
Micah?
god.
I don't answer any of those questions on stream.
Oh, okay.
Nah, I'm just
Forex.
adding to the law. I'm just adding to the law. I'm fashion adjacent, similar to you, fam. Fashion adjacent.
I'm not anymore, thank God.
Yeah.
Oh, I say thank God.
Urban interrogation. That's funny. No, guys, I just stream. In fact, this is my job, guys. I'm a streamer. This is how I make all my money on stream. With
Pussy
you guys.
sales pyramid.
All you need to do is just, post a couple videos on your channel and then just increase the
Bro,
consistency. And before you know it, you'll be surprised.
He said you might see results, mate.
It's cool. Consistency.
What did I study? I studied economics, straight economics. I love a bit of
Sick.
econ.
You woman, you. I was the PR girl. No more. Do you know? Actually, it was really funny at the JW thing on Thursday.
With Henry.
Yeah, I was stood by one of the PR people at the door, just having a chat, and then people kept coming in that I knew, and they were like, "Wait, Finn, you know everybody here?" And I was like, "Bitch, this was my job too."
Fair enough. It's weird then, Finn, that I've never encountered you IRL. Or have I? Not that I can recall anyway.
No, I'm quite selective as well of like where I go. Me just at 180 every day.
In other words, Mike, you don't move in the same spaces as me. That's why you've never crossed paths.
I'm a bit more urban, to be fair. That's true. I roll a bit more with the urbans in the streets.
To be fair, I don't think I would have seen you at an LGBT party. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe not on this occasion, mate.
I was actually
we don't want to be the annoying people. I actually think that like people who are like gay or whatever, I think they get quite annoyed if like, especially straight men, kind of like, because I've been to a few like queer parties sometimes to like go with my friends or whatever, and the energy just seems like if you're straight, you're fucking up the vibe. So like sometimes I kind of feel bad for being there. I feel like I'm taking up space.
Do you know what? It really depends because, like, on Thursday, somebody was like, mate, fuck. Basically, I brought my fucking ex to it, right? And
Yeah.
somebody was like, why? You're at a literal pride party. Why don't you try and find someone? And I was like, babes, we can't just assume everybody's going to be gay here.
Mm-hmm.
This is fashion. And it was just, I don't know. I think some people just want it to be all gay, or like you're at a gay event to make it gay. But like at the same time, I'm like, some of my friends are nicer to the gay community than the gays themselves. So
I'm getting cooked in the chat. It said because straights do mess up the vibe most of the time. That's just fact. And Duke says I don't disagree. Exactly. I felt the energy is just a bit like, am I overstaying my welcome? You know, when you stay in a girl's house too long, she's like, what
gotta
time is
go.
your what time is your Uber again? What time is the train? That's your cue to get the fuck out of my house. I think about that sometimes. Got to let people have their safe spaces. Yeah, exactly.
Nah, make it unsafe.
Yeah, I'm not extra straight and bro either. I don't think that's my vibe, to be
That's
fair.
not you at all.
I'm not gonna go to a queer space and be like, "Wagwan, my G, how you lot doing? Yeah, what you man saying?" I'm not.
Nah, you'd get gays climbing your leg if you
I'm
did
not
that.
gonna do that. Oh my god, that's funny.
Also, I don't use the LGBT card for everything. I just went to a gay party on Thursday.
You says I'm trade. That's crazy.
What does that mean?
You don't know what trade means? Is
Like
that a gay thing?
a gay. No, I know what trade means.
Yeah, but you got gay friends.
True. A lot of them too. Micah, trade is like a gay man that's like hyper masculine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And sometimes, like, you'll see a guy that's really like stereotypically attractive, and a lot of the gays would just be like, "Trade, that's trade. He's trade." And it
Apparently, I
comes,
need to have more gay people in my life.
but it comes from like the idea of solicitation.
Yeah.
Solicitation.
The gay education. Oh my god.
What does solicitation mean?
Why is you saying Micah needs more gay people in his life?
Reportedly.
Oh god, that's funny.
Henry's straight, right?
Who?
What did you say? Who?
Henry.
Yeah, he's got a girl, long time girl as well. I think they've probably been together 10 years now or something like that.
Whoa.
Coming up close to 10 years anyway.
That's that
mad.
sort of met in year 7 type John.
Nah, because he's about his girl's a bit older than you actually, I think.
Okay, first.
Yeah, so I think they met like maybe I think they've been dating about 7-8 years. That's more accurate.
Okay.
That's mad. Could never be me.
I've changed way too much in the past 7 years for me to have been with the same person.
Literally. I've changed too much in the last 12 months.
Isn't he like 12? Are you talking about Henry?
That's crazy.
They
think Henry is like they think Henry's like an 18-year-old. They think Henry's 18.
Henry's lovely.
I think Henry's been in fashion longer than I've been in fashion. Like,
I love this.
You don't have to go to be gay to go to Pride. I was invited today, but could not go as a black woman who, by the way, pioneered trans rights. Major Griffin and Gracie, who is a black trans woman. Yeah, I didn't say that. I'm just saying that not Pride, because I think Pride actually people are quite
I want everybody
to have allies be there. I'm more talking about like more of like, because is different. Like a party that's kind of more of a safe space and is more of an intimate vibe. I feel like sometimes you can mess up the vibe if you're straight, depending on like
Who you are.
the people there and who you are and like all that sort of stuff. You definitely can.
Yeah, but you wouldn't mess up the vibe, like, because you've got so many gay friends. I just don't see that happening.
Yeah, I don't think I would, but I think there's still an air of like, because some gay men are crazy, man. Like, because I'm so used to dealing with women, right? So like, if I want to talk to a woman, I have to like be funny or like something to get her attention, right? But with gay men, fucking hell, like you'll just be chilling, a gay man just like
Smell
grabs
blood.
your arm, and I'm like, bro.
That's a manager
So
yeah.
I guess in a way I can maybe mess up the vibe in that sense, where I'm like, mate, I'm just trying to catch a vibe, like I'm just chilling. like, bro, I'm just chilling.
That's just consent, though. That's just consent.
Yeah,
The
gay
gays are
men,
bad at that.
gay men have no chill. Like they need to chill, bro.
You better lay low.
And I'm so not used to it because, like, with a woman, I would never grab a woman's arm. What? That's insane. So, like, obviously, you're just not used to that sometimes. I've had to get like used to it over time. Like, oh shit, that's like some gay men do that.
Yeah, no, real. Bro said tall isn't enough. Real. Gays get straight to the point. Yeah, we do.
What music do you listen to, Finn?
Oh god, it varies. A lot of, I don't know, Erykah Badu. Hold on, let me get my Spotify up. I will tell you now. What do you listen to?
Listen to Charlie XCX.
She's goated. Charlie XS is goated.
I'm
What's
just
that
if I hear Brat one more time, I'm gonna lose my shit.
Honestly,
I do not want to hear about that anymore. Like I'm tired.
That song Guess from her new album is really good.
I thought the whole album was good.
Nah,
it's
not
cool,
for me.
but people just talk about it too much. I'm getting tired of it, and everyone is trying to do a pop culture reference to Brat, or everyone's trying any green thing. They're like, "Oh, Brat Summer."
Yeah,
Brat.
okay, yeah, true.
It's just
But
a
I'm
bit
just
much.
happy for her because she's been making music for ages, bro. I'm just glad she's having some time in the sun.
I get that. I do like some of her stuff. I've seen her live a few times. At the moment, I'm really into like French electro and techno. So there's a group called Ascendant Vierge, and they're a part of a group called Casual Gabbers. So they've done like a side project that's really good, and then there's a group called Sexy Sushi that's really good, and Celui C'est Cool. Yeah, so I'm on a bit of a French techno vibes at the moment. But I love Robin. Do you know Robin?
I don't.
No. Okay, I recommend Robin. Dancing on My Own. You must know that song.
What kind of music?
Maybe I need to hear it.
No. And then she has one famous song that was on FIFA that every straight guy knows, which is
If
Every
it's on
Heartbeat.
FIFA, I know it. If it's on FIFA, I know
if it was on FIFA, definitely know. Because FIFA has the same playlist, so after a while, you just know the lyrics to every song. Like it's limited playlist,
and then never comes the FIFA song.
Yeah, it was a FIFA song for a while. There's one that's like Every Heartbeat, which is like, and it goes with every heartbeat. And
I know that song.
But her most recent album, which is like, I don't know, 6 years old now, is insane. Like, it's an insane album. It's called Honey.
Finn was like, "What do straight men like? FIFA? You know, it's big on FIFA."
And these men are saying they bump Clyra. That's tough.
Clyra's good.
Yeah, I used to chill with her a lot. And I didn't know she made music.
Kilele's good.
Later.
Nice.
Don't like Thames. Controversial. I
don't
not
like Thames. That's a scorching hot take.
Do you know who I do love though? Lil Sims.
Wait, not liking Thames is a scorching hot take. What don't you like about her?
It's just not for
Music.
me. I was listening to it. I was listening
Fair
to a
enough.
Tiny Desk. Do you know what? Sometimes it feels a bit too religious coded.
Okay, and is that a red flag for you?
It really depends. So, like,
Mm.
I think I just don't like the way sometimes it's used. Like, there's some artists that do have religious sort of like iconography in their work that I like, but it's the way that she uses. It's a bit like even Ray. Like, I really like Ray.
Sorry, you were when you said not liking Thames
Not
is
like in terms of
racist.
Girl.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
I do be racist. No. Yeah, it is her voice. Her voice does irk me a little bit.
Gregory Porter, when you want to chill and work, say less.
I like Gregory Porter a lot.
I don't know if I've listened before.
Down by the river with the ram rider free. He's a jazz singer.
Little Sims is goated.
Yeah, she was her set was amazing at Glastonbury today.
Oh, I haven't even seen.
Yeah, it was insane.
Yeah, I didn't see that too.
Insane. Also, people talk about Caroline Polachek in the chat. I have one of my worst fashion stories, and it involves her.
Go for it. Let me get my popcorn. 1 second.
Nah, it's like alright, but
This guy said my bro. Do you eat Skittles every day? Do you eat Skittles every day? What's wrong with this guy?
I just line up my Skittles consumption with streams.
Yeah,
This guy's gonna be diabetic by the time he's 30.
I coincidentally have them when we're streaming. That's all.
This guy, this scoffing Skittles every day. Anyway, continue. Then.
I was at the Attico party in Paris, and she did like a set of her best songs as like a surprise, like, oh, I'm coming to sing these songs. And I was so drunk off of this because they were sponsored by Ciroc. I was so fucking wasted. I was shouting the lyrics louder than her, but nobody in the room knew her songs. So there was just me literally shouting back at her the song lyrics. And she was like, thank you to the one guy that knew my lyrics. And then the security tried to drag me out as she was saying it, thinking I was like being too boisterous. And she stopped the security from taking me out. She was like, no, I was being genuine. I wasn't being sarcastic. And there's a video of me on my Instagram, and you can literally hear me singing over her. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing.
Also, this critique of Thames is valid though. Like, I'm trying to remember what I was listening to, because I like her music, but in terms of like as a singer, she does miss notes quite a bit. I think, was it her Tiny Desk concert or something where I was listening? I was like, ooh, like she'll sing some notes and it'll be off, like completely off the right key. That she definitely does that. So I think, but that her is just like her singing obviously just needs like work, I guess. Because there's people that don't miss notes. There's singers that like their singing ability is a lot stronger. But because she makes such good music and you can fix stuff like that in a studio, when I listen to her songs, that issue isn't there. But the Tiny Desk concert, I was very much like, ooh, some of the notes are a bit.
Maya, I do not fuck with Lana Del Rey.
Even when she hangs out with Sexy Red. Just checking. I'm just checking.
And Leo,
Spicy White.
Leo, I absolutely love Eve Tumor. Very, very good.
Green Day were performing today here in Wembley.
Were they?
Yeah, so I got a bit of Green Day action too.
Love that. Yeah, but music's really, sorry, just quickly, when you ask me about music, music's really hard because I do love music. I'm constantly listening to music.
Yeah. No, whenever people ask me, funny enough, whenever people ask me that question, I just talk about what I've been listening to recently, as opposed to like, oh, what do I like or what do I do? I just say, recently, I've been listening to X, Y, and Z.
Also, do you like Jamie XX? Jamie
No.
XX? Oh, well, his new album I think is going to be really good, and I'm not the biggest Jamie XX fan.
I'll
have
check it out.
friends that like Jamie
Fun
XX,
fact!
but-
Fun fact about me: I check out most new music, even if I know I'm not gonna like it. I just check it out just in case. And by check out, I mean sit in the sauna or the steam room and listen to that album from front to back without
Yeah,
interruption.
I'm so behind on like music and albums in general, but I'm trying to like because you know there's some. This is gonna sound bad, but like. Because I was listening to so much music at the time, you know, like SZA, I've not listened to Control like ever.
Oh,
Are
you
you
should listen to
kidding?
Control. You don't need to listen to
Or
SOS.
like or SOS. I've not listened to any
Yeah,
of
you
them.
don't need to listen to SOS, but you should
That's a
probably
hot
listen to
take.
Control. It's not a hot take. SOS is not a good album compared to Control. Like it's not even up for the
I mean, Control is probably a perfect album, to be honest, but I don't think
SOS
it's
is
bad.
no. Well, every album after 2019 is bloated anyway. Like most people's albums are bloated, and SOS falls into that
That
category.
it was a very big album. It was a very big album.
Like there are about
And I
10
love,
songs
like,
that don't need to be on there.
R&B-ish music, but I don't know why I just kind of skipped SZA. I think I heard a few of the songs and I was a bit like...
I think no, she makes great music, but I don't think if she's the like R&B artist you're not listening to, it's not like there's a huge hole in your music knowledge or anything like that.
That's what I thought, because people love SZA. Like, people act like SZA is like, I don't know, like...
She's having a moment.
Yeah.
Maya, I love Janet Jackson. The Velvet Rope album's incredible.
Janet Jackson is underrated.
Really underrated. The Velvet Rope, that album with sampling of like Joni Mitchell and stuff, it's actually insane.
Even just her cultural impact on music, I think people don't really realize how much she did for like
Purple
women in the
Rain.
music
What does SZA talk about in her songs?
Being the side chick.
I haven't.
Heartbreak, being a side chick, navigating men.
Good lord.
No, she makes good music. She does make good music.
Being a side chick.
Yeah, but it's a banger. Like songs like The Weeknd. That's about being a side chick. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
She's like the female version of The Weeknd.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Do you not think?
No. Nah. The Weeknd's 10 times more toxic.
100 times
more toxic.
I always think that SZA comes from a perspective of like, oh, I failed again.
Yeah, it's like, and I failed again, and she tries to come from a perspective of like, I'm just an ordinary girl,
when she's not
out here living and like getting finessed by men or like getting my heart broken.
So I'll say she thinks about cheating on dudes and heartbreak.
She's nice though.
Chronicles.
I don't like The Weeknd, guys. Before we go into
I just don't listen to The Weeknd. Like my R&B is more like people like Sir, Brent Fires, like that vibe of like music, like that bag. The Weeknd, I just anything too poppy, I can't do with it. It sounds like music made out of a formula. I can't do it.
Does anybody in the chat know the group Boards of Canada?
Yeah, that's what he sampled on Trilogy, innit? Like quite a few times.
Yeah.
What song is it again? Off the top of my head, I won't remember. But if I pull up the album,
people always forget that Boards of Canada is the what is that horror movie called? It's the film from the horror movie.
I haven't seen movies, so I'm not gonna know. But I've seen TV shows. I'm a TV show buff, but I just haven't seen many movies.
What's your favorite TV show?
With a TV buff.
I don't have a favorite TV show, but at the moment, I just went to a screening of The Bear yesterday, and I need to finish season 3.
I didn't finish season 2.
Oh, I think The Bear was phenomenal.
Yeah, I haven't finished season 2 as well. I've got a few episodes left.
How? It came out ages ago. I swear you've been watching The Bear for ages, bro. You've been watching it
because
for like a year.
Do you know what it was? I watched the first season, then the second season, I watched a few episodes, and then life just happened, and I just haven't gotten back to it.
Okay, first. That's me with Snowfall, to be fair. I've been watching that show real slow.
Slow Snowfall.
Have you watched White Lotus, Finn?
Love White Lotus.
I love White Lotus. Yeah.
Mate, when they went on the last
Don't
one.
spoil it. Don't spoil it for all these people in the chat, man. you lot, yeah.
No.
I know they're a pain in our ass and they're always moving federal, but we don't have to spoil great TV for them.
It is just an incredible show. I will just
I really, really like it. And it was one of those ones where I just watched it not knowing what to expect. Like, I didn't read any reviews or what it's about. I just put it on one day and then I was like hooked. Season 2 is significantly better than season 1 though.
Yes. And no.
Only because season 1 you don't know what you're getting into, and season 1 takes a hot second to like heat up. Whereas I feel like season 2 is hot, fresh off the oven. Like from episode 2, you're already in. Whereas season 1, like it takes a few episodes to kind of for the pace to get going.
Yeah, season 1 is slow. The pace is really slow.
I enjoy don't get me wrong, I enjoy both seasons, but I think season 2 is a stronger season for sure.
When they get caught in the office, never forget. Sampha's incredible.
Sampha is incredible.
Yeah, I was asking people in the chat who listens to Sampha, because that's like my bag as well. Like Sampha is like
process.
Hard.
Wave won't catch you. Spirit don't catch you.
They will catch you, yeah. Wait, someone asked me, do I have a Discord? Yes, I do. It's attached to my Patreon. We're trying to make it active. Not many people still chat there. Not many people still chat there for the moment, because it needs to be bigger. That's the issue with Discord. You need like enough people, and then people start talking, and then there we go.
Not Sampha looking like IO. That's such a take.
Lol. What?
Is it because he's black?
That's crazy.
And
That's
British,
crazy.
Black
British. I don't have the hair though.
You don't have kids either.
Let's see this hat, bro. I ain't seen this hat before. Show it to us in the chat.
Oh, this is Keezy. Shout out to Keezy. Distressed, Our Heroes, Haven Court. Shout out to Keezy.
Take the hat off. Do a 360, bro, with the hat, bro.
Got a free.
Wow. Okay. So that's all. No, I like the wash.
Yes,
I like the wash.
I do too. It's fire.
Micah has no hairline. Yeah, I actually don't have a hairline, to be fair. I didn't know people knew that. I genuinely have no hairline. I'm not even kidding.
Micah's hairline is a mystery.
I genuinely have no hairline.
Always wearing do-rags.
Micah, lock your hair. My mom won't let me.
I really like Blood Orange, guys, but there's a Luca Guadagnino TV show, and it ruined it for me.
Ruined Blood Orange, the artist, Dev Hynes.
Yeah, Dev Hynes. So Dev Hynes, one of the albums of Blood Orange was used for the Luca Guadagnino TV show.
Oh, okay.
And it kind of, because I loved that album, and then I heard it in the context of the TV show, and I was like, oh, I don't like it anymore. I recommend the movie. I recommend that show though, actually. What's it called? Luca Guadagnino. It's really good fashion in it as well. The main kid in it just wears vintage Ralph.
My mum and my child. Yeah, my mum said I can't get earrings. I can't get locks. I think I'm gonna get my earrings done secretly, because the way my mum is, yeah. If I just put a fat diamond in my ear and it looks nice, she'll be like, "Oh, that's kind of nice, actually." I'll just get that one done on a low ski. But hiding locks from her would be a bit techie. So
she said, "When you under my roof, I do not."
Is that your best
Good
Nigerian
Lord,
accent?
that accent?
Dear Lord,
that accent was scary.
Also,
practice that one a bit more.
The TV show is called We Are Who We Are. So I'm not around enough Nigerians to have to practice it. In the white countryside, people think that's good.
In the white
Oxford.
countryside.
It's Oxford the countryside. It's Oxford the countryside.
Man said just do any African accent and it's good enough for the whites in the countryside.
Real though. They don't know what culture is.
But Nigerian parents, bro, like someone's saying, you can't grow your hair long. What?
No. The reason it makes no sense with my mom. My mom is like the queen.
Yeah,
of
growing your hair anyhow. Just letting your hair grow. You not look like a responsible person.
Because my mom does my braids. My mom braids my hair. So she's happy to do my braids, and she says I can have braids, but apparently I can't have locks. And they're like damn near the same thing.
Oh man,
it makes no sense.
So
Nigerian parents' logic is mad.
Would she let you have twists?
Probably. I think I'm about to bang twist like next week, to be honest.
Nice.
I think I'm gonna bang twist next week.
To be fair though, your mom is more liberal than mine, bro. Bro, if I
but it just depends on the topic. They're strict on different things. That's all it is. Because you know how my mom is about some stuff. My mom was, in fact, let me not even put her on blast. But like, some regular stuff she'll just be tweaking out over. But she is chill about other stuff. That's also true.
I don't know. I feel like your mom is more liberal than my mom, bro.
Yeah, I can see how it can come across that way. But then I'm just thinking about like,
my mom's on some men should never be braiding their hair. No man should be caught braiding their hair. That is for women. That's
no, but bro, my mom was bugging out about like 5G and stuff.
That was hilarious, bro. That was, bro. You're gonna share that stream, Law?
Nah, bro.
That's some deep stream law right there, boy. Jeez.
Does my mum know I go to barbecues at midnight? So again, that's why my mum's a mum of contradictions. My mum's not too fussed about what time I go out, what time I come home. Like even from when I was young, actually, like I used to just roll out on my ones, like whatever time.
That's what I said. Your mom's more liberal, bro.
Yeah, but it's about stuff like that.
I had to be back by 6 p.m. sharp.
Oh yeah, no, I never had that
sharp.
one. So I never had that one.
Bro, I got grounded a whole summer because I came back at 6:30. Do you remember? Instead of 6. I got grounded for a whole summer, bro. Literally, a whole summer because I came back. And bro, it was just getting started, and I told them, you know what? I need to head home because like my mom's literally gonna be like bugging out. So let me just head home quickly because. And then I got home late, and she's like, "Where were you? I was scared. I don't know. Boys at your age, you don't know they are getting stabbed. They are joining gangs. They are doing all sorts of things. I didn't know what you were doing. It's getting dark. You could be doing anything. You could be going anywhere." I said, "Mom, like, I came back
Mom,
early.
I'm right here, mate.
Literally, I came back early. It's 6:30 p.m. Like people my age stay out till midnight."
No, that thing was funny. Now, when we were like, wait, I think you were 18. I can't remember how old I was. Remember when these men were turning off the Wi-Fi, bro, so that we didn't stay up too late?
Guys don't know. Nigerian parents are crazy. So imagine, Micah, it was your mom that used to do that, right?
Yeah, probably. I think it was my mom. But see what I mean? Some stuff she'll just be strict about, like, no reason.
Micah's mom would turn off the Wi-Fi so we could go to bed early. Like,
and we were on summer holiday. It was a summer holiday.
Yeah,
that's why we
it was a summer holiday.
We had nothing to do.
So Nigerians just have this thing where it's like, you can't be idle. You must be working at all times. So even in the summer, even when you should be relaxing, having fun, they're like, no, you should be studying. Why should you be going to bed late? That's irresponsible. They just turn off the Wi-Fi. But then they didn't know that we had 4G. We just had 4G as backup.
I reckon I would download movies and then just watch them after the Wi-Fi turned off. Like,
like, why must you be roaming the internet at ungodly hours.
Yeah, bro. And it'd be like 11:30.
Ungodly hours. Nothing good happens at these hours of the night. No, that stuff is crazy. Insane. Exactly. Summer school, going to work.
Yeah,
You know what my mum used to tell me growing up? My mum used to tell me that black boys that are idle get up to no good. So that was her reason to just keep me so occupied. I was always in some physics class or some biology class or maths.
Man was learning skill sets that he didn't
And
need.
I'm like,
random skill set.
Mum, I just want to go to my friend's party. She said, no. Idle black men, they get up to no good. They join gangs, they commit crimes. No, my son will not be any of that. You go to your class, you do summer school. I was like, yo,
no, I remember.
Allow me.
One time, it's my school summer holiday. My school used to have a long summer holiday. Like, it was like 8 weeks long or something dumb.
Right.
Maybe even 10 weeks, actually. So I thought I was going to be chilling. Then my mom's like, no. I come home. I get home. Like, I've traveled on the train. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready to game, chat to my boys. My mom said, no, you're going to Nigeria tomorrow. I said, what? Bro, the next day I was just in Abuja, bro, at your house, bro. I said, bro, it was so peak, bro. I just spent the summer in Nigeria. For what?
And you spent the summer doing lessons with my lesson teacher.
Yeah,
that was
bro.
Hilarious.
For what? Like,
that was hilarious. You were out here doing mathematics and physics. That's hilarious,
bro. And my mom didn't even come. Like, I was actually just on my ones.
No, I love my mom. She's hilarious. She's just. I think now that I'm older.
Now your mom's funny, bro.
My mom's hilarious. Funny. Like, she's actually like really a joker. But like, now that I'm older, I can appreciate it because she was just trying to be careful. But I feel like she overdid it a bit. But it's cool. She did it. She had the right. It's coming from the right place. And she's like, you must not be out at ungodly hours of the night. That is when you see all those people that you see on the news that they have been stabbed. You'll not be one of them. My son will not be a statistic.
No, what I used to hate as well is you could show them, like, you could prove to them you're somewhere you're supposed to be. Maybe you've told them you're going to an event and the event's still running. It's just running late. But you're literally showing them, like, you're sending them pictures. Look, everyone's still here. It's fine. Like, there's like, everything's all in order. They'll be like, nah, come home.
Right.
I'll be like, but the event didn't even start yet.
Bro, you know, let me tell you a funny story about my mum. I see how she gaslighted me. So one time I was just chilling in the living room. This was when I was maybe like 15, 16, around that age. So my mum just walks into the living room. She said, Ojoayo, do you not have any friends? Why are you always why are you always alone in this living room playing video games? You don't have any friends to see.
No, bro.
Bro, imagine when my mum said that, my response was, yeah, but like you never let me go out. So like, because my curfew is at 6 p.m. and parties start at 12. So like, there's no point. I'd rather just stay at home. And she said, no, but that was back then. Now you can go out. You're old enough. I said, wow, you're really going to gaslight me like that.
No, bro, they love doing that, bro. They love doing that. Man will just move the goalposts.
That was back then. There's nothing stopping you. Go out. They always do that. They move the goalposts like crazy.
Bro,
always
love moving the goalposts, bro.
She really tried to gas. She said, don't you have any friends?
Nah, that shit's killing me. Because that's how your mom talks as well. She'll actually be like, don't you have any friends? Like, and you'll sit there feeling like a dickhead.
Wondering why I'm in the house when I wasn't allowed to go out. No, it's jokes. It's actually so funny. But no, going back to JVX, no, my mom's hilarious. I love her. She's so funny.
No, it's funny, man.
Yeah, exactly. The female equivalent of that is you can't date until you turn 75, but mad you're not married at 21. That's such a Nigerian
See,
thing
my mum's
to
on
do
that.
as
My
well.
mum's on that. My mum's on some. You can't date. You can't date until you're this age, and I turn that age, and then the age changes again. You can't date until
Bro,
you're 18.
every time my grandma calls me, she's like, "So when can we be expecting? When can I be expecting my great grandkids?" I'm
This
like,
guy's just scratching
"Grandma."
his head on the phone.
I'm like, I'm just trying to like cement myself in my career first. Like, let me live. I'm like, Grandma, man, you gotta chill. Yeah, I don't know. The African auntie be trying to hook the girls up all the time.
Oh yeah, you know my mum ran that on me one time. She was like, "Oh, Michael, what's your type?" I was like, "What?" I was like, "What?" She was like, "Well, you know, I might know a nice girl for you." Da, da, da. I said, "No, mom, I'm good." I said, "No, mom, I'm good." Like, I know that was bait. That had to be bait. It was a trap.
No, my friend, for Lucas, she has a nice daughter. nice daughter. It's like, brother.
Damn, these lot won't let me
not
beat
spicy white enough.
These lot won't let me beat these allegations, man. These lot won't let me beat these allegations, man.
Exactly. Procreating in this economy is actually wild. It is. In this economy, insane.
That's true, to be fair. Now, I have this theory, though. I have this theory that if you have a kid, then it actually forces you to get your bread up. Because everyone I know,
I think so. Because people I know that have kids, they
just start moving different, start working harder than they've ever worked before. Making
it's
all
probably
kinds
because
of
life
money.
hits you that you're actually responsible
Exactly.
for another human being.
Exactly.
It's like, oh shit.
Even my friend did a post on Instagram just the other day because his kid turned like 1 or something, and he was like, real talk, like, son, if I didn't have you, I'd still be doing a bunch of nothing, like, fake shout out you, son. I was like, oh, you know, big up you, man.
Yeah, me personally, I'm in no position to be on that, bro. Like, literally, I live in my parents' house. Where's the kid going to be?
Bait out your age, you woman, you. How old are you? Since you lot, these lot are always asking me federal questions. I need to start asking federal questions back, man. Like,
He's trying to Vlad TV my audience.
Yeah, bro, these lot will ask me for my longitude and latitude. Like, yeah, literally, Micah TV. Oh, you're 30. You said this before. When did you turn 30? Because I'm a Fed. Yeah, well, I'm gonna start moving like one. You lot move like Feds.
Vladka.
All I do is tell a little story about a woman I encountered, and these lot are pulling up which retailer she works at. This, that.
Someone said dating is also weird as shit in 2024. How is it weird?
It is weird, to be fair. I agree with that.
I'm pulling
the podcast mic back out. Finn, are you trying to rejoin? By the way, if someone said Finn, someone send Finn a link if he is trying to rejoin.
I'll put it in the chat. Go on. How is dating weird, Michael?
Bro, dating's weird.
Enlighten us.
Okay. There's a lot of aspects to this, guys. Welcome to Micah Samuels.
Let me sip my water.
Micah Samuels, Schiaparelli BBL CEO here. And the problem with dating at the moment is that, one, there's too many playing fields involved right now. And two, online dating has kind of ruined everything as well. So, like, one, because of online dating, I feel like everything's gamified. So, like, people are always wondering if, like, there's someone better on another swipe away. Like, oh, should I just keep swiping? Should I keep swiping? Should I keep swiping? Then two, you have guys like Senor Fashion Roadman and myself, absolute ballers, pulling up on the scene to a date, taking the babes to a nice location, spending good money. But then you have Bill, Jeff, and Tommy who are expected to compete, who are just like, you know, Joe Blogs, regular Joe Blogs. And I feel like because of like social media and
This
stuff.
man said Joe
People-
vlogs. I'm dying.
Because of social media and stuff, people's perception of like what dating should look like is just different. So you have like I'll speak for as I date women. Some girls are expecting like what they've seen on Instagram, like they want me to take them to the Shard on the first date and this, that. And then other girls are like,
But does that mean
expecting-
dating is bad? Because yes, there are a lot of women that will say to me, "Oh, you got to take me here or there or there or here," but like that's not every woman though. So it's like you just got to find
No,
a
but I'm
woman
saying-
that don't do that.
I'm just saying, I think on like the internet in general cooked dating. I think dating was probably so much better before the internet.
Mm.
Like I sent Hanan a link as well, apparently. But in terms of also like because of the
Dating
same
on
way.
Tim Cook's internet is wild.
Say that again.
Just dating in general online is wild.
Yeah, like I don't know, the internet cooked dating because there's so much. Everyone's comparing their lives to other people's, comparing their relationship to other people's. Like,
But how do you? Because like a lot
because
of
they just
people I
do, bro. They
date-
see Lil Durk buy his girl like 200 bouquets of roses, and then
That's so complex. Like a lot of ways I date is like I'll go to an event and I might see a girl who's like, "Oh, she looks nice," so I'll get her Instagram or something. We'll talk, obviously.
no,
I'll
but
get her
even then, how
Instagram.
many men have tried to move to her that night? Type
Who
shit.
knows? But who knows? But I'd like run it up after and then be like, "Oh, like we should go out or something," and then we'll just do that. And then sometimes I'm like, "Okay, this person's interesting. We can continue." Sometimes they're not. Like, but
Okay, I'm gonna give you
I
guys a
don't
dating
know.
life
I
hack.
feel like
This is a dating
sometimes
life hack.
people.
I don't
overthink
have
these
any
things.
dating apps. I've never had any dating apps. But I recently started wearing plain white t-shirts. And since I have, women have
Stop talking about
approached
those
me
t-shirts.
a lot. I'm just saying, plain white t-shirts changed my life. Today I've got a graphic tee only because all my plain white t-shirts need to go in the wash. And I'm going to wash them after this stream. But I'm just saying, plain white t-shirts. But no, dating is just weird. I think it's that thing as well of like, regardless of the internet or not, everyone has different expectations going into it. And you don't know what someone's like previous experiences are and stuff like that. So some people are like emotionally scarred from previous relationships they've been in. So they're moving weird and stush. Mike is obsessed with plain white tees. Yes, I am. I've been tweeting about them as well.
Yeah.
And I'll continue to tweet about them.
There are weird people in dating. There are people that are weird. Like it's just there's people that are weird. Obviously, I'm straight, so I date women, and there's some women that like you say hello to them, like, "Oh my god!" There's people like that, and it's like, bro, it's like, yo, yo, I'm just saying hello. I'm going to fuck off now because clearly, like, I don't want to take up your personal space. Not my intention, but like, geez, don't chew my head off. So it's like I think it just depends, but you eventually just find someone who's chill, and you find someone who's interesting and stuff. I don't think it's that hard, to be fair.
What, dating?
Yeah. He says dating men is terrible because their emotional intelligence is horrible, and dating women and they them is terrible because they weaponize therapy. Like,
That is so true.
That's so true.
I have experience with all of it.
What's therapy language? Can someone fill me in?
Like, let me not even. Because this is going to bring back bad memories. Like people that just. There's people that are really manipulative. Like I've dated someone who's like every 5 minutes. I'm just telling you how I feel. But like how they feel is like totally irrational and like gaslighting you and all that. Just like, no, I'm just trying to communicate. Like I'm really just trying to tell you how I feel. Like that's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to communicate. And like they run that up, and that kind of stuff can give you a headache, bro. Literally.
Hey queer.
Lol. Lol. I blinked and there were two white men in our stream, bro.
What kind of gay telekinesis was that?
I know.
That was
The
crazy.
happy pride,
That one was crazy.
the power of pride.
How are you, Hanan?
What do we
Power
I'm
of
doing-
pride.
I'm
We're
so
talking about
stressed.
dating. What are your thoughts on dating, Hanan?
I'm fine.
Is
I
dating?
have a-
Someone said
I
dating is hard.
I have a
I mean,
husband. I don't
Hanan is
care.
happily married.
Oh, bro,
he's
I did
off.
not
He's
know.
off.
I
He's
did
off the
not know.
board.
No, I think
No, but
that
you can
all,
still speak on dating because you have dated
of
before.
course. I think that all men suck.
Fairs.
And that's it. That's it, pretty much.
So true.
No, I think that like people are. I think that people are complicating dating. Thank you, Juke. I think that like people are complicating dating way too much. To be honest.
Leo said
I
our
agree
gay
with that to an
correspondents are here.
You said even gay man hate men.
Wait, what happened?
I think
No,
gay men are the most narcissistic people in the world.
What
I
gay
don't
man?
think that but I don't think that is that like difficult to date, to be honest. I
I
don't
do.
think so. Really?
I just don't like spending money. Also, I'm more interested. I'm more interested in money than girls. So that's a problem.
He's like, she's like, can we meet? It's like, yeah, can we just go to the park and just lie down on the grass? And
I'd literally rather run up bread than go on a date, man.
no, I'm with you. Because with dating now, I have to tell people, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Where I'm like, okay, I'm a busy person. I'm going to.
I'm a busy person sitting at my mum's house.
I'm a busy person sitting at my mum's house streaming all day. So you have to like, because my days are fucked up because I wake up, then I have to like write articles and then like do other shit, and then I have to like stream or make a YouTube video or a Patreon video, who knows. And there's just no the Patreon, subscribe to the Patreon. And there's no time left to do anything else. So if I see someone, it means I'm either not streaming that day or not making a video, not making a Patreon video, or not writing an article.
That is
And that's
basically
money.
your way. That's basically your way of telling them you are
Bro,
special.
bro, you said I'm a busy person who spends 6 hours of my day talking to gay people and fashion nerds on a camera all day.
That's funny.
Nah, and you know what it is, yeah. You know what it is.
It's funny because it's true.
If she's 6 feet tall, I'll make time.
God.
That's called a trans woman.
That's crazy. That's crazy, Finn. Nah, Finn.
Finn is out of
There's
pocket.
definitely a 6 foot tall woman listening to this, and you just
Finn
dissed
is
them.
out of pocket.
You just dissed them to her face.
What if some of my audience are 6 foot tall women? Now what?
Yeah, they're cooked.
Suspiciously large
man.
women.
It's me. I'm the
It's because Sarah. Yeah, I don't know, Hanan, if you're in the stream when people are asking me my type, and I said I like really tall women. Like,
yeah.
the taller the better.
No, you told me your
That's-
crush, and she's very nice.
That's my
She's
type.
beautiful.
Yeah, that's true. Fact.
Yeah. His crush is Caitlyn Jenner. Would you believe that? She's tall.
You ain't got to get cancelled if you stay cancelled.
Yeah, that's true. Can you guys hear
That's
me when I
Good
talk?
point.
Yeah, well, we
Yeah,
hear
yeah,
you
I
loud
can
and
hear
clear.
Okay. Okay.
Almost
good,
a bit
good,
too
good.
loud, actually, you know.
No, when I meet women, I tell them I have no money and I don't know anyone and I don't have Instagram. That's what I tell people right off the bat. So
really?
I set the expectations nice and low.
Do you tell them that you go to the barbecues very often? Are they okay with that?
That's funny.
I meet them at the barbecues.
The barbecues.
So it's fine.
That's fair. A win is a win. A win is a win.
A win is a
I'm
win.
so stressed out. I swear to God, I'm packing to go to Croatia. By the way, Io and Finn and well, all of you. I'm gonna be in London, I think.
Oh, cute. Let me know.
Oh,
Oh yeah, we
when?
can pull up. Imagine we can have an IRL stream, guys. An IRL stream.
I'm down. I'm down. All four of us on a stream in the same room.
Just the camera far away, like on the other
Exactly.
side of the room. Oh my
Satin
God,
Io's one cut.
Leo's coming through. This is for the 6 feet queen date fund. So I've got my
Whoa,
speedy
Leo's
fund.
balling out today.
I've got my speedy fund, and I've got
You got a speedy fund.
for
Bro, what speedy are you? What speedy are you?
Because I was like,
bro?
I want to get the Pharrell speedy, and then I was
What
like,
color?
okay,
What color would you get?
we're gonna contribute the red one. So we're gonna contribute to your speedy fund.
And now you've got a dating fund, bro. You're up, bro. You're up. Nah,
Leo is my sugar daddy.
I ain't trying to spend no money, man. Even like, there's a few spots in London that I can eat for free, and I don't even take them there because imagine after we stop linking, if she just starts pulling up to my spot that I'm eating at for free, bro. Long day, long day,
bro. I'm really good friends, yeah, with my ex, and she told me that she took her boyfriend to an Italian restaurant that I introduced her to, and I was like, "No, you're actually an op. You're actually an
No,
op."
but I get that.
Like, bro, I don't take them. No, I say I have no money, guys. They say, why is there a Rolex on your wrist? I don't know how it got there. I don't know how it got there. I have no money. We can go to the park. We can go on a nice walk. Yeah, literally, it's from Walthamstow Market.
Nah, but
No, Michael, you're hilarious. He's like, I don't want to give them any. I don't want to show them any kind of
free,
good life.
No free game, no free sauce, bro. Once you're my girl, I'm putting you in mute immediately. But till then, no free game.
Till then, it's she.
Good night, culture.
You have to go through Shein to get to. Oh, fuck
Yeah,
it. I cannot pronounce her name still. Micah. It's Micah.
Micah, yeah.
We're making progress.
Oh, he said hiding the money is part of the game.
No, for real. I don't have money though, guys. There's no money to hide. I don't have any.
because you bought the fucking bag.
Exactly. Even though that was 7 months ago.
That's why I say dating's not hard, because you can easily filter people out. Like when I date people, I tell them I live with my mom, and I try to make myself come across
fair enough.
Because you know what's going to happen. People that are shallow, they're just going to jump to weird conclusions by me saying I live with my mom. They don't know that I pay bills or pay rent. They don't know that. I just tell them I live with my mom. So then they'll just think, he lives with his mom. He's like 26. Ugh. And then they get filtered out very easily. You don't even need to try.
They're gonna be like, I don't need that kind of negativity in my life.
You just don't even need to try.
No, that I live with my mom one is a good like baseline for filtering people out, to be fair.
It's also good to be like, they haven't asked why, or they haven't asked like,
yeah, exactly.
Maybe you're saving for a mortgage.
No, also little do they know this guy's mum's like never around. He has a free crib like 99% of the time.
That's what people don't get to. Like my mum lives in Nigeria for the most part.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's good.
Yeah. People are saying I pay rent to live with my mum. I just say I live with my mum because I'm trying to like downplay it. My mum's never here. She's here now, but for the most part, she's never here. Like it's just me in the house.
I didn't know she was here.
Maybe like a month. Because we're redoing the kitchen. We're redoing the kitchen and she's going back. Yeah, we're redoing
just so you know, if I were you, I would not save this live, because the girls that you're going to meet, some of them might watch this live and
they'll know you're a baller, bro.
They're gonna
they'll know you're spending your AdSense on.
You're gonna be like, I live with my mom, and she's gonna be like, I watched that stream. Don't fucking lie to me.
You know what? Oh, guys, I'll give you a piece of lore about the Fashion Road, man. I've seen this guy drop a pretty penny before. Fancy alcohols. Yeah, remember when you had that phase of having fancy alcohol, bro?
That's true, actually. That's true.
This guy would go, if he finds a job in Italy
from Spain.
Yeah, this guy would be importing wine from Spain and Italy. Like,
this guy's exposing me. It was basically if I book a job,
Michael, when was that? What year was that? Recently
enough.
Meanwhile, I see him in New York, and he's fucking buying Gatorade and being the happiest man that he found Gatorade in like a convenience store.
I get that because we don't have it here.
But we don't have Gatorade in the UK though.
It was him and Shabazz. I don't know if you know Shabazz.
Gatorade.
You know Shabazz. He's a guy on TikTok that calls everybody poor.
I don't have TikTok.
Oh, well, fuck my drive. Well, never mind. It was this guy he's so funny, and both of them are from UK, and two of them were like yelling, being like, "Oh my god, Gatorade!" in the middle, like 3 a.m. in the store.
No, too fat. I do the same shit. I can't even lie.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Says I'm busted. That's funny. No, I had a phase where I don't even know why. I was just like, oh, like
this guy was
it's
balling out.
it's because like I've told people before, I've never been drunk in my life. So I just got to a stage in my life and I
Is that
felt
still
like I
true?
didn't. No, it's still true. But I felt I got to a point in my life where I felt like I didn't know anything about alcohols and it made me feel a bit like I don't know.
You felt left out. FOMO.
Not left out, more like childish, because you know, like grown men will be like, oh, we're gonna get like the whiskey, whatever, and you're just lost. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So I embarked on a journey to educate myself about wine and different alcohols. And I may have been importing very fancy things from different countries around the world.
Hanan
So
has seen me at my
Micah
drunkest.
caught me in that phase.
What did you say?
Because people,
You've seen me at my drunkest in Paris.
Oh God! Oh my God! I remember. Oh my God! That was that the McQueen party.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I don't want to remember that. I was
It was
drunk
bad.
that night.
No one here has seen me up to guys. I don't really dabble in alcohol very often or anything like that.
Yeah,
I like to just keep things. I only drink water, really.
well, Captain Morgan.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, no way. No way.
How did this get here?
How did I get in my hands?
I don't really drink too tough. Me
No,
personally.
I was like Io before. I did not drink, and then I just started out of nowhere.
First.
You got into fashion, basically.
But like I really was not drinking, and then like I'm like, okay, like let me try it a little bit, and then like the last time that I got drunk was like really bad. Oof.
See, Maya understands. Water is not gonna. I can drink water because it won't stain my plain white tea, guys. Like that's why you gotta stay away from the alcoholics. Because if you're in the pub, yeah, and someone else pours their drink on your plain white tea, you're cooked. Game over, finished. Go buy a new one.
Ayumi says I haven't drank in 4 years, never going back. Yeah, I barely drink. Only
That's
like
a wise decision.
special occasions or something, or like socially.
Well,
Yeah.
see, I don't drink to get drunk. I just like drink just to get like a little bit buzzed, just a little bit tipsy, and that's it. Like when after that, I'm fine.
I just do cocaine.
Fair.
Fairs.
No, I don't. That's too expensive for my blood.
Crack is whack. I make too much money to buy cocaine. To buy crack.
Oh my god, what a good you and
Rams,
Lalo.
I think it's really cool to appreciate drinking from drinking just for the fact of drinking, getting drunk. I honestly have not reached that. I think for me, because I started drinking alcohol as a lot older person, I got past that phase of like in school where you just get drunk to fucking get pissed drunk and just be stupid and young.
Sorry, just one question, completely off the topic. Last time
Go
that
on.
I saw you, did you have the beard, the goat beard?
No, I didn't. This is new.
When did that grow?
Yeah, innit, bro. I was saying this the other day, and he's not bald anymore. And like, I don't know, everything's changing. I don't like it.
My hair just grows really fast. I can't help it. It just grows really fast. I can't help it.
The head I'm fine with, but the beard, I'm not digging it.
And I think it's tough. I think it's
says,
tough.
you says goat beard. Yeah, it's a goatee, but we know what he meant.
That's what I mean. You know what I mean. It's almost been. Is that how do you call it?
Dying. It's a goatee.
A goatee?
Yeah.
Is that, okay? It's fucking straight talk. Gays don't do that. No, but like, get rid of it. It doesn't. I don't know. I'm not happy. I like
it. I like
Why?
it. It's
I
just
don't know.
a little bit of random hair on your chin.
It's because he doesn't have any on his head.
You have this bitch. You have too much of a pretty face for that, to be honest. I think it takes.
No, I don't like. See, that's what I don't like. I don't like the pretty face thing. Do you know why? Because it's patronizing. Like girls be like, "Oh my god, you're so cute," and rub my face like I'm not a fully grown man. Like it's so annoying. Like, oh my god, you're so
he's
cute.
pressed.
Like,
He's pressed.
And you think that the beard is going to stop them from doing that?
I hope it does.
I can
It
tell you
won't.
that it won't. They might like push your face and then pull your beard. So I don't know.
That's
I
even
don't know.
worse.
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
hope not. Someone's asking you, so gay men never have goatees?
I
Well,
don't.
we just,
Right. I don't see a lot of gays with a beard like that, to be honest. Finn,
not
my gay
from my
correspondent
experience.
over here.
Gay correspondent.
Right? The gays don't do the beards like this.
I don't know. It reminds me of like Guy Fieri.
No. Maybe a little bit.
Gay men do have goatees. Trust.
I don't see a lot of them.
Babyface is better. Yeah, I
Yeah,
like
Rose says gay men have goatees. So
Babyface
Hey.
is better than patchy facial hair. Pick a struggle.
Oh, Finn, you're not. I just remember Finn's not in London. I was gonna say, do you want to bang sauna tomorrow, Finn, in the morning? But you're not
That's a bit of
around.
a fucking invite, isn't it, for the gay man?
I mean, all are welcome in the sauna after all.
I would, but yeah, no, I'm not going into London early.
Finn,
Yeah,
don't
fair
go
enough.
to the sauna with Micah. He's going to ignore you and be talking to Spicy Whites instead.
Oh,
Now,
God.
I'm such a good wingman, actually.
It's
Yeah,
not my
same.
fault. There are Lang. It's actually not my fault. There's Lang girls in the sauna, to be fair, and they're in the mood to chat. If they all aired me, it'd be a different story. But like, they always want to pull out a book. Oh, what are you reading, babes? Oh, yeah, this, that. Next thing you know, you're chatting upstairs over a nice iced coffee, talking about
Real.
who knows what.
Wait, is this like the sauna in the gym?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the men, wait, the men and the women are together in the sauna?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's really odd.
Interesting.
Is that odd? Is that odd?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's normally gendered, but in the
correct.
one at
Oh.
Soho House, it's like one big
In-
room.
In
Oh.
America, in a gym, like you get
In
women
America?
yeah, women get women's sauna, men get men's.
That's crazy. Oh, well,
Is that reading a book in a sauna? Don't you like?
It's an
Does it
LED.
get?
It's a infrared one, so it doesn't get like sweaty.
It doesn't get sweaty. What do you?
No, the
I don't-
steam room one is like actually harsh, but the sauna is. I think that's a really
Bro,
nice one.
I sweat my life away in there.
Do you?
Yes. And so does
That's
everyone
what you're
else. Oh,
supposed
bro,
to
it's not.
do.
No, bro, it's not. Wait, I don't think it's an infrared sauna. Wait, let me look this up.
It is.
I don't think it is.
Are you
I
guys
know
talking
If I
about
took if I took a book into the sauna, it would literally look like I put it
I
in the
cannot.
swimming pool.
Exactly.
Oh,
that's the
okay. I get what you mean.
steam
No,
room.
it is an infrared sauna. It is an infrared sauna. It is an infrared sauna. But you get sweaty. It's just not steamy. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Is that what you
yeah.
meant? Steam.
Yeah, because the
Oh,
steam
okay.
room
I
one
understand.
that
I
ruins
understand. I
me, man.
understand. Oh no, I do 20 minutes in this at the steam room and then 20 minutes in the sauna because it
I
helps.
get that.
It's good for your respiratory
Circulation.
system.
I prefer the sauna. over
Okay,
the steam
all right,
room.
Micah.
Oh, see, that's what I'm doing in there. You got now. You guys know what I'm doing in there. I download a new album, some music I've never heard before. Put my earphones in, pop into the steam room, 20 minutes. Only use wired earphones as well, guys. I wait. Where are my wired earphones?
Exactly,
Says in
Micah is
Deadpool.
our sauna correspondent. He really is.
Guys, I live and swear by these. Live and die by these. These are so essential. These are almost as essential as a white tee.
Oh,
No,
here we go.
my worst experience in the gym and the sauna is that there was a guy who was the gym had a lot of like dangerous people, to be honest, but there was a guy who was in prison and then he found Jesus in prison and then he got out and I swear to God, in the middle of the gym, in the middle of the sauna, this man started praying for me.
And
In the
this is
middle
why
of the
you
sauna.
pay for a Soho House membership.
I don't like Soho House. I think Soho House is the most ridiculous thing ever.
Same, but I love it.
Agreed.
It's so
Like
overrated.
saying, but I love it.
Agreed.
It's so overrated.
It definitely is overrated. I think some people.
No, I don't think it's. I don't think it's overrated. I just think most people.
I think in the
underutilize it.
sense that people gas it, like people act like Soho House is some like exclusive members card, but it's like
No.
no, I could
It's
Oh
literally.
no,
packed.
it's not. It's not. It's
Every
not. It's
time
not.
like-
it's so damn
it's like-
packed.
No,
It's
it's
like
not,
literally you
it's
could
not,
just
it's not.
like pay for it and just get a membership easily. It's not exclusive.
It's
No,
every
it's
Like
time that I
people
go
act
there,
like, oh my
it's
god,
packed.
I've got a Soho House membership. I'm so like I'm on some other shit. It's like, no, you're not.
Please.
No, you're not.
Maker, do you have the under 30? Under 27?
Whoa. I can't bait out my age to Urban. Sorry. They're
See,
gonna
I was trying to
interrogate
see. I was
me.
just trying to see if you would tell me.
Next thing,
Can't
someone's
bait
gonna
my age.
produce your passport in the stream.
Yeah, in it. They'll post my passport number and everything.
Soho House is good for a day pass. You can't get a day pass. You're either a member or you're not.
I'm packing for Croatia for a month, and I don't know what I'm packing.
All right, rub it in.
It's not rub it in, trust me. I don't feel like going.
It's probably hot, so couple of beach shorts, Versace silk shirts.
Are you
know.
going to the festival? That festival, Hanan?
No, I'm going like home. But the
Go
thing
see
is
his
that like
mom.
my mom is very conservative, so I cannot be super gay. And now that's stressing me.
You could
Right,
just
you're
be
a
a little
top.
bit
It doesn't
gay,
matter.
but not
Do you
full
have
gay.
any? Do you have any just black t-shirts? You know, like just black
I
top,
do,
black
I do. I'm
t-shirts.
like if somebody sees me, they're gonna be like, that man is straight. But wait, there's a hint that he's gay, and that's enough. I'm not
Oh.
going like I'm not going lower than that.
He only wears one ring rather.
Rather than 10.
Yeah, that's true though.
Do you guys remember when Frank Ocean made that cock ring?
Yeah.
I remember
Yeah.
that. I remember that. Only
I
one
left him
fourth
for it.
gay with mom. Exactly.
I was hoping one of you was going to be like, yeah, I have it. I was like,
What,
oh,
a
don't-
God.
£1 million cock ring?
Yeah, but you lot are built different, man. You lot are all ballers. What do you mean?
No,
Can we just
I
go back to the fact that you have 2 LV Speedies?
Guys, I don't know what we're talking about here. I don't understand what's going on here.
no. If there's any rings I'm wearing, that's like on my hands.
Oh. I don't like rings, you know.
I think rings are cool, but I don't have any just yet.
I love rings. I don't
No,
even
I
know how
like
many I
rings
have.
on other people. I just don't like my fingers in rings.
Oh, I could.
I don't know why that sentence sounds insane. maybe it's just me.
No,
It's just like-
I love rings.
I just got sausage fingers, so for me, it's like doesn't look good.
You think they don't, but I think like when you find the right jewelry, honestly, I
Yeah,
think
word.
that it does.
Word.
Honestly.
Honestly.
Honestly, look at me like fucking like spreading philosophy over here. Love that.
Positivity and kindness.
Honestly.
Mikey, did I tell you what happened to me?
What happened to you, boss man?
So I used to wear rings, but I stopped because
Oh yeah, you did used to wear rings.
Do you remember I had
found a
the
cock ring that
Margiela
fit him.
ring?
Yeah, and yeah.
Why
Bro,
did you stop?
one of my exes stole my Margiela ring, bro.
Oh, long day.
Oh wow.
Long
Oh, that
day.
sucks.
Oh, that's another thing I'm scared of. What if I date a girl yet and then she just cleans out my wardrobe in my sleep?
Oh my
I'm
God.
Bro,
cooked.
she stole.
That's my net worth done.
She stole my
Tabby
Margiela
swindler?
ring, bro.
Bro, that's crazy. And what, do you have proof? Or it's just like he said, she said?
It's like, it's just like I know that she did it, and like it's just been so long now. So I think eventually, like I was just like, I know you have my Margiela ring. She was like, yeah, it's like whatever. This is what it is.
Damn, that's like a tabby swindler.
Yeah.
Do you remember
kind of.
the guy who stole that girl's tabby on Twitter?
Yeah, that was funny
on
to be
TikTok?
fair.
That
He
was
got
so
cooked.
funny.
He got cooked.
He's so dumb though. I'm like, if you're going to steal, at least be
What?
intelligent.
But that's so. Why would you just go to a woman that you barely know and steal her stuff, and she knows that you're the only guy that's been there? So like,
I love that.
who else
story,
could it
though.
possibly be?
That
And
story is
the
everything.
worst part, he allowed himself to be filmed. If I was him, I would have gone there ballied up.
Yeah,
I would have had
in
a
it.
face mask.
Not
What?
ballied up like you're a DL man getting your dick sucked.
That's what I would have done ballied up because I don't want people to see my face because that video is out there forever. Like
Yeah, true.
forever, he's going to be the tabby swiper. Like he's gonna like move on with his life, maybe forget about it, and then he's dating this girl, and then she just breaks up with him, and then she's like, "Sorry, I just can't date thieves. You're not trustworthy." Like, damn.
I mean, she does have a point though.
Apply for a job, and then randomly they're like, "Oh, it's come to our attention that you're a bit of a thief."
Just a little bit.
Right, lads, I'm gonna go to bed.
In it, it's 4:40 a.m. and these lot are still
They're not-
asking interrogatory questions. Is that a real word? Let's find
Wait,
out.
what's the next question?
Don't know. They're asking all sorts.
What? Oh my god! Once a white seducer, always a white seducer. That's so
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
This logic is actually crazy, Duke. Yeah, he cheated on his girlfriend to steal a tabby.
Oh yeah,
For his
girlfriend.
For his girlfriend.
That's actually what happened as well. That's
The
fully what happened.
The logic is insane.
There is no logic. That's the problem.
That's real love right there. So true.
You know what I did for you? I stole tabbies.
Oh, to be
Man,
fair, guys,
apparently,
I can tell you lot why I was caught up and didn't get to join the stream as early as I had planned to. I got caught in some drama by accident. So,
Why? What did you do?
Finn, do you have time for a quick story?
yeah, of course.
Okay, so imagine I'm out today, did a bit of light shopping, whatnot. Meet my friend
Another speedy.
for dinner. meet my friend for dinner, and she's been filling me in on a guy that she had recently been seeing and been sleeping with, whatever, for the last 2 or 3 weeks. She'd told me some details about him, blah, blah, blah. Was saying she wasn't really sure if she could trust him. Like, she was like, something feels off, but like, he's a really nice guy, this is that. Anyway, I'm not thinking too much of it. I'm only half listening because I was eating steak, so I was trying to enjoy my steak. Then I pull, as I'm basically outside where I live, there is a spot that many people I know chill at. So as I'm trying to get home, I walk past the spot that everyone I know chills at, and there are people chilling there. So I dap someone up. These are asking me to sit down. I'm sitting there for like 5 minutes, and then I clocked the description my friend gave me today at dinner of the guy fits the description of the same guy another friend I know has been dating for the last 6 months. So I'm thinking, nah, surely not. We're going off vague name. At the moment, it's just in my head, I'm like, oh, the 2 guys seem to have the same name and they're the same ethnicity. That's awfully vague, but that doesn't mean anything. So then I start thinking, I'm like, wait a second. And for context as well, girl B, who has been dating this guy for 6 months, girl B's best friend is right next to me. So she sees me like deep in thought. She's like, what do you think about? I'm like, oh, it's not a big deal, but like, do you know so-and-so's boyfriend's Instagram? Like, I just want to see what go on. Blah, blah, blah. And she's like, no, I don't know his Instagram. So I call my friend that I was at dinner with, girl A. I call girl A, who's only been sleeping with him for 3 weeks. I'm like, yo, can you send me his Instagram? Like, maybe I'm going crazy. Don't worry why. Just send it to me. So she sends it. I'm looking at it. Okay.
That's the same guy.
A few more of the details about him are lining up. This guy plays. I'm gonna change the sport just in case, but this guy plays.
Rugby.
So the guy is allegedly a professional basketball player. So I'm like,
Probably
okay,
a football player.
As I was just about to say.
he's allegedly a professional basketball player.
England, we're gonna guess football. Most likely is
I'm thinking, and allegedly he's going away to Croatia in 3 weeks to go and play football.
It's gonna say me.
So to go and play basketball. He's gonna go play basketball in Croatia in 3 weeks. So I'm looking at his Instagram. I'm like, okay, let me check his following. I check his following, already a red flag. 4 girls I know personally, he's following all 4 of them. And like, they're the kind of girls I know that like, if you're following them, like, yeah, you're like, so it's already not looking good. It's already not looking good, like at all. So then I search up the girl who's been dating him for the last 6 months. I search her name. Yeah, he's following her. I'm like, oh no. So there's the girl he's been dating for 6 months, and he's been sleeping with my other friend for 3 months. And I'm the one that now knows this information. I'm like, oh, I fucked it. Because now that I know the information, I'm obliged to tell them. Whereas if I just didn't, do a little bit of investigating, I wouldn't know. So the girl who's been dating him for 6 months, her best friend is right next to me. And she's just seen me discover the information as well. So now she's like, oh, we have to call her. She has to come down. Da, da, da. I'm like, wait. It might not be the same guy. Are you sure I have to be involved? Like this, that. Anyway, long story short, guys, I end up being the bearer of bad news to both of these women that, this guy you've been seeing, he's dating both of them. Yeah, but it was awkward because the girl who's been dating him for 6 months, I'm not close with her. So telling someone you're not close with, hey, I have this other friend. I have this other friend.
Look at it from a different perspective. Look at it from a perspective. You told her something that she did not know right now, and she could be with him for the next 4 years doing the same thing.
But wait, the plot thickens. So,
oh God.
First, I tell the friend who's only been dating him for 3 weeks.
There's more. Sorry,
because my friend who's been seeing him for the last 3 weeks, they're not that invested. It was supposedly like a casual thing, but he was trying to push it more towards a relationship. And she was like, why are you trying to make it a relationship? You said you wanted something casual. Like, make your mind up.
I know why he's pushing it to a relationship.
So anyway,
I know why.
Eventually, we call the friend who's been seeing him for the last 6 months. She comes downstairs. Sadly, we have to break the news to her. Then she's saying, nah, this can't be true. Like, da, 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 da. He's upstairs in my room right now. We're like, wow. So the guy was basically 2 minutes from where we were right that second in her room. Now my friend who's been seeing him for 3 weeks, she's texting me, hey, he's calling me right now. I said, what? So his girl that he's been seeing for 6 months leaves the room for 2 minutes. My man's already on the phone to the other girl. I said, nah, this is crazy. So she's saying, she's texting me, like, should I say anything to him? Or blah, blah, blah. We're like, no, don't say anything yet. Like, the girl who's been seeing him longer wants to confront him first. Blah, blah, blah. But obviously it's awkward. She's bawling her eyes out in front of me. I'm not close to her. So, like, even delivering the news, when she's asking questions like, are you sure it's him? Are you sure your other friend's not lying about sleeping with him? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, nah, it's not lying. She's not lying. Like, and it was just hard to say all that stuff.
Because guys like that, bro. Men like that, they're actually they're manipulative. So he's going
for real.
He's going to convince her that he's not doing anything. So like, people just want to break us up. That bullshit.
For real. And I felt so bad for her. Because apparently, like, she's been recently saying, she thinks she's in love with him, this, that, that. And I was just like, like, and then eventually I put one of them on the phone to the other and they spoke and blah, blah, blah. And I guess the guy he's been kicked out now. He's not in the room anymore. But it turns out he's been living with her for the last good, 3 months. So, like, yeah. So he was living with her. And then I guess whenever she's leaving the house, he's going out cheating, this, that, blah, blah. It's flagrant. It's flagrant. And that took up loads of my time because I was here doing up middleman as well, trying to, like, deliver the news, find out what's going on, this, that. But, a mess.
Oh, wow.
A mess. Whole thing was a mess. Yeah.
So
no,
you did the right thing.
I think you did the right thing, even though some guys be, bro, like the bro code. It's like, bro.
No,
how about you stop cheating?
The worst part is,
how about you stop cheating?
No, so listen to this, because obviously, so I've met the guy once in my life, literally once for 10 minutes. That's it. And in that 10 minutes, we're the same ethnicity. So I was just talking to him a bit about Nigeria. Asked him a couple simple questions. That's it. Don't even remember his face. To this moment, if I saw him on the street, I wouldn't know it's him. Like, I don't remember his face. But off that information alone, things weren't making sense. Because basically, my friend who has just been seeing him for the last 3 weeks, she is a professional dancer. So she's she's an athlete, essentially. Like, she's an athlete. And she was like, yo, he's saying he's a professional footballer, but like, I know how dedicated I am to my craft. He has way too much time for me. Like, it's a bit sus. This is that. But in the 10 minutes I'd spoken to him, because obviously when she's told me this is at dinner today. So I didn't even know he's cheating and all that. I have no information. I'm just hearing he's a professional football player. But now that I know who it is, I know I've spoken to him for 10 minutes. This guy told me he just runs a Sunday tournament once every few months for football. So he's not even I guess to these other girls that he's trying to court, he's saying, "Oh, I'm professional this, professional that." Bro, the guy told me he plays like once. He just hosts a tournament every now and then.
But he's running like a children's league. Like, what the fuck?
I don't know. He just said.
That's like saying you're an NBA player and you're just playing in 24 fitness.
No, literally he plays pickup every 3 weeks. But man was saying he's an NBA player, like literally stuff like that.
Crazy.
And it's just.
But lying about being a professional though, how do you get away with that? Because I could just Google it.
No, it's flagrant.
How do you lie about that?
No. But you know how in the UK, like
if you're like, I'm in the NBA, I'm just gonna be like, okay, cool.
But bro, to be fair, you know how in the UK there's professional, then there's the Premier League. Like you can be a professional football player.
No, but bro,
you're not in the Prem.
If you're not in the Prem, I can go. If you're in the Championship, League 1 or League 2, you're 100%.
That's true.
That's true. Definitely can be Googled. What? You're even in Football Manager. You might even be in FIFA. What are you talking about? How can I not find you on Google?
It's flagrant. And like it's just once we'd found out, like, you know, this guy's been speaking to both girls, loads of little pieces started fitting together. So when when he wasn't with one girl, he was with the other, but obviously he's told some dumb lie, this, that. But then he must have realized, at some point he realized he was cooked, because this week, my friend that has been seeing him for 3 weeks was posting me on her story, on her Instagram story. So apparently, well, I guess he must have seen that, and this is why this happened. But apparently, he randomly brought up to the girl that he's been seeing for 6 months. Oh yeah, that Micah guy. Like, are you guys close? Like, he seemed like a cool guy. And she was like, "What do you mean? You met him like 2 months ago. Like, why are you asking about him?" And he was like, "Oh no, bother. He just popped into my head. I saw him around Wembley, like that kind of vibe." But in reality, what must have happened is he must have seen me on my other friend's story. Clocks that, oh shit, this Micah guy knows both the girls I'm sleeping with. I need to find out how close he is to each of them.
Yeah. So he's running up. Bro, I told you I know that kind of guy, because you told me that your friend that he's been sleeping with for 3 weeks, he was like pushing for a relationship with her.
Yeah.
I know that kind of guy, bro. That kind of guy, the reason why he's pushing for a relationship is because he wants to continue having sex. And he feels like
type shit.
He feels like to lock it down so he can keep having sex, he needs to get her in a relationship.
Bro.
But then he'll be in a position where he's in a relationship with multiple people at once. Bro.
No, exactly.
I know those kind of guys,
and it's the way he did it, because as soon as they met, he said, "No, I don't want a relationship. I just want something casual. I'm going away to whatever country to go and play football soon." But then my friend's saying, "Oh, he's bringing me flowers. He wants to cool all the time." Da, 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 da. And she called it out. She's quite like to the point. So she called it out. She was like, "Hey, you said you don't want a relationship. Why are you doing all this relationship stuff? It feels sus." Sorry. Wait, I'm going to keep coughing. Talk. One of you talk.
Men suck, obviously. This is another proof. That's crazy though. And
that's
as far
insane.
as far as the bro code goes, the only guys that ever mention bro code is the one that are doing some nasty shit.
Of course, because you don't need bro code if you're not up to bullshit.
Exactly.
Do you want some recent tea from me before I go?
Yeah, go for it. I think I've said everything.
This is a tea session here. I love that. Go for it.
It sort of relates. So on Thursday, I brought my ex to the JW Anderson party, and he's been staying with this guy in a different part of London, because anyway, he's like changing flats and whatnot. So he's been staying at their family house, right? Being like, we're just friends. And like, because obviously I'm his ex, he's been a bit sort of like quiet about him seeing like chilling with me, right? Which I kind of get, because I have as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then on Thursday, we both, bear in mind, this guy that he stayed with this week, he has me blocked, whatever, there's like history there. He has me blocked, everything. And so we go to the JW Anderson party. We both post a similar picture. This dude then, for some reason, has unblocked me, checks that I have posted at the JW Anderson party, has gone ballistic at me and my ex. But then what this guy doesn't know is my ex like was like, oh, I'm too bored, like I'm not liking the party, whatever. Then goes on a date with a guy two street, like in Soho, like a street over, goes on a date with a guy, goes back to this guy's house. And I'm like, how do men get away with this shit? Honestly. Like, how do men do this?
I'm not shocked, honestly.
No, it's mad how
It's
far
always
you
men.
can get with lying. Like you can get
No,
real
but I
far if
do-
you just tell a lot of
First
flipping
of all,
lies.
do you know what spins me about this stuff? How do you have the time? Like, do you know how time consuming it is to run different lies with 3 different women and be like, that's
No, it's true.
stress.
Oh no, it's stress. No, but no. Oh,
It's so
that's
much
another thing.
stress.
That's another thing though. We clocked. He must be jobless. Like he actually doesn't have a job because
Yeah.
he basically, when my friend met him, she was like, "Oh, what'd you do for work?" And he was like, "Oh, because of the type of work I do, I signed an NDA. I can't actually talk about the work I do." But then she was saying, "Oh, every day that they're hanging out, she's like, do you not have work tomorrow?" He's like, "Nah, I can like move it. Basically, in 3 weeks, she didn't see him go to work once. And like now that I've spoken to the other girl, it sounds like he doesn't have a job. Like he's actually jobless. Like he doesn't have a
It's suspicious because he doesn't have a job.
Purple Rain, that is so true, by the way. People give them.
Lance says that's
chances.
why it's true. Running a cheating ring of 3 women
Yeah,
is
that
a
was
lot
his
of
job.
work.
That was
That's a
his job.
full-time job because that's the only way you have time for that.
Yeah.
Someone said he just wants a place to stay, to be honest.
Well, that's how it seems, to be honest.
No, that's literally it. It's the same with my ex. Like him staying at this guy's house was just to be like, oh, I need a place to stay because he literally was like homeless for a week. And then I said to my ex, I was like, you've got to tell this guy that you're going to meet with your ex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like
yeah.
it's just the right thing to do. Do you know what I mean?
Facts.
And he was like, nah, there's no point. He doesn't like you. And I was like, well, he has me blocked, but I just think like the internet's small.
Mm.
And then for him to like find out, like see it, I was like, I just said to him, I was like, to be honest, mate, like you've done that to yourself. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, everybody's life seems so complicated. My biggest problem is that I have a reunion of like us from the elementary school. That's the thing that's like on my mind. I don't have
Elementary
any
school.
tea. Yeah, I don't have any tea.
Jeez.
But like,
People do reunions for elementary
I'm
school.
like, that's
Not-
never gonna happen
not-
with my class.
not everybody does, but like elementary school, like our kind of class got along. That's like my biggest issue right now. I don't have any tea. I am like drama free, but that's my biggest like thing because I'm like I don't know if I want to go. That's the biggest thing that I have. But y'all are like
Man,
serious.
I
Tea
don't have
drinkers
any.
here.
I don't have any drama going on in my life. Everything's peaceful around here.
Same, and I love that.
That was my drama.
Right. Girls, gays, and
Micah,
gays. It's 5
Micah over
a.m.
here breaking relationships left and right.
Oh,
Finn,
I just didn't want to be.
Finn partying and then figuring out.
Figuring out that my ex is a cunt.
Is
No
that
shit. I knew that from day one.
Swear to God.
But yeah, I am gonna go to bed because it is 5 a.m.
Bye, love.
Bye.
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 Bye, gay. Okay.
Nah,
Oh, Jesus
Micah
Christ,
out
that is
here.
a close up.
Yeah,
bro,
Mike,
it's
you're
just-
out
That's
here.
so close.
out here
I just-
fighting against strikers.
Bro, I just wanted to be on stream, bro. Meanwhile, I'm out here delivering all sorts of terrible news.
No, I think you did. I think you did it. You did the right thing, honestly. If I was in her situation, I would want somebody to tell me that.
Bro, it was. I just felt bad, man. She was bawling her eyes out, and I was just like, "Oh, damn, it's
No,
rough
it's
out
like,
here."
look, it's an eye opener. That's the thing. She probably did not know any of that, and she needed somebody to tell her that.
Yeah,
That's the
obviously
thing.
it's going to hurt, but it's best that she knows that the
Of
man is a
course.
scumbag, because otherwise, imagine her wasting more time with him. That's messed
Yeah,
up.
it's
Exactly.
tricky, it's
Imagine
tricky,
if
it's
she
tricky.
marries him and like he's being like that. Like,
Oof,
come on. So
disaster.
like, you know what? When you get to St. Peter in heaven, St. Peter's gonna be like, you remember that guy when that time when you said the girl?
Lol,
He's gonna be like, get in.
lol. Hopefully, I'm gonna meet
And
up with her tomorrow and get a debrief because I want to know how her conversation with him went. I just saw him packing his bags and leaving like several hours later.
oh wow,
Yeah,
damn, it's
GG.
gonna be fine. It's gonna be
Yeah, I mean, being jobless at that age too is insane. Like, this man said that he's a professional football player.
Nah, and it's the way
How
my
did
friend clocked
I
it too.
just?
Because
I
she's
just.
an athlete, and she was like, "Bro,
Yeah,
he's
I
too
just.
job." Like she was like, "I know how much this takes." Like
I just
he's
want
been
to
hanging out with me.
know how he lied about something like that. Because someone like me, if you tell me you're a professional football player, I'm gonna ask you what team. And like,
No, you know, I feel like girls don't ask for all of that. I can't lie.
no, but I'm not even trying to catch him out. It's just genuinely what team. And then when you tell me what team, I'm gonna be like, oh right, like cool. Let me check. And then, oh, you play for Birmingham City. Oh, cool. Let me see. Well, I don't even know too many people that play for Birmingham City. Let me see what the roster looks like. Like, oh, you know what? Your picture's not here, you know. Maybe they just forgot to put your picture here. But the thing about me is, when people lie, I just pretend with them. I just like pretend that it's like, no. These things happen. Like sometimes, you know, they don't.
Yeah, it's because it makes them feel even more stupid, right? It makes them feel like an idiot. Like,
imagine someone telling you they play for the LA Lakers and they're lying. I'll be like, do you? Okay, cool. Let's see the roster. But you know, sometimes they just forget to put certain players on the Lakers website. You know, it's fine. That happens. It's normal. That's why I want to know how he lied that lie.
no,
That's
but
crazy.
remember I don't know if I added that bit. My friend that just started seeing him, they met in a club and then they went back home together. So I think like in that kind of setting, when you ask someone what they do, you're not immediately getting your phone out to look it up and blah blah blah. But I guess a few days later she could
have. Yeah. Exactly. Definitely looking up the roster. Like what? Never come home sweating or tired, bro. On the couch refreshed from doing fuck all.
Yeah, no, bro. Genuinely though.
What team? Wildcats, get your head in the game. Yeah, I love. So I always play along because then they dig themselves in a hole. And the problem with most people is that I actually watch every sport. Like I'm a fan of most sports. Like I watch baseball, American football, basketball, football, athletics, swimming, tennis. Like I watch everything. So like you can't really get away with the lie. If you tell me, oh, I play, I don't know, for some second division Italian team, I'm probably gonna know what team you're talking about, and I'm gonna know you don't play for that team. Like,
yeah, it's mad. And then so I have another friend who is a guy who follows the cheating guy on Instagram. So tomorrow I'm gonna call that friend. I mean, like, yo, do you know much about him? Like, because I want to find out what's going on.
You just want to ruin this man's life.
No, at this point, I'm just genuinely curious. Like, I'm just genuinely curious on this one. Because, bro, if you like, obviously, I can't go into all the intricacies on here because it's such a detailed story. But if you hear the way the two girls were piecing different lies together, I was like, yo, this guy's actually been out here. No, you know when lying is your job, like you know when you tell more lies than truths in a day, like it's one of them ones. I was like, raw, like, is it on some like they my friend that met him 3 weeks ago, they met on his birthday at the club and they slept together. So, but his girl was thinking he went somewhere completely different on his birthday and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Said Mikey, you're in deep.
Yeah, I'm invested at this point. With the amount of time I had to listen to the stories, I might even become a generational hater. Who knows?
Someone's asking me, do I like any American baseball team? So I'm more into like Japanese baseball, to be honest with you. But I like Shohei Ohtani because like it's crazy to be like literally a DH and like barely even pitch and have the success that like Ohtani has. And the reason why I like Japanese baseball more is like they're just more, they're not maybe as skilled, some of them, as like MLB players, but they're like hardworking and it's more like regimented and stuff. So no, I'm a big Japanese baseball fan. Someone said OMG, not Tyler Perry. That's jokes. He said, I'm so avant-garde. I'm only into Japanese.
No, legit.
No, but Japanese baseball is so interesting. Like, have you guys? I don't know how many people here into like baseball, but high school Japanese baseball is a madness. It's insane. What? Japanese people are crazy when it comes to sports, especially baseball. Like, it's actually insane. The Dodgers are too mainstream. I don't think Japanese baseball is that niche. It's not that niche, guys. Like, even most people are starting to realize now that Japanese baseball is on the rise. That's why a lot of Japanese players are going to the MLB and dominating. Like, I don't think it's that niche. It's Japanese baseball niche. I don't think it was niche.
Yes, it is. It's niche.
And I was like, we're not letting you get away with that one.
It's niche.
So I don't like anything that is easily accessible. That's not true.
Literally.
If it's on TV, he hates it. I thought most baseball fans also kind of watch Japanese baseball. Maybe I'm wrong. I guess I can't think like that because even like in basketball, I watch the NBA, but then I also watch the EuroLeague. But most NBA fans don't watch the EuroLeague. So
You watch the BBL as well, yeah?
Of course, son. I watch the London Lions. Shout out to the London Lions. I told you I watch all the sport. That's why I'm like that guy that lied about sports,
my do-rag
bro.
is cooked.
He would have been like, "Oh yeah, I play professional footy." He'd be like, "I don't think I've seen you anywhere, mate."
Oh, you know what? The way my do-rag is moving, it's probably time for me to head out, lads. I'm gonna hit a clean piece out on you lot.
So he's gonna.
It's lovely been chatting, Urbans. Actually, I'll move to the chat for a bit, but in a bit, I'm tired, man.
You gonna leave?
Yeah.
Stay off the Captain Morgs.
Well, we'll try to. It's gonna be feeling a bit sleepy today. I can't lie to you.
Someone said there's a EuroLeague. I thought they played netball. In Europe, women play netball and men play basketball. It's really weird, but that's just how it is in school. So yeah, for the most part, women play netball and men play basketball. So yes, there very much is a EuroLeague where all the college players that don't make it to the NBA go, or like ex-NBA players are in the EuroLeague too. Like the EuroLeague is the best basketball competition beside the NBA anyway. So it's still and people make millions in the EuroLeague too, like the NBA. People have $10 million contracts and $5 million contracts in the EuroLeague. But to be fair, a lot of Americans, I think they don't know a lot about the sports outside of the US, unless it's like a really popular sport like football. Because a lot of Americans, like, they'll be like, oh, if you don't make it to the NBA, at least you can play overseas. And I'm like, what does that even mean? Because like play overseas, you can play in like the 5th division in Germany and be on minimum wage, or
Yeah.
you can play in the Spanish ACB and you can make millions. So like there's a vast difference. Like even some Americans, when I'm in America and they're like, oh, I play professional basketball, and they're like, I'm like, okay, where do you play? They're like, I play overseas. I'm like, what country, what division? Like, what does that even mean?
Look at
Like
you being,
overseas.
look at you being elitist. I love that for you.
It's not overseas, but I think because people are sometimes trying to portray themselves like they're playing in the
Yeah.
EuroLeague or some shit, and it's like, no, you play in the 5th division in Germany.
Damn. Ruthless.
Overseas is out of sight, out of mind. Yeah, NBA is obviously where you make the most money. Like in the EuroLeague, let me Google it. What's the highest paid EuroLeague player? Let me see. Highest EuroLeague salaries. Because the NBA salaries are really getting out of control. Let's see. Okay, so the top EuroLeague salary right now, they all range between $4 to $2 million a year. Now in the NBA, I think, what's the vet minimum in the NBA? That might even be the vet minimum. Vet minimum. Okay, so the vet minimum in the NBA is 2,120,000, and a supermax contract in the NBA is insane. Like, I genuinely feel like NBA players now are going to be billionaires because NBA players now, they make so much money. Wait, NBA supermax contract. Wow. So the supermax contract right now is $304 million, which is insane to me. Like NBA players make so much money, it doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I know. Patrick was telling me about that the other day.
$304 million. So you're basically going to be a billionaire. If you get 2 supermax contracts and you have endorsements, you're basically a billionaire.
Yeah.
Literally, you're a billionaire.
By
Do
the
they
way,
still call money quid? Yeah, we do. We do.
By the way, the mic that you told me, the Rode, is
Yeah.
very good.
Yes, it's
very
great.
good.
It's really, really good.
I like them.
Have you been using it for like short form or like something
Mhm.
else?
No,
Oh,
for short
nice,
form
nice,
also.
nice.
It is so difficult to pick out jewelry for vacation. Jesus.
First world problems. Oh my god,
I
so much
swear, it
jewelry,
really is.
so little, so little space.
I don't even want to. I know. No, my thing is that, like, God forbid if stuff gets stolen.
Yeah.
That's also like what I'm taking into consideration.
Leo, I don't think Otani's contract was 500 million. I think it was 700 million. Yeah, I think it was 10 years, $700 million. So yeah, no, sports now, it's because they make so much money. It's like the TV deals and all that stuff. And I don't know much about like other leagues in terms of like how the money works, but I know how the money works in the NBA. They have that collective bargaining agreement. So the pool of money that goes into what they pay the players is a percentage of all of the revenue that the NBA earns. So because they got these like insane TV deals, it means all the players get paid more because the pool is like a lot bigger, like the pool of money. So yeah, athletes nowadays, like the kind of money they make is like disgusting, especially the NBA and baseball. But I think NBA, because other sports, like if you think of like American football, you have people that make loads and loads of money. Like, and then you just have people that like barely make that much money, like relatively. Like you have Patrick Mahomes on like a disgusting contract, and you have someone who makes like, I don't know, 400, 300, 200K a year.
He's
Whereas
so
the NBA, but the NBA is more balanced. Like the vet minimum is 2 million, literally. So it's like, you know for a fact if you're in the NBA, you're good for life.
He's the
If you're
only.
sensible.
What
If
is
you're
Mahomes
sensible.
in? What is that? That is
The NFL.
Super Bowl game, right?
Well, yeah, in the NFL, yeah.
He's the only one that I know, and he's super nice.
No, he's nice. He's really, really nice.
What's that? That's American
He said,
football.
don't come to America. It might be done off soon. I'm thinking Canada. Yeah, I'm monitoring the election. We'll see how all of that goes.
Biden and Trump are going to go for the presidency.
But yeah, the NFL is brutal. Like the NFL, they don't even have like guaranteed contracts either. Like that league is messy. I feel sorry for the players. They need to have a proper like CBA. And like the NFL, they just kind of use you for 4 years and then your body is like smashed and bruised. And then that's the end of it. Like they just find the next person. Whereas the NBA is so much better because like but then the NBA is way harder to get into than any other league. Because think of the NFL, how many roster spots on each team. On NBA teams, it's like 12 to 15 roster spots per team. Like it's so hard to get in. Yeah, and then the NFL, they get the brain injuries, like CTE. It's like crazy. But the good thing about basketball though is like, and this is the issue with things like American football. If you're good at American football, if you don't make it to the NFL, you're kind of fucked. You can kind of try to play rugby, but unless you're like really fast, like a running back, for you to translate to rugby, you have to be like a running back or like it's mainly running backs that can really translate to rugby. I don't think many other positions can translate to rugby. So you're just kind of fucked. You just have to go and find something else to do. Whereas like if you play basketball and you don't make it to the NBA, you can play in so many other leagues that still pay well. You can play in so many top divisions in Europe. You can play in China and they pay well in China. You can get like good endorsement deals. So I think basketball is like a safer sport, something like football where there's so many leagues around the world where you can make like good money, but something like American football is too risky for all that brain damage just not to make it to the NFL. That's a bit crazy. Yeah, that's true. They can make money in college. A lot of them are making good money in college now. Yeah, those NIL deals are insane. But I just think now in sports, there's so much money, more so than ever before. It makes me feel like so poor. Like they're like, oh, this player just signed a $500 million contract. I'm like, fuck, you know.
Yeah, true.
I am poor. Do rugby players get well? Not as well as like American football players, if that's what you're asking. Definitely not close to American football players because there just isn't the money in it. Which is why I don't understand why certain people play certain sports that don't have a lot of like upside, especially when it comes to money, like where you can't make a career of it. Because if you're good at rugby, you could probably be good at American football. You're agile, you're very fast, you're strong. It's like the same skills. If you're a rugby player, I'll just say just try to be an American football player. And if it doesn't work, then go back to rugby.
Sorry, that was so disgusting.
Let me see who the highest paid rugby player is in the world. So the highest paid rugby player apparently is Finn Russell. who makes $1.3 million per season, which is nothing compared to other sports, for him to be the highest paid. Meanwhile, the highest paid player in the NBA is signing $400 million contract. Yeah, in the 70s, millions. Yeah, it's because they didn't have the branding deals. But that's why all these leagues are trying to be global, because it means more TV deals, which means more money. So yeah, but even like someone says going to coaching is kind of like that too. Like sports coaching has so much money now. Even the coaches, like NBA coaches, they'll be like, oh, 24 million per year salary as a coach. And I'm like, damn, you don't even need to be a player anymore to make this kind of money. It's insane. Like I'm trying to coach the Lakers, 24 million. That's insane. Yeah, a lot of athletes go broke because they're stupid. There's no other reason why. They're just dumb. There's no reason why you should make like hundreds of millions over your career and be broke. That's the stupidity.
Yeah, true.
Like, there's no other way to put it.
Oh, God.
College coaches make even more. Yeah, some college coaches make so much money. It's wild, insane. I need to be Adrian Joff's assistant. I'll do his laundry. Yeah, I just don't understand how you can be that rich and be broke. Like, it's so easy not to be broke. I just don't. When you have that kind of money, because more money makes more money. So it's just like, even if you're dumb, just give it to like a financial like manager person. And if I had that kind of money, I would just invest a lot of it in like different things. A big part of it would be like a property portfolio where you're just making like rental income, and then you have an estate agent manage the property, and then you pay them like a yearly fee, so you don't have to think about it. It's more like passive. But yeah, I just how you can be broke after making, it's kind of like the Mike Tyson thing. Like, he made, how much did he make again in his career? I need to Google it. How much did Mike Tyson? So Mike Tyson made $300 million in his career and ended up homeless. How? If someone gave me 5 million, I'll never be broke a day in my life.
Yeah, that's true.
Again, ever. Like, if someone gave me 5 million, he had 300 million and ended up homeless. Oh my word. That's like having random relatives hitting you up. I mean, unless a relative was there, if I was an athlete, unless those relatives were with me, supporting me, driving me to practice and all that stuff, they can get fucked. Like, you weren't shooting with me in the gym, you can get fucked. You can actually get fucked. Like, why do I have to give them money just because we're family? That's some bullshit.
No.
Unless you are driving me to the, because that means you only want to reap the benefits when it benefits you, but you never contributed to the reason why I'm there. Fuck that. They can get fucked. No. I don't give a fuck. They can get fucked.
I've never heard you curse more. You're very irritated.
Because it's annoying. Like, why would family just think I'm going to give them money just of because we're family? Imagine, because being an athlete is so hard. Like, because I almost like played D1 in college in America. Like, I got a scholarship to Virginia Tech, and it's like, I know the work I put in just to even get in that position. So I know, like, if you're a professional athlete, like, that's why I think I've told this story before, but that's why I never got drunk, or like I didn't really drink alcohol or do any of those things when I was younger, because when I was younger, I was like an athlete, and so I felt like any tiny thing would affect my performance. And it's one of those things where I didn't want to like drink alcohol or I didn't want to do whatever, like smoke weed or smoke a cigarette, and then it affects my performance, and then it's that tiny thing that is the reason why I don't make it to the pros. Because that's kind of what you're told. Everyone is like, they always tell you someone else out there in the world is training for your spot, blah blah blah. Like someone there is working really hard. You can't let off. You can't let go. So I kind of felt that way. So you have to sacrifice. There's parties. When everyone was partying, I was out there training in the gym.
Yeah.
Like I was sacrificing like crazy. You can't tell me that I'm gonna make all those sacrifices for some stupid auntie to come and be like, you owe me buying a house. You can get fucked.
Sure, boy.
You can actually get fucked.
No, screw that. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, so that's why I don't know why a lot of athletes get into that trap, to be fair. Like they should not care about stuff like that. Like take care of people that took care of you when you were working hard.
Correct.
But that's about it. All these people coming out of the woodwork, yeah, hell no.
Nah, it doesn't. No.
Wait, do you mean Giannis? Like Antetokounmpo? The team owner showed him how he doesn't need multiple bank accounts when he first came to the US. That if he fails, the bank fails. Oh, okay. Giannis being mentored by the team owner. Okay, that's cool. That's really good. That's really good. Yeah, exactly. The team owners are actually the ones racking in billions, and they can also show him like different strategies, and they'll probably have like so many contacts that he can use and stuff. Like that's a serious leg up for a team owner to kind of teach him about money. That's crazy. Yeah, because millionaires do pay more taxes than billionaires. That's facts. Like that's why I'm a big fan of like extreme wealth tax, because I feel like the people that get taxed the most are actually the middle class and working class, to be fair. The richest people actually pay the least tax, which is hilarious when you think about it.
Sure.
So I feel like one day they should put in like a extreme wealth tax. Like if you have assets worth more than 100 million, there's a tax on like your assets or something. Mbappe was probably being mentored by Macron, but then he left. That's funny. That's so true. But yeah, it's like, geez, like playing sports at a high level is tough. Like I'd wake up early in the morning, then I'd go to school exhausted, and then in my school break, I would go to the basketball gym to play basketball, and then I'd have to shower quickly and then change back into my school uniform for like after break school. And then after school, I'd do my schoolwork, and then I'd go for like athletics training. Like it's rough. It's tough. And like the traveling sometimes. Nah. The sacrifice you have to make to get to that level is like, nah. There's nobody that could make me feel like I owed them anything. Oh yeah, exactly. The reason why Michael Jordan is a billionaire is because of his mum, literally, because she was the one that negotiated that contract with Nike.
Oh really?
And she was the one that convinced him to go with Nike over like Converse and stuff. So
No way.
if it wasn't for his mum, he literally wouldn't be a billionaire. Because Jordan never would have happened.
I did not know that.
Yeah. It's because these pro athletes are young men and women with no financial guidance. They sign a paper and are suddenly multi-millionaires.
You know that.
Yeah, I guess.
You know that he lives here. He lives close to my house.
Really? Oh wow,
Yeah,
I had no idea.
I
thought he lived in Chicago.
No, he has a huge house. He has a restaurant here. It's called 1000 North, and it's maybe like not even like 15 minutes away from me.
Wow.
He used to have meetings in a hotel that I used to work in.
They're saying I was built to stream. Hey, I'm a streamer now. You guys need to get to know. I'm a streamer. I'm on my Kai Cenat tip.
No, I used to. He would come to this to his meeting in this kind of like crazy. My God, it was like orange Lamborghini, and then literally everybody stops, and
Oh wow,
yeah, very nice guy.
that's crazy. My 16-year-old brother is basically being trained to go professional and to go for scholarships, and I have mixed feelings about it because of how much he's doing along with school. Yeah, it's intense. I've even had because like I won't get into the reason why I didn't go D1 in America and blah blah blah. That's a long story for another day. But basically, I have family members that know that I used to play basketball at a really high level. So what happens is they will like it's so weird. They will like, let's say they have a son that tells them they want to be a professional basketball player. So I'm always like the person that they're like, oh, he like played basketball, and then they send their kids to me, and I feel bad because I'm like, I don't want to crush your kid's dreams, but like your kid has
Okay.
2 left feet. At this age, it's already. I don't think we can work with this. I'm sorry. Your kid has 2 left feet, and your kid is also tiny. I don't think NBA is in the cards with this one. I don't want to crush your dreams, but maybe try a different sport.
Yeah.
Or sometimes they have the size and whatever, and they have the intangibles, but then I'm like, are you sure that's what you want? Because if that's what you really want, you have to like, when you wake up, you have to go for a run, and then you have to come back, then you have to go to school, then you have to train midday, you have to do your dribbling drills, and then you have to shoot 1,000 shots every day. Like, do you want to do that? Is that the life you want for yourself? Is that like what you
Yeah,
desire
true.
to do? It's not fun, and you have to not shoot like normal people shoot. You have to shoot like someone who is an actual basketball player. So when you practice, you have to practice like it's a game. So you have to go at game speed. You have to shoot at game speed. You have to dribble at game speed because there's no other speed to train at. You have to mimic a game. And that's something I see. A lot of kids don't want to do that. And I'm like, well, you're the one that told me you want to be professional.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I'm tired. And they're like strolling and like shooting jump shots like they're free throws, taking forever. And I'm like, you're not going to go anywhere training like that, to be fair. I think you might have to change your career aspirations. I should review NBA players' fit since they've been getting some flagrant shit off. Yeah, you know what? There's an Instagram page that I follow called League Fit, and they just critique like NBA players' fits. It's actually quite, and women NBA players too. Let me go on the page. Yes, I did study chemical engineering. I certainly did.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
I think Kobe Bryant understood it well, but his dad was also a basketball player too. Yeah, I think most kids that have dads that were professional basketball players, they get it because their parents can like give them the game from an early age. So they have like a leg up. That's why in the NBA now, we're in the era of a lot of the people in the NBA now are kids of former NBA players, and it doesn't surprise me because they can just give their kids the blueprint quite easily.
Okay.
I want to go on League Fits quickly, see some of the fits. Who's this? This looks like Skylar Diggins. Is this Skylar Diggins? Oh yeah, it's Skylar Diggins. Okay. Woman NBA for the win. She's putting that on. I used to love that part of training. I ran track and played soccer. I need to get the drive back. You mean football? Soccer. Someone said, is she going to a Knicks game? That's hilarious. With the colors. Okay, USA, we see you, Cash. I don't know what it is yet, but I think because obviously this season with all the crazy like stuff because of Caitlin Clark and stuff, I think there's been a big highlight on the women's NBA, and I love it because now a lot of women NBA players, they're signing like brand deals and endorsement deals because they're having like tunnel fits and people actually looking at what they're wearing, which is insane. I actually love it because a lot of them can dress. Like a lot of the women NBA players, they dress a lot better than the NBA players for sure. They're a lot more consistent.
Ooh. I need to get a book. What are we reading in Croatia?
Caitlin Clark ain't putting that shit on. We're gonna need to get her a stylist. We're gonna need to get her a stylist. Caitlin, hell nah. Hell nah. Caitlin, no. Caitlin, if you're watching this, I could be your stylist. For a fee, of course. But if you need a stylist, I'm here.
The way that he slipped that for a fee, of course. But
it's not free. But I have a crush on a lot of women NBA players because I like tall women.
okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Women's NBA is very competitive. I wish Kobe was alive. He would have pushed it hard. That's facts. That's facts. Although I think the younger generation of female basketball players are sensational. I think because now that there are more resources in women's basketball, in most sports, even women's football now is like really, really big, right? So I do think that there's a talent gap between the new generation of like female basketball players and then the old generation. Like I've seen high school girls dunking and stuff. Like they're actually insane. And I saw this clip of Caitlin Clark the other day where like it feels like her teammates aren't good enough to play with her because like she'll like dribble the ball and pass and they'll just like fumble the ball. Like they won't catch the ball properly and stuff. So I feel like let's say 5 years from now, the women's NBA will be way more competitive. Like the players will be like 50 times better. There'll be like 15 more Caitlin Clarks and it'll be an insane league. Like people dunking and like all that stuff, like on the fast break and stuff. Like I'm looking forward to it. I just think the women's NBA, they need to work on like the merchandising. The other day, I wanted to buy like a few women's NBA jerseys. Like I wanted to buy Vegas Aces jersey because of like Aja Wilson and stuff. And I Googled and you can't buy women's NBA jerseys in the UK. And I'm like, that's such a missed opportunity. I can't even buy it. Like I want to buy it. I can't even buy it. Someone says Diana Taurasi. Yeah, I think Diana Taurasi is still playing. She is. Skylar Diggins is on this page a lot. They really like Skylar Diggins, don't they? Understood the assignment. Let's see. Who's this? Okay. He be putting it on though. Jeremy Grant is a fashion guy though. He's like actually in fashion, like involved. Like Jeremy Grant be putting it on. I had a tweet the other day because they were clowning Jeremy Grant for a fit that I thought was fire. Yeah, exactly. There should be women's NBA there should be international shipping for the women's NBA. I'm just trying to buy some jerseys. Like I'm just, I'm just trying to buy some stuff. So the infrastructure is not there, but I think when the infrastructure is there, I think the fanfare is starting to be there. Oh yeah, this is the fit that they were clowning him for. And I thought this shit was hard.
Okay, let me
Like
see.
Jeremy Grant Jeremy Grant is actually a fashion guy.
You're alone on this one, buddy.
No, I like it. It's Comme des Garçons vibes. Like the jacket is Comme des Garçons, the
Are
pants are
those
Comme des
pants
Garçons.
or are those pants or skirt?
No. Those are trousers.
Oh,
But yeah, it's all of it is Comme des Garçons apart from the LV bag.
the shoes are not. I can't with the shoes.
What, you don't like the the toes coming out?
Yeah,
Not like the
no.
toe shoes.
No, I will never like those. Never in my life.
You said I like it because it's Comme des Garçons. No, I just like the silhouette of it. Like he's trying to be experimental. I like it. Most NBA players, they just dress really boring like this. Like Victor
God.
Wembanyama, just a two-piece denim with loafers.
Oh my God, he was at the Vogue World.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he was at the Vogue World.
It's probably
My God.
towering over everyone.
My
He's like
God,
7'4".
That man is so tall. I swear to God.
No, Wemby is a giant. Like, look at this man. Why? As a human being, you have no business being that much taller than someone.
Yeah, that's true though. That's true. Okay, guys, I'm gonna finish packing. I still have to pack.
Yeah.
I hate this, but it's fine. But I'll talk to you tomorrow.
No worries. I'm
Hope
gonna end
everybody
the
has
stream
a-
too
Yeah.
and say
I mean-
good night to the Urbans.
I mean, you haven't done a lot. I mean, like what, 5 hours and 40 minutes? Nice. Yeah.
Hope you guys enjoyed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great to see you guys. I'll see you guys again soon. Maybe later today or tomorrow. Who knows? Could be
Yeah.
whenever.
What a shocker. Huge shock. Bye, everybody. Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye, Ayo. I'll talk to you later.
Bye.